community members through our annual maternal health events, including over 300 attendees at our January 2026 event at Precinct 4 Community Center. Our research addresses leading causes of maternal mortality, environmental influences, and innovative strategies to strengthen care models. Beyond research and education, we partner directly with the communities, distributing 347 maternal care bundles to families and training CHWs. What we have accomplished is just a glimpse of what expanded funding can be possible. I respectfully urge the court to continue and expand support for maternal health programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kel Smith on item 124 of Precinct 4. And non-agenda speaker, District Clerk Marilyn Burgess. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning. Good morning. Commissioners, thanks for having us. My name is Kel Smith, live in Precinct 4. I love it. As we talk about advantage and we talk about opportunity, we have to talk about making a process for that advantage and opportunity. As a recipient of one of the apprenticeships with Empower, I received that opportunity. So coming out of the military, sometimes you don't know what to do. You don't know where to go, and you're in a new city. Well, I'm in a new whole state. So I came to Texas, didn't know where to go, didn't know where to find resources. Spoke with Empower, their kindness, said, hey, we may have an opportunity for you after you go through our program. Having that funding in that program is very important. It is needed. We have to keep hope alive. I know it sounds really cliche during Black History Month, but on today, as the Reverend Jesse Jackson lays in state, we should keep hope alive. We should keep these advantages going. We should make opportunities for success. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Cal.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Good morning. I am District Clerk Marilyn Burgess. I wanted to update you on the distribution of excess proceeds from tax sales and to present an opportunity for reinvestment. When property is sold at tax sale and the former owner does not claim excess proceeds within 2 years, the district clerk must distribute those funds pro rata to the taxing entities. Our district judges prohibited us from making these distributions without an order in each case. As a result, funds accumulated in the court registry grow into $6.7 million over 4 years. After repeatedly seeking relief with the assistance of the county attorney Fonbon, the judges lifted that prohibition. We have initiated our first round of disbursements totaling $619,771, with $132,316 going to Harris County. We will continue making monthly distributions until the backlog is cleared. With these new funds, I am asking you to reinvest by funding 12 assistant court clerks for the 24 civil district courts, the only division without dedicated assistants. Dedicated clerks mean greater efficiency, faster case processing, and better service to the public. We have demonstrated persistence, fiscal responsibility, and results, and are asking for these resources to continue delivering.
Thank you.
Thank you,
for
Clerk
being here.
Burgess.
Mariah Adiko on item 74 of Precinct 4. Christopher Rivera on item 96 of Precinct 1. You each have 1 minute.
Yes, hello. My name is Christopher Rivera. I work with the Texas Civil Rights Project, and I'm here to talk about the sheriff's contract with DPS for access for the automated license plate readers. This is a serious issue. It's the company that DPS currently contracts with is Flock, and oftentimes police officers have misused that. There's been instances where a woman was criminalized for seeking abortion access outside of the state. There was also another instance where there was several police officers who were stalking their significant partners. So, this type of device is often misused and abused. And then now there's actually data that suggests that Flock and these ALRP automated license plate readers have been connected to ICE deportation efforts. So if we really want to protect our communities, we should end these type of collaborations. And also we should lower the sheriff's collaboration with ICE to the minimal state standard as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Mariah Deaka, Precinct 4 resident. I'm here to urge Harris County to use this interim period before the legislative session to prioritize civic education as a preventative investment in good government. While school districts control curriculum, the county can lead by convening educators, parents, and community partners, particularly in historically under-resourced districts, to strengthen applied civic learning. Young people should graduate understanding how government works at every single level, local, state, and federal, how public dollars are allocated, and how to engage effectively in civic life. While residents understand the system, participation improves, trust increases, and policy outcomes become more responsive to community needs. I urge the court today and every single day until our 90th legislative session to treat civic education not as enrichment, but as an essential infrastructure for a healthy democracy. Thank you for your leadership and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, we do have one more speaker, but she's virtual. So if we get her on the line, I'll let
Sure.
you know. But that's all the speakers.
Okay. What is that item that person's speaking on? What are you trying to get her?
It's item 244.
Okay.
It's a transmittal.
Well, I think we can run down the consent agenda. Colleagues, do you have any changes? If you want to look over it right quick. We got 6 pages.
I think a couple, as a part of this, the executive session will need on 283 and 339.
283.
And 339.
Okay. Any others? Commissioner Garcia staff, if you know, you can tell me. You want me to wait? Oh, I'm just trying to see if you have any changes on the executive session. Is that a grand entrance? You want to add any other items to the non-consent agenda? You want to pull something off consent?
Commissioner, you want me to go over the corrections and no actions review while
You
we're doing?
You get to read it?
Yes, I get to read. All right. The following items need minor changes due to errors or no action. Page 3, item 11, correction, replace MWK3 LLC with WKM3 LLC. Page 9, item 72. Hector has requested no action on this. Page 10, item 75. OCA has requested no action on this item. Page 10, item 78. Universal Services has requested no action on this item. Page 10, item 80. Universal Services has requested no action on this item. Page 10, item 85, HCD has requested no action on this item. Page 12, item 96, the sheriff has requested no action on this item. Page 12, item 98, sheriff has requested no action on this item. Page 12, item 99, sheriff requests no action. Page 12, item 100, sheriff requests no action. Page 16, item 116, Harris County Public Library requests no action. Page 27, item 191, Precinct 1 has requested no action. Page 33, item 272, there's a correction. Replace channel rehabilitation at IH 45 and Senger Stormwater Detention Basin with Senger Stormwater Detention Basin Phase 1 and channel rehabilitation at IH 45. Page 36, item 295, there's a correction. Replace job number 250362 with job number 250326. Page 36, item 297, Public Health requests no action on this item. Page 38, item 316, District Attorney's Office has requested no action on this item. Page 41, item 334, there's a correction. Replace groundbreaking with ribbon cutting ceremony. Page 41, item 336, Precinct 3 requests no action on this item. Page 41, item 342, the County Judge's Office requests no action on this item. Page 42, item 346, there's a correction. Replace 2026 with 2025.
Jay, how about item 284? No action?
I didn't have it on my list, but is 284 no action? Okay, 284 no action.
That's it. No, the corrections duly noted. And on the items for discussion, Commissioner Ramsey added 2 items. He added 283 and 339 for executive session. Are there any other changes on the items for discussion?
Commissioner, I think if we go through the executive session review to see which items can be put back on consent and then vote on them.
Okay.
Okay?
You want to call them out?
Sure. Page 34, item 279. This is a request by Housing and Community Development for an executive session to authorize HCD to negotiate terms for purchase agreement.
Colleagues, you need to go back to executive session on that?
Nope.
All right, okay. On consent.
Sure. Page 34, item 280. That is a request by the county attorney's office. We would request an executive session on that.
Okay.
Page 34, item 282 on the supplemental is request by the Office of County Administration for an executive session for the reappointment of Sasha Leggett, a nominee for the,
We don't need to go back.
okay. Page 34, 283, Commissioner Ramsey, I think has already requested to go back on that one. Page 38, item 315, request by county attorney. That's, again, this is for approval of an order authorizing settlement. Unless there's questions, we don't need to go back.
I think we're okay. Don't need to go back.
Okay. And then item 41, 339, on the supplemental request for Commissioner Precinct 3, that's already going back. So as of this moment, items 280, 283, and 339 are the only executive session items.
Okay, colleagues, any need to run through this agenda item for discussion? If not, I will move the consent agenda. Commissioner Garcia seconds. All those in favor vote aye. Aye. Consent agenda passes 4-0. Okay,
Commissioner, we have the speaker now.
okay. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, it is Yuri Chang speaking on item 244. You have 1 minute. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. My name is Yuri Chang, and I work as a project manager at the Center for Labor and a Just Economy at Harvard Law School, where I was part of the team that wrote the report on the Harris County Essential Workers Board. At CLJE, we focus on policy interventions, including worker boards like the Essential Workers Board, that enable working people to build a more equitable economy and democracy. We picked this Harris County board as a case study because of its unique all-worker multi-sector structure, and through interviews we held with board members, county officials, and worker organization representatives, we found that these attributes have lent themselves to facilitating greater worker input in the policy process, community engagement, and opportunities for leadership development among board members. I want to quickly say how grateful we were to all of our interviewees, but especially the board members for sharing their time and insights with us along the way. We were honored to have played a role in amplifying the board's impact and highlight how it could serve as a model for similar policies in other regions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And also, Commissioner, we have one more speaker that just showed up.
Okay, sure.
Christopher Jenkins on item 1 of Precinct 1. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, Commissioners Court. Christopher Jenkins, Harris County native resident, founder of Fiji Hood Organization. I'm here to speak on a request for discussion on Harris County temporary workforce policy. Now, I was aware that we were going to be discussing apprenticeships, so I don't know if that has anything to do with that, but I'm still going to speak on apprenticeships, about the implementation process in terms of training, recruitment, to expand the programs for workforce development and economic growth. This would call for more transparency from the Department of Labor for retention, not in the office, because they haven't been in the office since COVID. I want to advocate for competitive wages and contracts to build equity in the county, because the numbers over time have decreased because of lack of contracts from bond elections. So there was a lot of missed opportunity. I've been a union member since '98. I think the last projects I probably worked on was Texas Children's Hospital and the South Texas project. And many of you know, during the freeze, if it wasn't for the STP project, we wouldn't have had lights on in the county. And so I just want to highlight that. I want to make marketing for unions.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Any others?
That's all,
Okay,
Commissioner.
we'll go to discussion items.
Commissioner, I just want to get clarification on item 209. That is going to be approved as presented
Yes,
with the consent?
yes.
How about item 285?
285.
Chair, while you're going through that, if I could be shown as an A on 311.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
285, I think that is as presented. Approved as presented, correct.
Thank you. And item 337,
3,
that's Commissioner Ramsey's.
337. Commissioner Ramsey's.
That would be as presented, renaming of the road.
Yes. And we're very
And
proud of it.
last
As
but
presented.
Last but not least, 347, that's discussion of a resolution celebrating the 5th anniversary of the Manager-Assigned Council.
Yes, as presented.
Yes,
Thank
and
you.
we will discuss it later, but
Yeah.
with the resolutions.
Any others?
No, sir. Thank you.
Good heat wave today. I believe you all are going to get out and enjoy it. Okay, let's go to the items of discussion. Commissioner Ramsey, you have the first one. It
Commissioner, you
is,
want to take a motion to pass the consent agenda?
We already did.
We
Oh,
did.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, I'm on a roll, Jay.
Gonna have to keep up to date.
All right,
Apparently,
Commissioner Ramsey, first item is yours, discussion on the Harris County temporary workforce,
Yeah, it's,
workforce policy draft.
Request for discussion on Harris County temporary workforce policy draft. I initiated a conversation, I guess it's been a couple of years ago, at least 18 months ago, related to how we use temporary staff. We use temporary agencies sometimes, and each department will be different. I think there's some departments, you can look at Hectra, they use that extensively. The county clerk does for obvious reasons. The tax office, we have summer help in a lot of our offices. We have detention officers, some kind, we use that. So there's a reason typically for using temporary. What I want to be sure of, and I think that's the purpose of the policy, is that it isn't done to avoid a budget process. It's not done because we have a hard time getting positions, therefore we're going to go out and hire a bunch of temporary folks. I've looked at the numbers in terms of temporary workforce, temporary working through agencies versus hiring the folks outright. Surprisingly, the numbers are about the same in terms of what we spent. The simple observation would be this. The only difference is you got a middle person, somebody getting money paid in the middle, and maybe there's good reasons for that, maybe there isn't, but I think that's the reason at least. I think that's the problem we're trying to solve. There's a lot of different details. I'll not read the policy, but I think it's an attempt to monitor for compliance. I think we should have an open door on why people are still using temporary agencies. There may be very good reasons. I think the county clerk, as illustration, as we finish up voting, there's a lot of temps there. So there's good reasons, I think, in that case. So are you good to go with the policy, Director?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Well, that was just I thought it was worthy of a few comments in terms of why we would have such a policy, because I think we got to be careful if we don't wake up one day.
Yeah.
I know our tax assessor, she and I had a good conversation on what she inherited and the number of temporary workers and how she was trying to work through those issues. So that's the merit of it. That's the reason for it. And I appreciate this being worked up.
Of course.
Commissioner Briones, thank you.
Yes, similarly, I wanted to say thank you and just talk about some of the key goals. I know we shared the same concern, seeing this over-reliance on long-term temporary workers, which is not good for our constituents, because if you have this revolving door, we're not able to actually hire, train, and have that continuity and consistency in service. And so this really focuses on that long-term reliance and allows for where it makes sense, to Commissioner Ramsey's point, right? So the temporary and seasonal workers, whether it's elections, which by their very nature are temporary and seasonal, or summer lifeguards for outdoor pools, right? So we have very thoughtful carve-outs when it's fine, but it's really going after this long-term reliance, which will help enhance transparency and accountability and help us, to me, which is so important, be fair to the workers, because they will directly benefit from the training, from the benefits, from the salaries that the county has to offer, retirement, et cetera, versus having a middle staffing agency avail themselves of that. So I am very happy that you did this and you did it in a short amount of time. And I know the answer to this question, but I really appreciated how you shared it with the department. So I just wanted to confirm that you've shared it with the key departments that most utilize these type of temporary.
Yeah, yes, we have, and I need to give a lot of credit to OCA on this. So, and Kara from OCA helped us quite a bit, as did others. So I don't deserve all the credit on this one by far, but certainly we've reached out to those that we know are the biggest users, and we've looked for those areas where we need exceptions. Like you said, for example, what Hector does is different because it's contingent. They're buying the service; they're not keeping employees on a contingent basis. So yes, we have. We're continuing to do that to make sure we haven't missed anything. So we sent out a survey, make sure we haven't missed anything.
And I want to also thank especially our tax assessor collector and voter registrar Ramirez. To me, that's been the most perfect case study of when we bring workers to actually work for the county, we're being fairer to the workers and we're better serving the public. So it's one of those win-wins. So thank you, and I'm very happy we have this policy. And this is discussion, so it'll come back. That was going to be my next question, Jesse.
Yes, ma'am. This is a discussion item. We wanted to make sure that y'all knew where we were going. We'll come back once we have a full budget impact. We're still missing some of the A1 information, which is some of the most relevant from budget perspective. And I think Administrator Carter intends to come back, for the next budget year and as a budget item to look at whether and which of these workers becomes full-time versus staying as temporary.
So I'd like to suggest some language that we did talk to you about. Just a brief comment. I know in 2025, the county spent $54.4 million on contingent temporary workers across departments and vendors. So we ought to have some consistent policy. Excluding court and deputy exceptions, 38 temporary employees have served longer than 12 months, indicating ongoing needs that may be better met through permanent roles. So here's the recommended language, and I hope my team sent it around, and I'll just make it in the form of a motion. I know we ran it by you. Okay. And the motion is that HRT, in coordination with the Office of County Administrator, engage with all departments potentially impacted by the proposed temporary workforce policy to solicit feedback, identify operational considerations, and modify the policy as needed to address department concerns. HRT should return to court with the final presentation for the policy reflecting departmental input and recommended updates to consider implications and a potential implementation timeline. And you comfortable with it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Did we send it around? I hope we did.
That's just a direction.
Yeah,
think
I'll just
we
do
all
it as a
agree with-
motion. Is that all right? I'll do it as a motion.
Second.
It's a discussion-only item, Commissioner, so I think.
Oh, just discussion? Okay, well, that's just a recommended
Direction,
action. Okay,
But we all agree. Well, I agree with the recommendation.
Absolutely.
okay, good. All right, thank you.
I'll show that one no action.
No, actually, yes. Next item, Commissioner Ramsey, that one is you, and that is page 2, item 3, discussion and possible action on standard operating procedures for current level of service projections and budget proposals.
Yeah, the item is request for discussion, possible action on standard operating procedures for the current level of service projections and budget proposals. I woke up, I'm sorry, I woke up on the wrong side of the bed. I've got engineering on my mind, a problem. I know Commissioner Briones has some motions related to this. They have to do, I support those, by the way, in terms of their initiatives, and I'll let Commissioner Briones provide more detail on that. But my simple request is, and our budget director, Ramos, and I have this conversation nearly every year. This really isn't a current level of service. By any definition, this is a current level of spending. And I think it would be very helpful when we're doing our budget process that we use the term of what it is, because I think we've tried to communicate what the forecast areas are, and I'll read those. There's 9 of them. But the 9 are facility maintenance forecast, which is a forecast of cost. Utilities forecast, forecast of cost. Fleet forecast, forecast of cost. Hardware, software, forecast of cost. Debt service schedule, forecast of payments. Cost of living scenario, cost. So I think everything we're asking the folks to do Because I think if clarity on that will allow them to come through the budget process and say, by the way, this is our current level of spending, and we want to improve service, therefore we're going to have to spend more money, or we've got a great idea of how we're going to spend less money and not impact service. So I know this is, sounds like a dealing in a bunch of details, but I think it's important as we go through the budget process that we will, and I agree with the robust budget process that we have, but I don't agree with the term current level of service because it has nothing to do in terms of the specifics with that.
So, Commissioner, thank you. First off, I'd like to say we are working desperately along with OCA and the departments to better align our performance measures and the service levels with the budget process, with the dollars associated with everything. The reason we call it current level of service, and just to be clear, this is not a hill I'm going to die on, but just to explain the reasoning behind it, very simply, if the cost of gas goes up and we don't budget for it, knowing, like, going into the process, then your vehicles are going to drive less miles. And so that's kind of the thought process behind it, is that it's not a decisional process. It is really meant to just, as a county, for us to understand, writ large, what direction we're headed. Are we in a deficit and need to ask for cuts? Are we in a surplus? And really focus the conversation on what investments we're planning to make. So if court decides to make the change, no sweat off my back, but that's essentially the reasoning behind it.
Again, you just made the case, it's a spending issue. If the cost of gas goes up, it's a spending issue, not a service issue. So that's my one motion, direct OMB to rename the current level of service projections to current level of spending, to more accurately identify that it's a cost-driven exercise rather than a service-driven. The second motion would be to direct OMB to develop criteria under which departments may be exempted from the annual budget offset process. The offset process, which is code for across the board, and when we do across the board, I'm not for across the board in any case. I think reductions should be done on a department by department, not across the board.
So, Commissioner, we do not do any across the board cuts. We ask every department for the same, which court sets the amount. Last year it was 10%. It's been as low as 2% in prior years.
Well, 10% is across the board.
We ask for those options, and then we present the options to Commissioner's Court, and court ends up deciding. We had departments that grew last year. We had departments that had cuts in excess of the 10% that was requested. So nothing, while the request may be for across the board, the decision-making is targeted very specifically down to the PCN, down to the line item, down to the program.
I still think it's across the board because you're telling everybody to do 10%. And tell me why you can do 10% or tell me why you can't do 10%. It's still directing our departments to do a 10% cut in their departments. And even though you'll listen, if they come back, I can't do that, or I can do 15%, nobody does that normally. But I do think, I'm just saying, I think that's, I'm not talking about you, but I'm talking about the departments. I think that's a lazy way to do your budget process. If you as a department can't look at your department and say, I'm going to look at the efficiencies or how we can do things better. For example, I ask our Parks Department, I've got 140 people that get up every day and take care of our parks. I ask our Parks Director in Precinct 3, is there a way that we can save some dollars? We looked at it, we're saving 20-something% because we're going to do contract mowing in some cases. So we were able to reduce that, not by some arbitrary 10%, but by some specific initiative done by the leadership within those departments. So I think we need to encourage, through the county administrator, those kinds of initiatives. And again, I'm just opposed to across the board, and you can say it's not, but it is. When you say, I need 10%, you can call it a goal, you can call it whatever you want to, but we are looking for efficiencies that departments need to look at. If it's 10%, if it's 25%, if it's 30%, come back with your best ideas and put those on the table.
Commissioner, I think that makes a lot of sense. The only thing I would say is that one of the things that I think we found last year is that department heads should also be able to identify their lowest performing or the sort of the things that are at the bottom of, on a division basis, like you're saying. I think you're right. Not every division can take a cut, but our departments are large and have a lot of different services, a lot of different programs. And the way I think of when we've asked them for these offsets in the past is to identify those things are either their lowest performing or places where there's efficiency. And I think that practice is good. Court, it's always up to court if they take those or not, but just to identify them, that should be part of the budget process for the
I
department.
totally agree with that. I'm just saying, don't tell the departments or the other folks, you need to start at 10%. They may need to start at 25% if that, look for efficiencies, look for ways to save dollars. I'm just trying to clean up, I think, a very good budget process. I think the process that we go through is excellent. I'm not complaining about folks sitting down and looking at what they do and how they do what they do. I'm just saying, I'm not a communist. I don't think that we do anything across the board. Everybody's going to get cut. I don't think we do that. And that has been the message in the last two budget cycles.
So Commissioner, is just to be clear, your proposal is that OMB work with OCA to come back with a percentage for each individual department?
No.
Then
Yeah, I'm saying that you tell those departments they need to bring their best ideas, and we certainly do need to reduce where we can, but you don't give a common number. If you put a number out there, that's it. You've set the number.
Okay.
I don't think we should be setting a number.
Understood. Just to be clear, that will mean that there are less options for Commissioners Court to ultimately consider through the process, because you and I both heard the exact same stories from departments. I can't do this because the world will come crashing down. The entire department's going to fall apart. We're going to do mass layoffs. Most of that did not come to pass in this budget. Ultimately, we found that when forced, departments really were creative in figuring out the best way to keep their services going while also taking a cut. So we'll take our direction, but if we're not going to set a target, I can almost assure you that most departments are going to come back and say, I am the most efficient department. There is no way I can be cut without the work ceasing.
Well, all I'm saying, do you meet with each department individually?
Yes.
And so when you meet with the department and they've come to you with no cuts, and you can say, you know what, I would think you would be 25, 30%. Why couldn't it be 25 or 30% in your department? And then they'll tell you the world's going to come to an end if they don't do, if they're not allowed to do this or not allowed to do that. That's an individual thing. I think to set a number for the whole department, I think you're shooting low. I think you're eliminating creativity. That's my opinion. And I've just talked to too many departments, and I've heard the same kind of a story through the years. Anyway, that would be
Commissioner, if we asked for a range, made the range higher, 10 to 20%. Again, I think we're trying to shoot higher, not lower. I think Daniel's just expressing the concern that if we don't tell departments to come back with some sort of offsets, then we risk just giving fewer options to court on how to fund new priorities.
Commissioner Ramsey, I'm just curious. I was about to hit AI to ask for it, but just based on my time with the state of back when I was on city council and they had to do cuts, I think it's common where they usually set some number. They may not follow it, but I'm just curious, is there some so-called best practice? And I'm being sincere about it. I don't want to cut into your time, but I was about to hit AI and just ask, when a government has to cut a budget, how do they normally?
I've been in trouble then.
I'm just curious. And I know AI didn't have a conscience, but what's the standard? What's the norm?
Pretty much every jurisdiction, if they are in need of cuts, there are some jurisdictions that are lucky enough not to be in that position. The governing body, whether it be the Commissioners Court or Board of Supervisors or the executive, sets a target for departments. And we have departments that are non-compliant. Just to be clear, we have departments that are non-compliant now that have not that don't go through the exercise, and court has reserved the right to just unilaterally take that
Well, then we
funding.
get to do anything we want to with them. If they won't take the time to do a budget, then we get to play.
Yeah, and we do. And I was only asking. I didn't want to think I was
Yeah.
a communist, but I think when I was on city council, when I was with the state, and usually it was my colleagues in the other party who were in charge of it. But when we had to do cuts, I think all the years I was on finance, they'd say, everybody come back with in fact, the governor would send it out, saying every department got to cut by X percent. Now, we normally didn't do it. Some more, some less, but I just think that was the best practice. I just didn't want to go to AI to ask for it.
Well,
that's the standard.
maybe a range would be a nice place to transition from a number to a range.
We can 100% work on that.
And I'm not gonna make this in terms of a motion. Y'all have heard my communication.
We can come back with a range, and we can also tier it by department size.
And that was the other
I think
thing.
Brianna said, I'll
If
get
you
off.
can look at department size, because there's departments with $2 million budgets and there's departments with 200 million. And one shouldn't have to do the same. So it should be tiered.
We can look at that.
Those were my two.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Briones, then Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. I have several comments and several questions. First, before I move to the budget piece, in terms of the priorities, the strategic priorities and the operational imperatives, I really appreciate our five offices. Move to extend, second.
Continue as objection. Hearing none, we can continue the discussion.
Agreed.
I appreciate our five offices working really collaboratively with OMB, OCA to identify, because, for example, there was about 83 priorities. If everything is a priority, nothing is a priority. So to zero in on 10 priorities, which directly reflect what my constituents' priorities are: public safety, disaster readiness, infrastructure, economic opportunity, affordability, and public health. By focusing, I think that is just an incredibly useful and frankly much needed exercise, that laser focus, so we can be relentless at delivering the best on those 10 priorities, as the 10 budget priorities, as well as the 13 operational imperatives, which, as you know, my COO hat that you'll often hear about, what more can we be doing to streamline and be more strategic and efficient? And so for those who are listening, just to be clear, those operational imperatives range from HR transformation, permitting, budgeting, purchasing, the ERP transformation, amongst others, right? So I appreciate the focus and relentlessness on delivering in a focused way. In terms of the budget priorities, SOP 1, Director Ramos, thank you for the process. You've taken us every year. We keep getting better, and thank you for your leadership. I love the public town halls that we do, public surveys, just really making sure we're listening. The part that I wanted, and Commissioner Ramsey, to try to find the both and, because I agree with you. And again, I take this so personally. Every day we hear about affordability challenges from our constituents, folks struggling to pay rent, pay their mortgage, pay groceries. Not a single person has ever asked me to raise their taxes, right? And so as we go through, which we in a healthy way did, close a $250 million deficit, we saw so many inefficiencies, whether it's licenses for people who haven't worked here in years, vacancies that have been open for years and the work has gone on, landlines. I mean, we've gone on a lot on these items. The point is, I think it's very healthy to find ways we can make sure that there is streamlined operations. And so I like having, and to your point, it is not a 10% definitive cut or 20 or whatever the number is. It is a menu of options. I like seeing the menu of options because everything is an opportunity cost. I never, as we did, we were able to close a deficit with minimal impact to forward facing. These were all behind the scenes, non-sexy, landline, those sorts of things. I like seeing, and I want to, all the department heads, please, I've told you all, leaders lead. Do not bring these, the sky will fall menu of options. Bring things, as we know, there are efficiencies in your departments. And what I love most is ultimately performance-based budgeting. And this, to me, by having the focus on the 10 strategic budgetary priorities coupled with the process, it makes folks make a case. And it makes leaders lead and do it in a way that's more efficient with taxpayer revenue. And so I would love a both and, because there's some that do need more discipline, and there's others that, as we know, we didn't basically take any of their options because they couldn't. But we need to be as thoughtful and disciplined. And so, again, I always have the both and. I have some motions to make. And another thing is to make sure we're committed to this continuous improvement philosophy, which I believe we always will be. One of my motions relates to making sure we have a sort of sunset review program so that we're constantly reviewing from a good government perspective, what are we trying to achieve? What are the KPIs? What are the key performance indicators? Did we meet them? Why or why not? And how can we get better? So that we have a very systematic, and I might add non-bureaucratic, because you know I hate wasting time and energy, but how can we be thoughtful as fiduciaries to make sure we're having the impact and learning from what we're doing and then getting better? So that's the goal of what I'm going to read in a second about the reviewed programs, because we have to be on our toes as we try to better deliver for the people of Harris County. So tell me when it's time. I know all my colleagues want to speak again, but I have motions that we have sent around that I would like to read. So thank you, Director Ramos.
Commissioner Garcia, then Commissioner Ramsey, then I'll come on.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramsey, I do appreciate your comments about not setting just one low bar on finding those opportunities for efficiencies. And I just hope, well, I would just ask the administrator's office, send out a memo that today there's a strong conversation. We're about to go into the budget year, and we are not asking for any just that 10%. If departments are going to win favor, if they come above and beyond whatever number we establish. But the reality of it is, to Commissioner Briones' point, there is a lot of continued opportunity to find those efficiencies and those savings. And then I'd like to see if there's a way to figure out how are we returning those efficiencies back to the community in a very tangible way that we can measure that. I know that, obviously we're not raising taxes, but there's got to be time efficiencies for the community. Is there permitting improving? Or is meetings or work being done faster? I think it's important for us to not just say that we found a balanced budget, but how does this reflect to the community that we are doing more with less? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Ramsey?
Quickly, just to pile on a minute, I agree with Commissioner Briones on the 10. I took the 10 and summed it up in 4. We have jail initiatives, very specifically defined. So our priorities going forward are jail initiatives, flooding initiatives, economic opportunity initiatives, and housing initiatives. That's only 4. I think we could focus on 4. Now, there are some very clear subsets to all 4 of those, but the 10, I agree, you can't do 86 priorities. And I agree with the 10 strategic initiatives that I think that came out of the committee, but at least it's easier for people from East Texas to remember jail, flooding, economic, and housing. And those are our budget initiatives going into 2027. So I'm just affirming, I think, what's already been said.
So the one that I would like to add would be, I agree with these 10, but in terms of affordability, I would like to suggest that we add U1 into the 10 strategic priorities. And U1 was develop a community housing plan and dashboard and include establishing a housing trust fund. And I know that on some ARPA money, the issue came up.
That'd be in the housing, yeah.
Yeah, but I just want to make sure I'm specific on that housing trust fund and the dashboard in particular. So I just add that as a friendly amendment to the motion. You don't have to make it 11, just add that into that 10. Is that clear? Okay. Commissioner Briones?
Yes, I agreed on the last.
Were you still on the list? I didn't.
Yes, I am. So were there any other comments before I made the motions?
Nope.
Well, one is to move item 3 as presented, and then I have an additional motion. So on the first piece, move item 3 as presented.
Any objections? Hearing none. It passes.
And then the second piece, please, is motion to direct the Office of County Administration in coordination with the Office of Management and Budget to develop and return to court a structured program sunset and strategic review process to begin in fiscal year 2027. The process shall establish a rotating policy area-based review cycle under which a defined subset of county programs is evaluated annually, apply clear evaluation criteria, including relevance to core county duties, demonstrated performance outcomes, operational efficiency and duplication, and alignment with adopted strategic priorities, and, excuse me, deliver formal recommendations to Commissioners Court regarding continuation, modification, consolidation, or sunset of reviewed programs. That's my motion.
Motion made by Briones, second by Garcia. All those in favor, vote aye. For
Aye.
No nays. Item passes. Okay,
So Commissioner, where was
I
your
had one
friendly
more.
amendment?
one more. Go ahead, sorry. Go
Where
ahead.
was your friendly amendment?
To Commissioner Briones' plan. So I just want to make sure that it's included. I'll just move to direct OCA and OMB to include Initiative U1 into the 10 strategic priorities.
That works, Commissioner. We got it.
Second.
You got it? Do I need a second? Need to vote on it?
Second.
Could you
Okay,
vote,
motion
please?
made by Ellis, second by Briones. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
4 ayes, no nays. Items added. Is that a motion to continue we need? We have
Motion
one
to
more.
continue.
I ask for unanimous consent to continue the discussion until we finish. Second by Garcia. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
No opposed. Okay, Commissioner Ramsey.
Let's vote. I think it should be the current level of spending. Make a motion, it's current level of spending.
So the motion is that in the upcoming budget,
We can make that change pretty simply.
What's the actual motion language?
Make the motion to define the process that we go through as current level of spending rather than current level of service.
what's the
Can I-
impact? I just want
There's
to-
no impact. The CLS is an internal process. It's a national best practice, but it is an internal process that
You don't even have to change the initials.
we don't even have to change the initials. This is not a hill I'm going to die on. I just wanted to provide some context on why it's called that.
Commissioner
So what
Briones.
if it, a both and, spending and service? Because the goal is to make all spending related to service impacts, right? Tying it directly to the impact and outcomes for the community. And so to marry, because yes, it's what you're spending, but are you delivering the service? If not, why? And
I'll
so
accept that. It's different.
S squared.
Okay,
But we'll figure it out.
so the motion is that they'll figure it out. Well,
And my last comment to Daniel, and bless your heart, you meet with all these departments, and before long, you're drugged down into the weeds. You're running the department. Might I just give some elderly advice that you try to stay up about 80,000. I think you should encourage people to do their job, but try not to do their job.
Thanks, Commissioner. And your support collectively as Commissioners Court has been very helpful in enforcing the policies that we have.
Thank you, Daniel.
Commissioner Ellis, just to make sure, Commissioner Ramsey's, there's no action on his motion, correct? Related to the changing?
directed it, is that sufficient?
You just directed it?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure, I think for the record.
Spending and service.
We'll transmit the updated.
S squared.
Okay,
Okay, so I'll just show the prior three that was approved.
Power squared and S squared.
you just show we just moving right along. How about that?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Next one, Commissioner Ramsey, you pulled Human Resources and Talent payroll deduction agreement for Asian American
This is
peace officers.
quickly, request for approval of the voluntary payroll deduction agreement for the Asian American Peace Officers Association in accordance with the Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 155. My question is, what is the defined administrative cost charged to qualified organizations? And my example is, I had someone in my office that was really supportive of the food bank, and they wanted to donate to the food bank. So they said, well, the food bank can be something that the county can do, collect that for you, and it's a great thing. But what my employee found out is there's administrative fees charged by the county taken out of her donation to the food bank. She didn't donate to the administrative fee, she donated to the food bank. So she stopped doing it and donated directly to the food bank. I'm just saying, what is the administrative fees associated with this motion?
Come on over just so we can all hear you. Do you have a mic over there? I don't think so. If you do, can we add mics over there?
That's a good thought.
No, that costs
Okay,
money.
happy to come up. Okay, so we just followed the accounting procedure 1.2-6, and so it's consistent with all the 15 voluntary donations that employees can make. And so it's $20 per 100 for the base cost, $10 per month, and then it varies by the number of deductions. So depending on how many deductions there are, anywhere from under 300 to above 3,000, it's between $11 and $20 per month.
I think most of our employees don't know that.
Okay.
Is that by statute? Is it by statute or is it just our policy?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that question, but I can find out for you.
I think I kind of remember when it passed. I mean, obviously there's a cost to go and do it, and there's some parameters on who all we can let people donate to, do the checkoff for.
Yeah, they go through
But
the
I think it's
process,
in,
right.
I just can't remember. I think it's in the
But when
statute.
we're taking our
I think that's right,
employees,
Commissioner.
when we're taking their money, I think they are owed a clear
No.
explanation of what that amount is. I support this motion only if we will transparently and clearly communicate with our employees what, no matter what issue it is, that they know how much and what percent of that is actually paid in fees, because it's
That's
their
a good
money.
idea. And I assume it's consistent, like whoever
Yes,
we can legally
yes.
do the checkoff for. But we
Correct.
should let them know, and that's probably a one-time deal. Does that make sense? And you know, when they sign up for it, so that they know.
Yeah, there is a policy, Commissioner. It was passed in July of 2020, but it does not talk about,
The fee.
well, it doesn't talk
cost.
about transparency. It doesn't talk about notifying employees of a fee, and I think we could make that change, and that sounds like
Yes.
a really positive change.
And while you're at it, we ought to make sure that we put some on the line, so we tell other groups, if they qualify and they want to ask, that they have the opportunity to do it as well.
That was going to be my quick point. So I couldn't agree more, making sure our team members are very clear on the associated costs. And if there's a way to bring down those costs, that would be great. So more goes to the actual nonprofit. And if, when you're sending this informational material to our team members, could you also please include how, if you wanted to nominate a 501c3 public charity to this list, what the process is, please?
And tell us, because we'll put it out, call something.
Yeah, we're happy to
Okay.
put it out.
Of course, and we can let you know
Thank
who
you.
currently is.
Is there a motion to approve this item?
Make a motion.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Brianna. All those in favor, vote aye. 4 ayes, no nays. Item passes.
I show it as presented.
Yeah, as presented. Next one, Commissioner Ramsey, that is item 9.
Out of 9,
Investment
I'm
memo
going to
for
vote
courts.
no on that because of the changes that were made that impact the county clerk. Out of respect for her office and the issues that's created. But I think it's important. I have a team member that serves on that committee. At this point, this item requesting the funding from previous space planning decision to relocate departments and construct new courtrooms, as is, at least our people have not been told the detailed plan, hasn't been established, and it wasn't presented to the committee. At least my member wasn't committed, so we're voting on doing something that we do not have a detailed plan on.
Chief, did you want to come up? I know Dr. Rahman is, I called him on something else, and I know he was at a medical, just his regular checkup this morning. So if you
Good
could
morning, Commissioners. Sam Peña with the Office of County Engineering. You are correct. This is the expenditures for the relocation and build out of the 6 courts, Commissioner, that were mandated. The items were well vetted. The Space Planning Committee was involved in this. The Space Planning Committee actually took a vote on the relocation and the sequencing of who was going to be moving. But we will be glad to provide you any background information.
Eric Cappen's a pretty detailed guy. I think
Yes, sir.
a few of us know him pretty well. He has never seen the plan.
We will,
He
Commissioner.
he doesn't think there is one.
Commissioner, we do have a plan. I will communicate it back to him.
Why wouldn't he have been communicated with at this point? Y'all really need to get on top of that when we bring stuff to court. And again, if it was anybody else, I might say, well, maybe Eric just missed the meeting. Eric crosses his Ts and dots his I. He has never been presented with that plan.
Yes, sir. I can assure you, Commissioner, that the plan was well presented to the Space Planning Committee. Everybody was, I believe Eric was a voting member there. But we will resubmit the items that the Space Planning Committee voted on that outlines exactly what the plan is and who's going to be moving where.
We'll just agree to disagree. You tell me he was, and he tells me he wasn't.
Yes, sir. No, that's fine. I will resubmit it to Eric. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Briones?
Submit it to Eric.
Sorry?
Submit it to Eric.
Yes, sir.
He would have said, if you'd submitted to it, he would have got it.
Yes, sir.
So Chief Pena, I will be supporting this because I want the investment memo to move forward because I am so happy and grateful that we're getting our 6 new civil courts, both civil district and our civil county court at law, and basically our civil courts, probate courts, et cetera. You and I have talked a lot about this. I share similar concerns about the Space Planning Committee, and in fact, we'll be presenting ways we can restructure it from a composition, from a governance and efficiency standpoint, so that we can be getting more done to better serve the people faster. And as a former judge, I speak a lot to judges who call me, who have quite a bit of consternation in the lack of speed and communication that has been done. So I know you graciously have agreed, and I know they will be able to present on Friday, correct?
Correct.
And our wonderful Chief Christensen will now be at all these meetings, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I still think there's finessing, and I have great respect for Clerk Hudspeth and her team, and want to be as respectful to all county folks, and we need to be a team player, and we need to move things forward because these courts need to get online so that justice can be administered more effectively. So in sum, I will support it, and I appreciate your ongoing partnership as we improve the Space Planning Committee.
Yes, ma'am.
So with that, I will move it. But.
Yeah, and a motion made by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Garcia. I just say that I'm for it as well. And we voted to ask the legislature for these courts. And so we got to fund them. We got to come up with the money. I do want to make sure that Eric gets the respect. So people ask me, did I get an email? And I tell them I don't read them. So just print one out if it's not too long. Just make sure Eric does get it. Because I know I get a lot of emails, can't keep up with them. Okay, motion is made
Commissioner.
by Commissioner Briones. second by
Commissioner, it looks like
Yes,
Clerk
Mr.
Hudspeth would like to speak.
Oh, Clerk
on this
Hudspeth.
item.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Yes, just wanted to add clarification. The last court, when this item was approved for the portion of the clerk's office to be moved to Preston, at the time, the language was the admin office. It is not our admin offices. It's actually our non-public facing departments. And so I just wanted to correct the language so that it would be proper on the record.
Okay.
Again, we know what floor, we've discussed that, but update the language to not be my admin offices, but to be the non-public facing offices.
Chief, you make note of that.
Commissioner, yes, sir.
Okay.
We made note of that.
We need to make a correction here, Jay, or is it clear on what we?
No, I think it's clear.
It's clear. They
Jay, if
changed
I
it.
could ask for a correction, I want it on the official court record. So if this comes up in the future, that it shows the proper statement there, because I don't want any confusion a little later on down the line.
So noted, right?
Yes.
By saying it, it's on the record.
Yes, it's on the record, but if you do want to make a formal,
Chief Pena? Oh, sorry.
Thank you, County Attorney.
sure.
Was there some way to make sure it's on the record other than this being the record? Do we need to make a
No, I was
motion?
going to say, Commissioner, you should make a motion to take that term, to put it on the record, if you want to do that.
So move. Change it from, but say what you want in the motion.
Change it from admin to non-public facing CCO department.
Moved by Garcia, second by Ellis. All's in favor, vote aye. All opposed, vote no.
Aye.
Otherwise, no nays. That part passes. And now a motion was made to approve the item as presented with that change by Commissioner Briones. I think I seconded it. All's in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
3 ayes, 1 nay. Commissioner Ramsey votes no. Item passes
I'll show that as presented.
as presented with that modest change. We have one additional speaker, and if he will come up and do it in 1 minute, we'll hear from him now. Jacob?
Who, me?
Yes, sir. I'm waiting on my new resolutions. I'm gonna give you one, but keep it to 1 minute.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, the rodeo is in town, so we're being prepared to. Music is best being bored.
Clerk Hudspeth, your camera's still on?
Say your name so we know it's your music.
Oh, Jacob Clementich.
Riding on the range.
And on the range.
I've got my hat on. I've got my boots dusty. I've got my saddle on my horse. It's cold. Of course. I wanna be a cowboy.
Good
Thank
job.
you, your
Thank
time
you,
is up.
Jacob.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Jacob.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clementich.
Commissioner
We'll see
Garcia,
you at the
next
rodeo.
one. Thank you. Next one is yours, Commissioner Garcia. That's item 11.
Yes, sir.
That is, you got it there.
The Futbolito court that we are doing. And so I'm very, very excited to announce a lease agreement with Concept Neighborhood to build a permanent mini pitch within walking distance of the FIFA Fan Fest during the 2026 World Cup. This investment ensures that Precinct 2 residents and others and neighbors benefit from activity and economic impact surrounding the 2026 World Cup. This project includes a concrete court, solar lighting for safety and visibility, seating, community amenities, and a custom mural integrated directly into the playing surface, prioritizing local artists and ensuring public investment that directly supports Precinct 2 talent. While the World Cup will bring global attention to our region, this mini pitch is designed to serve Precinct 2 families for years to come, not just during the World Cup. In addition to tournament activation, we are coordinating with local youth programming partners and community organizations to ensure the space is regularly programmed and actively used, supporting young people, families, neighborhood engagement. Major global events bring short-term attention, but our responsibility and priority is to convert that intention into long-term value for local businesses, artists, and our residents. This is a Revive to Thrive initiative, and it demonstrates how transforming underutilized space into safe, activated infrastructure that can deliver for years to come. So I'm very excited on this. I want to thank my entire team for their work on this. But I am excited to move on this item as presented, but we have
Second.
a speaker here.
This is awesome, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner, and thank you again for putting this item, bringing this item to us, to OCE. And we want to thank you and also Concept Neighborhoods for working with us to get this project to move forward. So the project, Commissioner, is on schedule, and the pitch is scheduled to be open in May.
All right.
Wonderful.
Good deal. Good to have you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Mister, can you clarify for everybody listening what a pitch is?
A pitch is basically a
Field.
It's a
Yeah.
field.
Yeah.
So it's either a soccer field or a pitch.
There you go. So if
So
you
it's a
want
field to play
to
soccer
be
on.
in the know, you say number one,
I know.
football. Football.
They said, gosh, Commissioner Ramsey, we're going to build 8 pitches out in precinct. I said, I'm not doing that. Fields. They said, well, that's what a pitch is.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Motion made by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
4 ayes, no nays. Item passes as presented. Commissioner Garcia, the next one is yours as well. That's item 46. Lighting services, right?
Yes, thank you. And, anytime we're demonstrating continued commitment on public safety and making sure that residents continue to have pride in their communities. And basically, that pride is generally demonstrated on folks being able to walk their neighborhoods, especially either early in the morning or into the evening. And that's why I'm very excited that this is actually a combination of several items. This is item 46, 50, and 52. These are on pages 6 and 7 of our agenda. But this is to highlight an agreement for streetlights, 2 interlocal agreements advancing from our 2025 call for partnership projects. These include streetlights with CenterPoint Energy in the Cloverleaf area, the Brook Glen subdivision drainage and street project with the city of LaPorte, and the ADA compliant playground equipment for Clear Creek ISD. First, we'll install 5 streetlights along Carlang Street to improve nighttime visibility and roadway safety for residents, drivers, and pedestrians. Second, I'm advancing an interlocal agreement with the city of LaPorte for Phase 2 of the Brooklyn subdivision paving and drainage project. This phase reconstructs 6,500 feet of roadway, 13,000 feet of sidewalks, and critical storm water and sanitary sewer infrastructure. It'll benefit 464 homes, including 100 with repetitive FEMA flood claims. Precinct 2 is matching LaPorte's $3.5 million investment for a total project cost of about $7 million. Third, I'm advancing an interlocal agreement with Clear Creek ISD to build inclusive, fully accessible playgrounds near Landolt and Weber Elementary Schools. This project cost is approximately $150,000, with Precinct 2 contributing about half of that. Together, these projects reflect our continued commitment to Revive to Thrive, the focus of improving drainage infrastructure and enhancing neighborhood safety and expanding healthy community spaces for all people of all abilities. So again, I want to thank my team, and I'm excited to move this item as presented.
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
The item passes unanimously.
Mr. Garcia, question.
Yes, sir.
So the lighting initiatives, that's great. I mean, some of these neighborhoods are so dark, it's not safe, and there's also the crime issue. Are you paying the amount? Are you paying that monthly electric bills? I've seen it.
Yep.
It's different, so you're paying that. Sometimes the cities can pay it.
I'll ask my team to weigh in, but I part of it is the county's picking up that portion of it, and then depending on the agreement, it might be the management district or the whatever district might be.
I
out
think
there.
we could do more. I like
Yeah.
doing this. It's just not clear to me how. So when you say, well, yeah, we're paying for it, it's kind of hard to see where that is on what bill.
Yep.
That we receive. But
Commissioner-
we're moving forward with some of that.
Yeah, on some of those, I think it happens partially where the fields are and where the connections and where the nearest meters are. There are times in some of these agreements where the nearest meter may be like on a sheriff's building versus a precinct building or a city building. And I think it makes sense to we want more lighting, and the cost is, $1,000 a year at most on some of these projects, and should just feel good about those swaps where they happen. I think the more we can do that with TERSs and the city and management districts, the easier it will be to get more light out there.
And those are the ones that obviously are part of the grid, but my excitement is over the solar ones, which the good Lord pays for. Good deal.
Well, got to revive to thrive.
Exactly.
Did we vote on it? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Garcia, the next one's yours, item 50.
They were
And
voted
was that
46,
it?
50, and 52.
Yeah, that was, yeah. Those
Next one's yours too? Okay, all of them?
Yes, sir.
Clear Creek?
Yep.
Next
Okay.
would be 71.
71.
Did you want to hold that? What's the toll road here now?
No. I got, okay. Yeah, let's, we're waiting for the director to arrive.
I see him.
Oh, there he is.
Director
Come
Trevino,
on
welcome.
down.
Oh, he
Got
lost a
here
little
early.
weight. We didn't see you losing weight.
And Commissioner Ellis, after this one, I believe there's speakers who have arrived that are waiting. May we please turn
Yeah,
to that?
sure.
Good
Thank you.
deal. Director, thank you for being here, and I got a couple of questions. So first of all, thank you and your team for continuing on with the directive that this court gave you and your office. And it's a continued commitment to the legislature to let them know that we heard them and that we are further advancing the issues that they were concerned about and interested in. as well as to continue to create opportunities for all of our respective partners, including the City of Houston. So my question is, how many agreements have we completed with this one that's on the agenda? How many are in progress? And is one in progress with the City of Houston? And if not, didn't the City of Houston spur this process by seeking reimbursement for their emergency response expenses in the state legislature?
So Commissioner, with including these 7 would be executed, 12 are still pending, and 2 have declined. And the declining agencies just had funding issues. There was no concern or issue with the agreement. It was just probably a funding issue. But we
What do you
made
mean
good
a
progress.
funding issue, Director?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean a funding issue?
Well, we heard from one potentially they had minor concerns. It doesn't mean they clearly stated they could come back, but they wanted to make sure if they received funds, it didn't impact any of their grant funds or any other funding that they had, to where it was a conflict with their current funding. So, but they made it very
They would
clear.
end up losing more than they would gain.
Correct. Yes, sir. So they made it very clear that once they clarified, they could come back, but we're at this time they've declined.
Good deal.
Yes. And for the City of Houston, we're working with IGA. IGA's kind of led that in collaboration with HECTRA. I do know that IGA's made repeated attempts to engage the City of Houston. I don't know how successful they are. As far as HECTRA's concerned, there have been no discussions that have preceded those negotiations.
Gotcha. And I see our director there, Ms. Navitas. Will you come give us an update on the City of Houston?
Hi, Commissioner. Yes, we've reached out multiple times to the City of Houston via the Mayor's Chief of Staff and the IGA department. We've had conversations with them. We know that they've received our request to meet on it, but we have not formally met with them. But they are aware of it.
Got you. And thank y'all both for your work on this. But I bring it up from a couple of standpoints. Number one, I'm proud that this body, when we say we're going to do something, we work hard to follow through with it. And this is just an indication and a demonstration that we are following through with it. Secondly, I like to highlight my programs like the ones I just did because those are also attached to mobility funding on occasion, on many occasions rather. And it just demonstrates that the mobility dollars that we're getting from HECTRA aren't sitting in a lockbox. They're not going unspent. I think we all work hard to make sure that those resources go to all of our collective partners, including the City of Houston. And in fact, I've got a major drainage project in the city. Actually, I would have 2, except the city has a funding challenge with the second one. And speed bump program that we're trying to get going with Councilmember Castillo. So that money goes right back to the community. I feel strongly about that. I think we all do. And it helps us demonstrate to folks that when these projects are happening and we're all excited about our collective projects, a lot of that is coming to the thanks of your good management over HECTRA and how those resources ultimately touch many, many jurisdictions, including the City of Houston. And then lastly, I like highlighting especially my cities outside of the City of Houston in my jurisdiction. Because if not for mobility, those projects that I'm highlighting would not happen, or they would be delayed for years for happening because the cities don't have the total funding capacity to execute those projects. Every mayor that I've spoken to, just is excited about the opportunity to partner with us. Mayor Schoenbein, during the State of the City, asked for Harris County to do more in Pasadena, which I'm excited to do. So all of that happens by virtue of mobility dollars that come through the HECTRA system. So I just want to thank you. And Director, thank you for being our voice on many levels, whether it's with Commissioner Briones on an international front with FIFA, or whether it is at the legislature in Austin, or whether it's in the halls of Congress. You and your team are just absolutely rock stars, and just couldn't thank you for your collective work. I always say, I don't know how you guys do it. I really don't. You must have a case of Red Bull in your cars on a regular basis. But you've got a stellar team, and I appreciate just how well you represent us and the advice you give us. Because sometimes we start off with a particular issue, but you understand the landscape of our collective partners. And I always appreciate how you come back and say, this, as stated, this could really cause more problems for us. But stated differently, it could advance our goals, our collective goals. So thank you for your leadership. Thank you for the way you guide this county. And I'm just so proud that you are at that helm. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Did we have anybody else?
We
on the list?
do.
Commissioner
Can you all
Briones,
please
and then
stay? Director Trevino and Director
Y'all
Narvaez.
don't get to leave yet.
Commissioner Briones, then Commissioner Ramsey.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Garcia. So I echo Commissioner Garcia's points. I just want to make sure we're putting a very clear point on them. So thank you for running one of the best and one of the safest toll systems in the country and in the world, Director Trevino. We have spent a lot of time on this issue. The ESDs, I want to thank Chief Christensen, I see her. So just to be clear, with regard to the ESDs and the City of Houston, they help at times provide emergency services on our toll road, correct?
Yes, correct.
And so we have proactively and in a fair, consistent manner reached out to all partners to offer to reimburse them for the services rendered. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so today's item are additional agreements of partners who have said yes. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we have mentioned the City of Houston, which we want to be fair and consistent with them. So to be clear, they have not responded to meet with you. Is that correct,
That is
Director Narvaez?
That is correct.
And you said multiple times. Is that correct?
Multiple emails and multiple phone conversations. I know they've acknowledged that they've received them. They are working on providing a response, but they have not done so yet.
Okay. And we know that they provide less than 2% of the services. We're all very clear on the facts. And even for that, we are going above and beyond to be fair, to honor our partners' help. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement.
Okay. And then with regard to our safety and security, our constables do approximately 98% of that safety and security work on our toll road. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then the approximate 2% is now handled by our Harris County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and this is pursuant to all agreements that we have.
Yes.
Okay, so the safety and security in terms of kind of police law enforcement, now 100% is covered, correct?
Yes, correct, Commissioner.
And so what we're doing with the ESD is for any sort of fire type of emergency response.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And we remain committed to working with all partners to reimburse them for their actual services rendered, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And these mobility dollars, to Commissioner Garcia's point, and perhaps my colleague, our wonderful engineer, will talk about, these mobility dollars are the dollars that we, after we pay all of the operations, maintenance, safety, and security of our toll road, the remainder is what we use to take care of 6,000 plus miles of road. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And so not only the maintenance of the 6,000 miles of road, but also new capital projects to enhance safety. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay, so all of that is being deployed for the safety and connection of our community, correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
So I appreciate your partnership and I appreciate our budget office, OCA, because we continue to take things to new heights with regard to all of our operations. And I appreciate you, Director Trevino and Director Narvaez. I echo and second everything Commissioner Garcia said about you. You're tremendous. So whether we're walking the halls in Austin or in DC, you were a leader amongst leaders and a true public servant. So thank you.
Thank you.
Gosh, Commissioner, that felt like a committee hearing in Austin.
That's what it felt like to me.
That was.
Sorry,
well,
sometimes my lawyer side comes out a
I
little.
could see Roberto getting a little nervous.
It felt like I was in a deposition. I was like, but all correct.
It makes the point. I think that's a great example of what you had to go through on this issue in Austin more than once. And I'm sorry, I'm a first name guy. Between Tammy and Roberto and what y'all have done in Austin, you did a great job. And see, the interesting thing, the interesting fact is TxDOT, really the state transportation agency, audits Roberto on a regular basis. And their conclusion about the job that you're doing is nobody does it better. There's not any other agency we would want collecting our money out there than Harris County Toll Road Authority. So while on one side we have a state agency affirming the great job that we're doing at the toll road, we got this whole nother committee meetings, Senate committee meetings, the state legislature, and they're asking all these questions about what we do and how we do, and we're sitting there saying, well, we do a good job, and if somebody needs to get paid, well, we would love to pay them. And so as to, clearly it's on the record now in terms of we've asked and we've not necessarily heard back. I think it would be going maybe a step too far if we simply, you don't have any way of knowing how many times people do emergency response on our toll road system. There's no way you would know that.
Oh, yes, Commissioner. We track it. We know the number of personnel. We know the number of emergency vehicles that show up to every incident that they respond to. So we
Can you, if it's not a big deal, just keep that handy?
Yes, sir.
On a regular basis so that we can, in case somebody wakes up one day and says, we'd like to do this. I'll just say, and you, Roberto, you also serve on the Metro board. I was at a kickoff this week with Mayor Whitmire and Metro board. Tom Jason was there and others, and we're doing the reconstruction of Memorial Drive. That involves 6 cities in the city, to your point, Commissioner, that we're doing. We're bringing money to the table. Metro is bringing money to the table. But that's a great example of, counties do a pretty good job of it. And I'm sorry, I just went through a week of continuing education at last week, the Texas Association of Counties. I got to participate with people from the 254 counties in Texas. And when the state legislature set up county government, they set that up as the base governance in the entire state. Sometimes we need to be reminded we're not an afterthought. We are it. And sometimes I wonder whose side they're on. We represent the state. We were set up to do that, yet we're treated like the enemy so many times, this being the example. So, one, continue the good work. And to your point, Tammy, thank you for staying on top. You keep me posted on the latest, whether it's soccer fields or whether it's going to Congress and getting funds there related to that. So that's extraordinary. It means a lot to us that need dollars out there. Y'all are making a difference, whether it's toll road surplus or federal dollars or state dollars that we're trying to get. Just job well done.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I know we're against time, but I will.
I'll ask for unanimous consent to continue the discussion until we finish. No objection.
I do just want to add, and Roberto, correct me if I'm wrong, not only does HECDRA have the information of ESDs providing assistance on the toll roads, but it's cross-referenced with official state agency data.
I think in not a tacky way, but a positive, we just want to be sure you know, all the state representatives that express concern about being repaid, I would think a quarterly update to them on what we're doing, just to be a positive reminder that we do care what they think, and we do a pretty good job of staying on top of it.
Noted. We'll do that.
So I thank you for the work you're doing, both of you. So I won't add to the conversation to repeat it. I agree with the sentiments of my colleagues. Now, Roberto, you lost all that weight. I hope it was not the stress of dealing with it.
I saw myself on camera and I was like, I can't do that again.
But you really look good. Keep it up. keep it up. You really look good. Tammy, you do a great job as well. Look, I worked around the Capitol as an intern and staffer for 6 years and then 26 years as a member. So I'm not going to say anything else, so don't blame it on me. Sometimes when I go back up there, somebody was telling me this morning, one member said, the lights are blinking, Rodney must be back in the Capitol. So this one's not on me. It's not because they're angry with me, but I'll just say this to my colleagues. I told you so. Thank you. Commissioner-
Yes,
Brianna
just-
Garcia.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Great.
No, thank you. I was asking those questions, so everything was clear, everyone was level set, and as you know, we've spent countless hours working on these together, and we absolutely have data on every single incident, and a lot of data at that. So I just appreciate all the progress that you just continue to make, and I just love that, you know, we take action on what we say we're going to do, and to Commissioner Ramsey's point, we are leading not only the state, but the nation in what we're doing, and have such a deep partnerships with TxDOT, and they're incredibly pleased. So I wanted to say thank you on that, and I do second the, you know, just having a very clear cadence on updates would be very helpful as we prepare for the future. And so thank you to these ESDs in item 71, and I look forward to passing the item. Commissioner Garcia is about to say something, and thank you again.
Good deal. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm not, I guess, more to Roberto, but Tammy, if you can have a hand in this. To the point that Commissioner Ramsey was bringing up, and you touched on that, this is the data that we're collecting on the emergency events that take place on or near the toll road right-of-way is tracked, correct?
It's tracked by the state. So HECTRA, and there's a part of the confusion, Commissioner, the feeder roads of the toll road are not HECTRA infrastructure.
That's right.
So we are taking copious notes of what is support we're getting on our infrastructure.
Yes.
We don't keep as close a notes of what's happening on the frontage roads. That's not our infrastructure, but I think that was a lot of the confusion in the past discussions as to the number of incidents that are responded to. That is not our infrastructure. I think in the past, they were even including infrastructure toll roads in Harris County that are not HECTRA toll roads, those values in there as well. So we have to do a better job of breaking that out, and we'll try to do that to where we can clearly convey what the facts are as to the level of support that we're receiving.
Yeah, and on that note, our right-of-way, the HECTRA right-of-way, the actual HECTRA right-of-way is policed by our collective constables.
Absolutely, sir.
So they primarily respond to incidents that take place on the right-of-way. But like we're demonstrating today, it may be in coordination with a respective ESD that is in that portion of the HECTRA right-of-way. Secondly, we also took a definitive step that if there is something of serious, of a serious level, more serious level than a usual crash, they're all serious, but a typical crash, we now have coordinated with the sheriff to handle all of those major investigations on our right-of-way. The point to that being is that it's not like we need anyone to come and respond because we have the resources there to respond to the particular events that happen on our right-of-way. And I would ask if it wouldn't cause too much problem to give each office maybe a quarterly report of incidents that are taking place and how they're divided.
Yes, sir.
State right-of-way incident versus HECTRA right-of-way incident. And if you have any data as to who responded,
Okay, yes, sir.
that way we can be empowered at any given time when this particular argument comes up.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Gladly.
What percent of the toll roads are the states in Harris County?
Oh, I don't have that number off the top of my head, Commissioner.
It's significant.
Yes, sir. 288 is pretty
I find it
significant.
interesting they've asked the county for reimbursement. I don't know if they've asked the state for reimbursement.
I'm not that I'm aware of, not at all, sir.
Interesting.
Commissioner Garcia made the motion, Commissioner.
Second.
Brianna seconded. All in favor, vote aye. 4 ayes, no nays. Item passes.
Thank you both.
As presented.
Yes, President, yes. If I might, as a matter of personal privilege, an instance where we have worked very well together. I see Chief Christensen in the audience. So colleagues, the Caddo Fire is still smoldering, about 230 acres. 80% of it is contained, and I just want to compliment all of the folks who worked on that out in northeast Harris County. Most of it, I think, Commissioner Garcia, I think most of it's in mine, but it's right close. Yeah, we right there together along Greens Bayou, flood control property. And I want to thank you, Chief Christensen, Chief Rodney Reed, Harris County Flood Control Director and her staff, Tina Peterson, our partners at Houston Fire Department, Sheldon Fire Department, who've been working together tirelessly to get it done. I went out there. I know the county judge went out there as well. I saw some pictures. But, you know, a lot of folks did a lot of good work coming together, Red Cross and folks. And I think you got about 80% of it contained. It's just amazing. Imagine that you would have 230 acres out there still smoldering and we're safe and near one of our major economic development efforts out there. It's not too far from that Eli Lilly operation. So it was important to contain it so other people will go into that corridor as well. But I just want to thank you for the work that you're doing. And Dr. Peterson, in case you're not on the line, I forgot to mention it earlier, there you are, but any update that either one of you all want to add, I just want you to know how much we appreciate it. I see Dr. Peterson on the line, but do you have anything you want to say, Chief?
Good morning, Laurie Christensen, Harris County Fire Marshal. Thank you for that, sir. And you pretty much stated everything. This was a true, what I call all hazards event. You know, we trained for the hurricanes and the floods and, you know, all the different things that we have, all the big events. This is unique, having what we call a wildfire. We are starting to see those more. But one of the things I'll say is I definitely want to give Dr. Peterson and her team, and I definitely want to see if she wants to speak, phenomenal progress on coordination. It was because of her team getting out there, our Sheldon Fire Department, one of our ESDs, Houston, we all got out there. Her team started making what we call a fire break line. And that's critical because what y'all fund through Commissioner's Court to the departments is making a difference. That equipment, that staffing, they did a phenomenal job. And I just want to thank you because the all hazards we talk about, and I know Commissioner Garcia and I've trained on this quite a bit because they force us to from the state legislature. This isn't just about training for active threat or active events or any of those things. This was unique, but we're ready. And this proved we are ready as Harris County and as joint agencies within Harris County. And thank you, sir. I definitely want to appreciate City of Houston and their OEM as well. They were phenomenal. And maybe Dr. Peterson.
Thank you. Dr. Peterson, do you want to add anything?
Yes. First, Commissioner, thank you for recognizing all the work that was done to contain this fire. You know, I want to echo your words, Commissioner, as well as yours, Chief Christensen. The partnership that took place to allow us to work so seamlessly together was just tremendous. I do want to recognize all the folks who were working 24/7 out at the site since Sunday afternoon. So Houston Fire, Sheldon Fire, many other partners, including Harris County Flood Control staff who were there around the clock to make sure to support those who were there to help make sure that our community stayed safe. So thank you.
Commissioner Garcia, I went out there and you couldn't tell until you got in it. You could smell the smoke and look, it really is a hazard. And when I got home, I took every aspirin I could find. Then I could feel that headache coming on because you don't realize that smoke is getting into your body. Yeah, I really thought about it.
And Commissioner, I do want to let you know, we are making sure that staff is still out there. They're still looking for hot spots. We know the wind shifts and Dr. Peterson's team, meteorology, they're helping us. So I do want you to know we have not walked away. We are going to continue looking at those hot spots just to make sure the brakes hold. And right now we're feeling really good. And by the weekend, we should be no concerns.
Now, I do want to say on a light note out there, the city person in charge and Lori were expressing the excitement if you're out that night in those and the colors when those fires. And I was thinking of some of those movies about firefighters and said, I think y'all need to take a break.
Yeah, we did get a little excited.
We're gonna call you Rodney Adair, like Red Adair.
Asked me, did I want to go any farther? And I said, no, I'm fine. I think I've seen enough. But thank you. Thank y'all. Next item is item 74. Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Ramsey, you all pull that one.
I think, Commissioner, we were going to take that after
Take it-
executive session.
executive session.
Right, Commissioner Garcia? Thanks.
Okay, the next one, Commissioner Ramsey, is not for action today, was pulled, but I think you wanted to comment on it, maybe some others. This is item 75, 8 positions for economic equity and opportunity. And that's item 75, page 10. Checking your notes. We can come back to it if you want me to.
I've got, oh,
Okay.
just quickly, this item, we've obviously pulled it. Request for approval of 8 positions effective March 7th, in amount of $1.5 million to support implementation of Harris County's worksite safety policy. And this is DEO. I think just a quick word to the department. I think what we've talked about this, and I see at least a couple of folks with the county engineer's office, that the folks that we hire as a part of this work site safety policy, that they should be trained as inspectors, full-blown inspectors, to look at the quality of the construction effort, the quantity of the construction effort, and also the safety of the site. If we hire some people that may have some experience in just safety and don't understand what it means from a construction standpoint, I think we are one shortchanging ourselves. We're going to be spending more money than we should. So those should be full-blown inspectors. I know we need inspectors, at least talking to the county engineer's office. So when we're looking at hiring and the DEO part of it and all the areas that they're responsible for, that we have the left hand talking to the right hand, and that when those positions come back, they will be fully prepared to deal with the quality, the quantity, and the safety on these job sites. That would be my encouragement when this does come back.
It's good. Commissioner Garcia, then Commissioner Briones.
Thank you. Director, thank you for your work and your leadership. And I know that to Commissioner Ramsey's point, you have found some deficiencies on the inspection side and you're working to address those. So thank you so much for that leadership. I do support this item, but Mr. Ramos, I want to ask, since these are going to be, excuse me, inspectors for construction sites, and some of these, because it's construction, how much of this can we capitalize?
So that's something we're trying to track down and we're working with the departments on. We think that's some portion of their time on the site. So when they're actively engaged on a site could potentially be capitalized, but we're still working through. It would require a lot of record keeping related to making sure that we can associate it with a direct project.
Explain that to me, because they're gonna be going out to inspect construction sites. That's their sole purpose. Why would it be so cumbersome to try to capitalize this?
So the issue related to the capitalization, you have to associate it with a specific project. So as long as we have some means of knowing generally how much time they're spending on each individual project, we can assign the costs out based on kind of time and effort.
So all projects are going to be assigned to them because they're going to inspect them all, and they're going to. That's, I would suspect that's going to be 90% of their day, being out in the field. But if all the projects are capital projects, why is it cumbersome?
Well, it's going to be really it'll end up on the employees to have to pull down and associate, because they're logging their time and they're going to have to log their time to a particular project code that's associated with every project, because we have different CIP, dollars that are headed towards each project. And in the past, I think we've done it on legals, had experience with it as well. It's timekeeping, and whereas today it might take someone 30 minutes a week to do biweekly timesheets, I would think this is probably going to double, triple their time to figure that out.
Gotcha. I would just ask for there to be some very, very innovative way to look at the work so that it doesn't become as cumbersome. I don't want to put our funding into any kind of jeopardy, but by the same token, it's just hard for me to track that. It's all construction. It's all capital. That's their sole purpose, their sole function. And if all the projects are all capital, then why does they're not going to be going to inspect a food truck?
No, understand, but more like.
Yeah, I think, Commissioner, maybe I can, there's different capital funds, right? So essentially, it's like there's a different project code for each project. So it's effectively just they have to keep time. And so I think it's so if they're working on one site, it's one project code, another. I know Commissioner Ramsey knows this very well. Different projects require different codes. So it's the administrative burden on the inspector is the issue. But that's something we can work through.
So
It's a good point.
Yeah, so if it's partially funded with mobility and metro and bonds, for example, that's the cumbersome part.
Gotcha.
But we can work with county attorney to develop guidance for DEO.
Perfect.
And make it as seamless as possible.
And then I would say, Director Menon, if there's a auto-weighted, iPad or something that they could use as they're out in the field, that way it's not killing a bunch of trees trying to figure this out. Maybe make it very, very simple for them to use out as they go to these sites. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Briones, and then Commissioner Ramsey. I'll come on last.
Thank you, team. Mr. Dickerman, just to confirm, there's a January, well, we've passed our policy, which I could not be happier with, to make sure that all workers are kept as safe as possible in Harris County. There's an implementation date of July 1st, 2026, a go-live date for worksite safety policy to be in action. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are we still on track to meet that July 1st deadline?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So my question kind of piggybacks on my colleagues to make sure there is that consistency and coordination so that we have the greatest impact possible. So I would like to better understand, please, what coordinated steps DEO, engineering, flood control are taking to ensure that all monitors are and will be trained to the same standards so that the implementation of the policy is consistent and uniform across departments for all projects.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the department's doing a great job. They are putting an implementation plan together that I think we will have to your offices, next week, so you can see exactly where that coordination is happening. I think that's one of the steps we need to take is make sure that the trainings are the same, that there is not overlap, but that real coordination and marrying between the infrastructure departments and DEO. They're hard at work at that. And I think that the reason that we're asking for a little more time here is just to make sure that coordination is as clear as possible and that they're spending, the time to make sure that's written down and so everyone's expectations are clear and are met.
Thank you. Well, it's to me imperative that we execute and implement with excellence. And so I'm happy to hear that this coordination is ongoing and consistent so that we can make sure we have this uniform training and implementation and that we're on track for July 1st. So thank you so much.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah, quick comment. I think our disaster response has prepared us for this. I'm getting some nods and amens I see out there. When we do disaster response and you have FEMA requirements, every one of our field people, those are people that are out there actually working in the field, they have iPads. They have to document where they worked, what street they were on, what debris they picked up. So this is a lot less complicated than that. Identifying what construction projects you inspected today, I think it's a wonderful accounting in terms of how your day was. So I think there is, I think, Jesse, thank you for taking the time to at least go through some of these details and get them right. I agree with you. I think we're close in getting that worked out. We're going to have an item in a minute called, and I'm looking at the Director, Universal Services, called telemetrics. I bet you telemetrics could be programmed to do exactly what we're talking about here, in a way. So I think there's a solution there. Keep the folks talking between our departments. We shouldn't have one department. Again, I think that's the objective of the county administrator and that office, to be sure that everybody is looking for solutions, not just in their own silo, but look forward to seeing this come back.
Thank you. I agree with all of the comments made, and I appreciate the work that we all put into this. I want to see if the director wants to add anything. Is this sufficient? Is it enough? Anything else needed from the department? No. Okay. So I'll second the motion. Commissioner Garcia, you want to make it? And I'll second the motion to approve it as presented.
I thought it was pulled for no
it's pulled.
action.
Oh, we pulled it. Well, you're about to get it anyway. They hadn't caught it. Okay, what's our next item? Universal Services, 76?
Yes, item 76.
Commissioner Garcia, you and Commissioner Briones pulled it.
Yes.
Telematics.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Since 2021, Precinct 2 has led the way in modernizing our fleet operations through the implementation of fleet telematics technology. This smart investment has strengthened accountability, improved safety, and ensured that we're being responsible stewards of taxpayers' resources. To date, telematics has been implemented across more than 253 Precinct 2 vehicles, delivering measurable results. Nearly 7 million miles monitored, over 300,000 engine issues identified early, allowing preventative repairs and avoiding costly breakdowns. More than 200,000 digital vehicle inspections completed, significantly reducing emergency repair costs and improving vehicle reliability. Telematics-supported policies have improved vehicle utilization, reduced unnecessary idling, and extended fleet life cycles. A telematics safety scorecard tracks driving behavior and supports targeted employee training, helping to reduce unsafe driving and fleet accidents. Telematics integration with Fleetio has allowed Precinct 2 to transition to a proactive, data-driven maintenance program. Prior to 2019, no proactive maintenance system existed. Today, the fleet has reached 83% on-time maintenance compliance and continues to improve. This investment demonstrates how smart technology can improve safety cost and can improve safety, reduce cost, and deliver better services for our residents, because we'll always have a vehicle to get out to go check out whatever they're working on. I do want to give props to Jose Jimenez, the Honorable trustee of Galena Park, and his team for their work on this, because when we first talked about it, he explained to me the benefits that it could bring. And then obviously, having been the sheriff, the fleet has always been an incredible challenge, but anything to help us track that. And then, when I first took over the fleet back in 2009, we just didn't know what parts we were using and what we were storing, and or really had anything to determine why we were replacing things other than it was in the shop, so let's just do it while it's in here, which I thought was very, very costly. So I want to thank my team for that, and in fact, Jose was a part of that back in those days. But Director, thank you and your team for jumping on this, and I'm looking forward to seeing this executed in your department so that we can all benefit from it across the county.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to present on this topic. And I would like to thank each of your offices. Commissioner Garcia, you hit the nail on its head. You're working with your team, seeing that use case successfully created and delivered, and also the data points that you brought up. That's exactly what we plan to present today. Again, partnership with Precinct 3 and Precinct 4 has been exceptional. The results of that pilot is what we are planning to present, as well as we have some recommendations to expand it so that we can bring those efficiencies across. Now we have clear data points that we can drive towards coming up with those recommendations. I'm joined today by the Director of Fleet and the Assistant Director of Sustainability in Fleets. Mr. Vera is going to run this presentation, and he talks better this language than me, so I'm going to hand over to Chris.
Good deal.
Good morning, Chris Vera, Deputy Director for Sustainability and Fleet in HCUS. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. That was an excellent overview, and I think what you're going to see here basically echoes what our collaboration with Precinct 3 and Precinct 4 was able to replicate, very much in line with all of what was said. Next slide, please. So taking it from a singular agency or singular agencies, we're looking to expand it across the entire fleet. Currently, we have over 6,000 vehicles that could be positively impacted through the use of telematics. Just to give you some highlight footnotes of what would this look like in our current state, we see that in some of our most popular vehicles, they're running at about 49% above what the EPA would expect us to run in terms of fuel consumption. That could be driven by several cases, the use case, whether it's in law enforcement, the need to idle, driving behaviors, even driving on underinflated tires. So there's a lot of room in terms of that amount of fuel cost that we spend. You're talking easily $1.2 million per year just from this one type of vehicle in the class. And of course, this is just one of many vehicles that we have. Another standout in our current state is the fact that we have the number of vehicles that retire prematurely. Now, I know early retirement might sound good to a lot, but not for our vehicles, not for our assets. And in that, what we see today is that over 148 vehicles in 1 year retired before the expected full life cycle. Again, what could lead to that? Again, we see potentials in improving driver behavior safety, and of course, the ability to do on-time maintenance, like what Commissioner Garcia had highlighted, the ability to intervene in a critical fault as soon as it arrives. A stitch in time saves 9. So we do see a lot of money potential, return on investment by moving to telematics, by taking the fleet from what was the Stone Age to significant improvements in real-time data. Next slide. So together with 2 law enforcement agencies as well as 2 precincts, we could have had more precincts, but from the initial engagement, 1 precinct was already in it, and the other precinct said, whoa, we're going with it as well. So 2 precincts already have telematics. Now we're trying to bring everybody on board, but we wanted to do due diligence to really unpack what would be the maximum potential value that we could extract from a telematics solution. We were able to see some keynotes, 40 to 80% in driver safety behaviors improvement. With telematics, the option is there to be able to monitor everything from accelerations, braking, cornering, speeding, fuel use, you name it. It really does open up quite a bit. I would say to that point too, the data is very protected. One of the objectives that we were able to get out of this was to make sure that any data that was derived stayed within the specific department. What we would like to make it consider as, think of telematics and us bringing everybody to the table, and we provide the menu of options. So safety will be the appetizer. The main course would be the maintenance and the ability to get uptime improvement, like what we saw in Precinct 2. We saw that as well in our joint pilot. We saw 98% uptime performance. That's phenomenal. Of course, it was a smaller group, smaller subset, easier to manage. But this gives us the intel to be able to expand it and make incremental or significant improvements in the broader fleet. Then we also saw anti-idling, emissions reductions. Consider that the dessert, the icing on the cake that we could get as well. By doing that, simple things, a lot of vehicles need to idle. We have people that work in Houston, a hot climate, they need to idle, but not everybody. Just by implementing a device that monitors and alerts the drivers that, hey, your vehicle is on, you should be turning it off. In those select cases, we saw a 22% reduction in idle time. That can translate to 6% reduction in emissions and a 6% reduction in our fuel consumption annually. Again, millions of dollars of return potential. Next slide, please. So, to summarize with our key proposal to take it forward, we're looking at it expanding from individual agencies where we have 2 precincts and 6 agencies with telematics. We want to be able to provide it and bring everyone to the table, an enterprise solution with telematics. In that enterprise solution, we will be able to use the ability and our technical understanding to get the best-in-class device and our size, economy of scale to get, with purchasing, the best price. Immediately, we could see, for those that have already implemented, we could see incremental improvements on the cost that they're spending. So the value remains, to be had as we get in, and the cost side is reduced. Those that don't have it, of course, a sizable step change in the ability for the fleet to perform. This current proposal would bring the contract that everybody could participate in and join in at the times. Of course, some with existing devices or contracts need to review when they could leave the contract. Continue, thank you. When they could leave the contract and join in the enterprise solution. For everybody else, we're looking to bring 2,200 vehicles in phase deployment. So phase 1, 2,200 vehicles. And then that together with the number of vehicles that already exist, that puts us to over half the fleet in phase 1 complete. The rest of the departments will be able to join in and pick from that menu. Main course, everybody, maintenance. If you want to get the appetizer, you want to get safety and those dashboards and metrics, that's there for the taking, as well as the emission side, the dessert. Of course, we do not believe it's a one-size-fits-all, so we work with each department to make sure it's bespoke to that department and agency's needs. The other things that we add to this, apart from the bringing on of all those vehicles with the cost of $500,000, would be an LMS online safety training. Akin to what our colleagues in the city of Houston already have implemented. This is basic defensive driver training that will be open to everyone, whether you have telematics or not. But of course, with telematics and dashboards, when you have findings, you want to be able to have a recourse to say, okay, perhaps these people need additional training, which we'll be able to provide, and as something compulsory for all new hires to get in. You're part of our county, you're going to drive one of our assets, represent us in the eyes of our constituents, have the relevant training. And finally, we want to support all agencies to be able to get any of the menu of options for this value. Thank you.
Commissioner, we just need a motion to extend time.
Is there any objection? Here, none. It's well granted.
I'll show you with the second.
So,
Commissioner Brown.
thank you for this very promising data from a safety, from an accountability and transparency, from an environmental reducing emissions to improve maintenance. I mean, there seems to be, again, so many win-win-wins. In terms, I have a few questions. One, in terms of data privacy, you spoke to that, but could you please go into a bit more detail?
Sure. One of the, from the onset of the joint collaboration we had with Precinct 3 and Precinct 4 was, can we protect privacy of data? And we explored all various options to allow us to take it as an implementation methodology. All of the telematics data will be integrated into your own fleet management system. Each precinct has a Fleetio instance, and it will be only visible to those in that precinct. For us in the broader county, all the departments that we manage their vehicles for, we'll get all of their data visible to us in terms of the maintenance, the engine hours, all the critical fault warnings, etc. And we were able to prove it. So we were able to set up the instance. So you're actually Precinct 3 and Precinct 4 now have a number of vehicles with the telematics from that pilot, giving them, your fleet teams, the relevant data. Again, the options are there too if you want the safety elements. We also tested the ability to say, look, we do not want GPS on these vehicles being even recorded. We can go in by vehicle and turn those devices off just for the GPS tracking or any of the data. The critical data that we all, however, unanimously wanted was that maintenance data. We also then went to see if we were supporting an agency or a precinct to repair their vehicles. Can we then get some of that data automated and sent over into our database? And we were able to prove that as well. So again, very much win-win-wins that we were able to, because this new technology opens up a lot of avenues. So with our technology expertise in HUS, we're able to bring it to the table.
Well, I believe very much we all need to be open and transparent. So I'm happy that we have a whole array of data that will be available. Second, with regard to this $523,963, did this undergo the fiscal review process?
Commissioner, thank you for that question. It's an estimated amount based upon this pilot.
Okay.
So we'll come back with the final amounts once we have gone through the process of identifying the tool and working with the purchasing.
And just to be clear, this 523, noted it is an estimate. Can you just quickly summarize again what percent of the fleet then this would bring into the fold?
So this is 2,200 vehicles, or 2,217 to be exact, vehicles from all of the HCUS managed agencies. Any
But
additional?
what percentage would that take in the totality of the county's fleet?
That would be roughly what. In fact, if you add the existing that have together,
correct.
we would be at about 52% of fleet.
Okay, so what we have plus this additional phase one will be a little over 50%.
Correct.
The whole, and thank you for the analogy of the appetizer, main course, all that. But
Hungry.
I know Commissioner Ramsey said it was making him hungry. I'm hungry too. Let the record reflect. But this seems, if we're going to do something, I want to make sure we're doing best practices, best in class, as opposed to this very, to go to your menu analogy, a very piecemealed menu-like, I'll opt in here. And what we've seen, at least from an IT perspective, with the numerous departments that we have in Harris County, is that we need some consistency, especially when it comes to the safety, emissions, the maintenance of the fleet. And so I'm very curious to drill down further into what this program is and what your recommendation in terms of what it should be, right? And so my question is, if this is a additional phase, do we have the full plan in mind, or is this essentially just kind of a combination of pilots?
No, so it would be a phased implementation for this first tranche to get up to the 52%. And then once we have the contract with over 2,000 vehicles on it, with the advantageous pricing, is a simple matter of bringing anybody else into the buy-in into the contract. So any other agency that wasn't already participating, or even those that have, that want to switch over to this better pricing and our controlled solutions, because what we're setting up, anybody could really put in a device. We want to make sure that we have all the governance controls that go behind making that data value.
So I want Precinct 4 in it, so I'm super excited about this. And as you have learned, patience is not a virtue I possess. So how can we know that we can achieve these win-win-wins for maintenance, safety, emissions, environment, et cetera, accountability, transparency of our work, and do it in a way that doesn't slow us down, right? So can you talk to me about what the implementation plan would be, please?
So again, the first tranche, phase one, first year, the 2,200 vehicles, open up to all other departments that want to immediately sign on. But then ultimately, all new vehicles need to be getting telematics installed. And in year two, we want to complete the balance of participating agencies where the rules would apply. So if we do it across the board, that would be all vehicles.
So we could, so good. So we're ready to go, is the bottom line. Is that what
Yeah,
I'm hearing?
and
Or maybe it's what I want to hear. But the bottom line is are we ready to go?
Yes, we're ready to go.
So hypothetically, once the fiscal analysis, if we wanted to say all new vehicles purchased by Harris County, perhaps except in extenuating circumstances, they could all be equipped and we have the capacity to go.
That is correct.
Can you do it today? I'll second your motion.
I didn't want to be clear because it, to me, again, both and, right? This is excellent and we can't have even more delays.
So to give you clear numbers, Precinct 3 has 383 vehicles to add in. Precinct 4 would have 370 vehicles to add in. So that would be the incremental steps in the second year, brought forward by if the precincts decide they want to join in immediately or at any point in time once it's set up. Once we get the contract in place, we could bring anybody in. All non-law enforcement agencies, 100% will be completed in this phase 1. It's just the portion of law enforcement in older vehicles that we're a little bit skeptical about because of the way those installations occur. Other than that, we will have 100% of all non-law enforcement and all precincts ability through this. So we are ready to go.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey?
How many vehicles, non-law enforcement, would this be?
This in this particular case, it's on the slide. I believe it was 660 non-law enforcement.
Okay, so you said this is roughly 50%, not including law enforcement?
Correct. So 900 vehicles already have it today. 660 will get it. And then we have the rest of the new law enforcement, everything from 2024 onwards, which was 1,557.
All right, so, and I see our budget director over there lipping his chops in terms of, and it really is, it is a point. Y'all have identified something that could save us a lot of money. Now, what is the return on this investment? When you look at the 500, I think that's the question you were going to ask, Daniel. When you have 500-something thousand dollars we're investing, what can we expect? Is it going to take 5 years to pay for that? Are you going to pay for it in 2 years? What is the return on that investment?
So we have actually we have an analysis on that where we show a 2x return on investment in the first year. So once all vehicles are completed, 2 times the amount because of the amount of we're able to save. That 2x is driven a lot through the reduction in terms of fuel, the increase in uptime, 2% of vehicle uptime improvement generates a certain amount of value in terms of vehicles available to us in a fleet that we don't have to buy. So therefore, you're able to get that return on investment as well. And then, of course, the ability to better plan your maintenance and you plan your replacement cycles for the vehicles.
That makes a lot of sense.
So I think there's also a lot of upside here when we start getting the data. I think we're going to find a lot of our assets are not strategically placed, not centrally placed. You know, one thing Cindy and I and the team have talked about is, does it make sense to have some satellite fleet facilities where we're not traveling all the way from one corner to downtown? So that's the kind of level that we're working up to. I think this is a great first step to start doing the data, reducing some of the inefficiencies around having the cars idling, et cetera. But I think there's a whole other level of analysis around fleet on optimizing where our facilities are to reduce fleet use.
Until we finished.
The other thing I think that we need to make sure that US is working with the departments, they can track those savings, especially in fuel, where they're happening at the department level, like tracking how much fuel, because if we don't track that, then the savings just kind of goes right through your fingers. Yeah.
Right. That's right. Good work. I mean, this is the type, we're not being big brother here. We're not, and you were very clear on that. And I know when we participated, that was a big part of it. But it is important that we, in terms of our fiduciary responsibility to the budget, that when we do an initiative, that we can save money in a department arbitrarily. Whoever that is arbitrarily says, we don't really want to do that. Well, at some point, we do have a budget responsibility. And I think at that point, we draw the line and say, you know what, this is something that makes so much sense that we need to be a part of it. The other issue that remains on the table, there were 560 plus people died in wrecks in Harris County last year, over 560. to at least have our county fleet of, what's the total number, including law enforcement?
Just over 6,000.
So you got 6,000 vehicles. That's incredible in terms of if we really did take a zero plan serious, then we would say, you know, it's important that we do know if you're driving 90 miles an hour in a county vehicle, then maybe somebody ought to talk to you. Now, maybe there's a reason for it, and maybe there might be 1 out of 1,000 that would be it. So I think there is some things that we can do, not just on the cost savings, but the life saving that maybe we can be an example for others. Good job. Appreciate what y'all do.
Thank you.
So Jay, this item says, possible discussion and action on implementation of telematics solution for Harris County Universal Services fleet assets. Is this broad enough to require it for all of the assets we control? Precinct 1 would join. I'm told I've been to Samsura, so
That's
we're
correct.
join as well. But is this item broad enough for such a motion?
Sure, for
make it-
something like that, it can. So to join in the program?
Yep.
Yeah.
All of those that we control. So the motion is all in we control. Second by Commissioner Garcia. Any objection?
What's the motion?
Yeah, could you just state the motion or have it
That
sent
all
around?
of the county entities that we control join telematics as a solution for fleet assets.
Just so I'm clear, I just want to make sure, and I'm not, this sounds like a great program. So telematics is a company? Has there been a procurement gone through this process?
So
I'm a little unclear what we're trying to do here, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you're
is it a
using,
company
Commissioner.
or
I just
is
want
it
to
a
make sure
concept?
because
It's a solution, and there are different service providers that provide the devices and the data that would integrate into our system. So,
Right,
for
it-
example,
So
Precinct 1 is
telematics
using-
would be the solution.
it's a
But it
solution,
doesn't
not
have
the
to be a
vendor.
specific vendor.
Making your point, though. What is it? Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm doing Fleetio, but telematics is a measurement of Fleetio.
No, okay, so I think it'd probably be easier, if you don't mind, if we could just, at the next court, we can come back and then I'll work with Universal Services and we'll have a broader item that will allow for both to move forward with the process to have everyone, if that's okay with the
Got it,
court
perfect.
members and.
So this item is approved as presented. Motion made by Commissioner Garcia, second by,
And really quickly, please, for the next court, when they do come back with the legal analysis, name, procurement update, also the fiscal analysis to make sure we're all clear
Yes,
on the initial
correct.
investment and then the ROI projections would be very helpful to have with
Sure, just to be clear.
given our
for-
fiduciary duties.
Yeah, just to be clear, so everyone knows, kind of generally speaking, any allocation of dollars requires a dollar amount be stated in the item, just so the public has notice. Again, great, sounds like a fabulous project that will have great upside, but we just need to make sure we notice it correctly. And then I agree with you, Commissioner, on the fiscal note, we'll make sure we do that.
So to be clear, so what we're passing to that point, should we then wait till the next court so that there's the fiscal note and clarity?
Yeah, that would be
Okay.
our recommendation. know
I
not
support
OCA.
that, Jay.
Yeah, no, we agree. I mean, I think most of these things should be capitalizable as well. And so I wouldn't want to spend general fund on something that's capitalizable on this telematics. So
Please.
I was just seizing the moment.
I'd like to. I love capitalizing on opportunity, Commissioner Ellis, and for those reasons, I'd prefer please to wait. And I'm very supportive, so.
You bring the money with it. If there's a cost to it, it'll come with it. Okay,
Oh,
motion
we'll
made
work
by
with Universal
Garcia.
Services to bring us back next court.
So the motion is approved. This one as presented by Garcia. I second. All-
Commissioner Garcia, what is your actual motion? I'm confused.
To move on it as presented.
I'm not sure what's presented, I think is what the issue is, because the item it presents the discussion,
Okay.
right, as a presentation. It would be, I think it might be
So
easier to
this is
just wait.
This is just a presentation.
Yeah, just do it as a
Well,
presentation.
thank you then.
So I'll show no action.
Okay, no action.
No action?
That's, we would like to move forward with this after we have discussed with OCA and OMB and the county attorney's office, so we can come back at the next court.
But
Absolutely.
there's no motion on this item.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Next item, Commissioner Ramsey, you held it as item 84. Thank you.
Yeah, the item 84, request for approval and hiring freeze. I think the item exemption of 9 positions effective March 7th, 2026, to support the Community Health and Wellness Division. And Director Barton, thank you for your leadership in all things, but I understand what's being proposed here. And apparently, the $1.2 million is to fund I guess I'm going to start with the source. Was there 1.2 million we received from the hospital district?
1.2 million is the full annual cost of these 9 positions. We'll incur less than half of that this year. That's fully funded within our general fund budget, but should also result in approximately 30% recovery through charity care. So the net impact to the general fund will be less. But that $4 million from Harris Health was to support our general fund budget overall and wasn't specifically tagged to any unique expenses.
So we got 4 million from the hospital, I call it hospital district for clarity purposes. We received 4 million from the hospital district, and we're taking 1.2 million of that and spending it on this initiative. Obviously, 9 positions is not going to cost us 1.2 million in a year. That's what you're saying.
No, 1.2 million is the annual cost, and this year it'll be less than half of that. And again, we'll see 30% recovery through charity care.
Okay, so what do we do with the remainder of 4 million that we received from Harris Health?
So the 4 million to,
I can cut in here. I think about the Harris Health was essentially a contribution to our efforts in public health while we had to go through the MOU process and contractual to ensure that there was eligibility. The dollars here are fairly fungible in terms of, did I get that right? Correct.
yeah, so we have seen $4 million come into the general fund. Again, that supports our general fund as a whole. It's not tied to specific expenses.
I think the long and short of for these positions, these were pre-approved positions in the budget to support.
I agree with the position.
Yeah.
I think this is exactly what we should be doing with the dollars. That's not the point. But it's kind of like when we received from the health department $1 million to do health pods. And then we had this lengthy conversation about being sure that each precinct had opportunities with that. I just want to be sure. I've got healthcare deserts in precinct 3. We're mostly unincorporated. So if we were receiving money from, maybe this is another conversation, Director, we need to have about the $4 million. We're using 1.2, which I fully support. I think that's a great idea. But there are at least 1.2 million probably in each precinct to deal with health and wellness issues.
Yeah. One of the things I'll just highlight, we do have an upcoming access to care report that will highlight those care deserts. And so we look forward to sharing that with members of court and thinking about how we can optimize service delivery broadly.
I'm going to use this as a point of reference going forward for health and wellness. I think this is a good investment. It's a good investment in a local clinic to do some great things in that area. We have the same kinds of needs in all 4 precincts.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
I will be having our health and wellness conversation, particularly in terms of, at least in my precinct, in terms of what needs are there and resources, funds that could be expended to help with that.
Wonderful. And we do see, very high utilization of the Humble Clinic in Precinct 3. So very happy to keep talking.
Okay.
Director Barton, I'm highly supportive of 84. Thank you for your leadership. This Riverside Community Health and Wellness Division is going to provide key services that I feel passionately about. And so I just my question is, could you please, for those listening, can you please describe what this investment is and why it matters so much?
Yes, we're extremely excited to be moving into the historic Riverside Hospital. And
for those who are not familiar with it, could you please go into a bit of detail? It's huge. This is really important.
Yes. I don't want to steal any of Commissioner Ellis's thunder. He's really led this project. The hospital is about to celebrate its 100-year anniversary of founding. And it was the first Black hospital in the area to offer services to employ Black doctors, offer services to Black patients, came side by side with a nursing school for Black nurses, and really we want to really honor that history here in Black History Month. But what we'll be offering is on the first floor, we'll have dental services, which were identified as an extremely high need in that area, as well as immunizations for adults and children, STI and HIV screening, care navigation, referrals into other resources, and then on the second and third floors, our chronic disease prevention team, as well as our outreach team, will be moving in. That'll be their new home base. They're currently in leased space, so it'll be nice to be on a county property, but we're really excited to be partnering with Precinct 1, and we appreciate the support of engineering in bringing this project to life.
Well, this is historic, it's huge, and I'm proud to move 84 whenever the time is right. Thank you, Commissioner.
Look, I just
Thank
like
you,
to
Director.
add that this is a commitment that we made some time ago. I think the Houston Endowment gave about $8.5 million to Harris County shortly before I became a commissioner to redo the old Houston Negro Hospital where Rodney Ellis was born in 1954. And, it is a historic property. We're also building a building, that's an item on this agenda today. First time we will do design, build, operate. We'll talk about that when it comes up. So that new facility where your department will move to. And this came about, Commissioner Ramsey, when there was an attempt to move most of the county services out to what is now in Precinct 1, the Pinemont property. And, when the county bought Pinemont, it was to keep affordable housing from going into that neighborhood, by the way. So that's why the county bought it and never did anything with it. I think it was an old park and ride lot that Metro owned at one point. But there'll be a great celebration this weekend. All of you all are invited. You probably got a lot going on this weekend in particular, but we're going to have about 300, 400 people out there. But it is a major facility, and the county should invest in the property where Qatar put up $2.5 million. I think we got a direct allocation from Congress under Congresswoman Jackson Lee for about $750,000, and we spent probably about $30 million, and we're going to build a new building on that site. But so I'm proud to move the item as presented.
Second.
All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All those opposed vote no. 4 ayes, no nays. Item passes. Thank you, Director. Next item, Commissioner Garcia, is yours. Item 87.
Thank you, Commissioner. Today, we're requesting approval for a second amendment with the City of Galena Park to fully fund the sanitary sewer improvement project using reallocated CDBG DR funds. This amendment ensures the project can move forward without delay and fully address inflow and infiltration issues impacting residents. This project rehabilitates lift stations, replaces aging sewer lines, upgrades pumps and electrical control systems, and restores associated site and street improvements. This investment will directly benefit 10,800 residents in the Galena Park area, with nearly 55% identified as low to moderate income. By strengthening wastewater infrastructure, we're reducing the risk of sewer backups, improving public health protections, and increasing system reliability during heavy rain events. Importantly, this action does not increase the county's overall financial commitment. Funds are being reallocated from completed projects to ensure this community receives the full benefit of its disaster recovery allocation. This Revive to Thrive initiative is delivering resilient, reliable systems to communities that need them the most. And I just want to thank Mayor Moya for her partnership, but more importantly, I want to thank the GLO for their continued support of helping to move these projects forward. So I'm very excited to move on this item as presented.
Second. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Garcia Nellis. Item 104, Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah, we
Do we need
just
to go
need,
executive session on that?
I'm sorry, what was that, Commissioner?
We don't need to go to executive session.
No, we don't.
well, we just need to vote. My concerns are, obviously, this has to do with an issue and filing in the city of Columbus, the city of Chicago, city of Baltimore. It seems like a national, obviously, issue. I'm not sure why we're getting in the middle of that. We got enough things to do other than jump in the middle of some partisan fight. So
Jay, what does this
we
one
just
do?
need to
Just
vote.
remind me again.
I think John's on, the county attorney's on.
Bomb, there you are.
Yeah. This is a request to join an amicus brief with a bunch of other large and smaller cities supporting some litigation where some cities and counties have challenged the federal government's final rule that essentially kicks a bunch of poor individuals off of their health insurance that they used to get through the Affordable Care Act. And so the argument would be that if those people no longer have health insurance, they're going to become dependent on local public health systems that are already pretty strained.
Okay,
So
I'll move it.
I'll second it, but I just want to talk, John, if we're successful with this, or rather, if we're not successful with this, the current impact is that there will be an increase in uninsured and underinsured residents, increased uncompensated care at Harris Health. The health department, Harris County Health Department, will have mostly a downstream impact as a consequence of the Harris Health system. The Harris Health system will likely lean on us, the county, to make up the gap in funding that it will be shortened. And then this rule will or may disproportionately affect households with variable incomes such as gig workers, self-employed, and mixed status families. Is that about accurate?
that's right.
Good deal. I'm proud to second this motion.
Yes, so I too am supportive. Thank you, County Attorney Fonban. So this is highly relevant to every person here in Harris County. So the bottom line is the federal government has made it harder for residents to access health care, and up to possibly 2 million people could lose their health care coverage in the country, and specifically over 500,000 here in Texas, which then means that it further strains our already beyond capacity Harris Health Services in Harris County. So this would have a direct impact on local families, local taxpayers, because Harris Health will be further strained, as well as the services provided by Harris County Public Health. And this deeply concerns me because I believe passionately about healthcare and access to healthcare. And so these new barriers that the federal government has put up is deeply troubling. And I'm proud that Harris County, based on the 3 votes that will support it, will be joining this amicus brief for Columbus versus Kennedy. So thank you, County Attorney Fonban, for standing up for all of the people who stand to really suffer at the result of these federal changes. So with that, I'm happy to vote in favor. Commissioner Ellis and Garcia.
Thank you, John. Great job. Proud of you. Keep up the tradition. We need it. Okay, all those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
I'll suppose we'll no 3 ayes and 1 nay. Commissioner Ramsey votes no on this item. The next one is you, Commissioner Briones, 108.
Yes, thank you. And as I make a few comments, I would like to please invite our MAC Executive Director, Portia Brown, to join us. Thank you, Director Brown, for being here. So there's 2 items that we're talking about, just for everyone following along, item 108 and 109. As y'all know, we have invested deeply in trying to clear the court backlog, invest in high-quality indigent defense, invest in a variety of programs for our courts, district attorney, public defender, MAC, as well as our jail. So we will soon be hearing, and I'll ask a few questions in a second, Director Brown, but my understanding is that the MAC voucher volume is up 32% since 2023 because of these investments. We've been moving cases along, and so now vouchers are up. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so we have 1 staff person at the MAC reviewing them, is that correct?
We have 1 full-time person. We've attempted in the past to use temporary voucher clerks, but of course, every single time we train someone up, they end up going to get full-time employment opportunities somewhere else. And so in my analysis of the MAC, in my first 3.5 months, this is a tremendous and critical need.
Okay. And I couldn't agree more. So the numbers, my fabulous team, and I want to thank Talia Morris and Larissa and all of our team. So we have one staff member reviewing approximately 780 vouchers per week across 16 courts, correct?
Correct.
And we absolutely do not want to have delayed vendor payments, and we need to keep these cases moving for the sake of justice. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
And then the second item relates to an immigration attorney. Right now, we have one attorney handling all approximately 587 referrals. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so when this one person is unavailable, that impacts case flow. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is a
for-
statutory obligation
Yes.
to highlight this.
Yeah, different from other immigration attorneys. This one is for the constitutionally required immigration advisals that our panel attorneys have to provide. Right now, the MAC has made its way up to 227 attorneys, and we need to make sure that they're able to fulfill their constitutionally required needs through this process. If they aren't able to do these needs, then they risk the possibly being considered ineffective, which doesn't help with our quality indigent defense or keeping attorneys who are appropriately qualified to do the work.
And so to be clear, the U.S. Constitution requires this.
Correct,
Okay.
under Padilla.
Thank you. And so, and taking a step back for those who might be confused, what is the MAC versus the public defender versus who are these private appointment of counsel? Again, I feel deeply passionate in investing in high quality indigent defense. Can you talk to us very briefly? And I know you and Chief Draper are going to come back the March 19th court to present the full plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but can you just speak briefly about the lane the MAC leads and why it's so critical?
Absolutely. And I keep almost calling you Your Honor, and so
No,
I
no, no, thank you.
apologize. But
I don't even like titles, so Leslie would be my preference.
good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, everyone. Today, I wanted to make sure that everyone understood what the MAC does. So the MAC is the office that's able to assist with ensuring that there are attorneys that are supervised through us and that their vouchers for how they're paid are taken care of. The MAC handles upwards of 40,000 vouchers being submitted for the work that those attorneys do on criminal cases in the misdemeanor courts. This is different than a public defender's office that has full-time employees that do the same role as employees for the criminal defense cases in the misdemeanor and felony courts.
Thank you. And this is, the MAC was created when we had Senator Ellis, and he helped lead the way. Is that correct? We'll hear from him in a second. But so this is one of those both ands, right? We're growing our public defender's office to the up to 50%.
Correct.
And to supplement, and right now we have a MAC for misdemeanor cases only. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so this is one of those both ands. And this, just so to level set, this is all constitutionally required.
Yes.
And this is a higher quality of representation at a more accountable, transparent, and lower cost. Correct?
It's unique because indigent defense spending it requires us to think statutorily with the constitutional requirements, the things that are required under the Code of Criminal Procedure when it comes to appointed attorneys, but it also provides the county with a unique opportunity to get cost savings. Right? We're able to also advocate for less days in jail, which cost the county, as well as ensuring that we have proper voucher auditing processes that avoid and reduce any instances of fraud, waste, and abuse.
Okay. And just the third bucket, which is just straight up private appointment of counsel, that the judges get to appoint lawyers. Commissioner Ellis and I in the past had asked the auditor to do a report on those lawyers, and we just sent a new letter to ask for a report on all, because we know, right, Director Ramos, that's one of the key drivers in our budget challenges. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so in sum, going back to you, Director Brown, your items 108 and 109, we need to take immediate action, not only because this is constitutionally required under the law, but because of this sheer increase in volume.
Correct.
And this will supplement all the other investments we're making to improve the administration, both the quality and the efficiency of justice here.
You're absolutely right, Commissioner.
Okay, so with that, I will proudly move items 108 and 109 at the time, but I know all of my colleagues have questions. So I appreciate you so much, Director Brown. And I can't wait for the full plan that you and Chief Draper will come with on March 19th.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director, thank you so very much. Your Honor, both of you guys. But in all seriousness, I want to thank you for coming down and visiting with me. And thank you for identifying the choke point on the immigration cases in particular. I appreciate your work overall. Obviously, I'm excited that you put it on the item so that we can support you and move this forward. But I do want to thank you for your open mind to looking at our indigent defense. That continues to remain a major sticking point for me. A lot of money in there. I'm sure it's being well used. However, I want to continue to see if there could be some collaboration with the Public Defender's Office so that we can take those higher cost cases and move them over to the PDO so that we can try and provide justice, but save money as well.
Absolutely.
But again, I'm proud of your leadership. Thank you for all you're doing, and thank you for bringing this item forward.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. They're two very important items, and this is both of them. Did you have a presentation you wanted to make?
I wanted to make sure y'all got some informational slides, but I'm just going to be here for any questions that you might have. The biggest takeaway here is that it's cost savings with adding quality to indigent defense here in Harris County. That's what I want to be the main takeaway, and that we're at a critical need for these two positions. I just want to add in one thing about our vouchering system. It's a 5-step practice that we do. We have been through audits within the county, and we've passed those, and we're considered, I say, the best in the state, and also the auditor's office has indicated that we are within best practices statewide. Our goal is to make sure that the MAC is continuing to be a statewide model, but also a national model when it comes to quality indigent defense, as well as cost savings for Harris County.
So just by way of background, the legislation to give the county the option of having a public defender came on the state level because of Harris County and the abuses out of Harris County. First version of it passed in 1999, and Governor Bush vetoed it, in part because of letters that he got from the defense bar in Harris County. And the issue there was lack of independence of these lawyers. And we had the famous sleeping lawyer case, went all the way to Supreme Court, and the argument was, well, he was awake during important parts of the trial when somebody was getting the death penalty. But really clear abuses out of Harris County. And a number of counties asked for public defender's office. Bexar County asked specifically for legislation bracketed for them. And El Paso. El Paso might be the oldest one in the state. And then when the law passed, Harris County still didn't ask for it. The MAC came about over the issue of independence of these lawyers as well. My preference is what Commissioner Garcia was alluding to. Most of these cases ought to be handled out of the Public Defender's Office. It will cost money on the short end, but on the long term, it will save money because we clearly have abuses which have come up. And Commissioner Ramsey, I mentioned it to you, all of us, any clout we have in Austin, there were a lot of imperfections in the MAC bill that I passed and in the Fair Defense Act, which lets us have a public defender's office. I think the language I had to accept was 2/3 of the judges had to agree, and they vote in secret. And when I get a little, bombastic with the language, I'll say kind of like a Klan meeting. They vote real quiet when it ought to be public, because then when they come out, they were all for it. But nobody knows in the back room what they were doing. I move we continue discussion until we finish the item by unanimous consent. Here, no objection. It'll be unanimously that we'll continue that. But I hope when we go back in the next session, Tammy, if you're somewhere listening, we need to try to get those changes made. And it was a conservative legislature then when it passed. But when you think about it, on this cost issue, which I know really drives you, Commissioner Ramsey in particular, but I always stress to people, if it was one of our children or a family member or one of us, and you walk into a courtroom, the judge ought not be picking the lawyer who's representing the person, just as the judge does not pick the prosecutor. That was the whole concept behind having a MAC. But the vast majority of our cases for far too long, it's the judges picking them. And you still have challenges getting judges to use the MAC. Am I correct?
That is correct, and we've been able to increase communication with our judges. We're meeting right now at least twice a month And I'm excited for the future partnership with them and continuing to meet with them as much as possible so we can have alignment on engine defense. They care about it. We care about it. It's important to Commissioners Court, and it's consistent with the strategic initiatives. And that's what we want for Harris County, is a more just Harris County.
Everybody says they care about it. You know, you got to be diplomatic. I don't. But Commissioner Ramsey will make that appeal to you. We ought to get that change. I mean, that's just, if I thought about it, I should have thought of that Klan analogy when I was, you know, passing the bill, but that's just crazy. And at the last minute, when no matter what the figure is that's sent over, under the law, we have to prove it. And so if you don't approve it, then we'll be in court. But that's the way it works when that tab comes over for those private attorneys. And I don't mind paying them, but they ought to do their job. And if the judge is picking you, anybody in their right mind, your honors, by the way, Commissioner Briones, that's pretty difficult if you want another case. Even people like Craig Washington would tell me, you know, at the height of his influence in the State House and the State Senate, you're going to walk into the judge's courtroom and you're going to object to something, a judge's ruling, and the judge picked you on the case. That's a pretty, you know, heavy cross to carry. But so I hope we'll get that changed. But anyway, I'll move both. Oh, yeah, there's some other questions that I'll move both.
Sure.
Director, thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I've gotten more information since you've taken this over than I have in the previous 5 years.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And that's leadership. I like your detail. You've got the numbers. Some days it does end up being a number.
Yeah.
And when we look at our budget over the last 5 years, this has been a source of great problems for us.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the budget side of it. There's a people side of it as well. So as we try to work through this, obviously, we need to clearly audit what we're doing to get the vouchers processed, get people paid. That's important.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's also important to understand when we compare what we pay attorneys in Harris County, and it's so much more than what it is maybe in Dallas County or other counties. I think to keep an eye on what they are paying for this same level of service, I'll use that word, Director, as we try to understand what that quote-unquote level of service is, we're paying, it's significant, and as you drill down into the numbers, obviously the objective is to get those costs over into the public defender. That's a much more manageable. It's kind of like AAA staffing.
Yeah.
When we have AAA staffing and we're going through, we know we're paying a middleman. We know a middle person. So we're going through, we know we're paying more money than we should. I think you are getting to some root causes here and getting into the numbers. Continue to work with the judges. I know there is that proper independence of their court, but there's compelling reasons to use the MAC. There's compelling reasons to have the use of the public defender. And I agree with you, Commissioner, we're going to go to Austin and have that conversation, because you can't talk about one thing on Monday and act like you care and talk about something completely different on Wednesday. So I think there are really great conservative reasons why we need to make the changes that you're pursuing in any effort we can do. So I will definitely support 108, and we'll need to vote separately on 109.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just so you know, Chief Draper and I work together frequently and oftenly as much as we can, because we know how important engine defense is to Harris County and that y'all are informed. And so I'm so excited to work with her. She's always been a role model of mine, and that we can bring both offices into the next era in Harris County. Okay. So thank you all.
Okay, Commissioner Briones moves item 108, and I'll second it. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed, vote no. 4 ayes, no nays. Commissioner Briones
And I will move
moves item-
109 as
and
presented.
Commissioner Garcia seconds it. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed, vote no.
No.
3 ayes and 1 nay. Commissioner Ramsey votes no. The item passes. You asked for
Thank-
124 after lunch, correct?
Thank you,
Thank you.
Director
I'm sorry,
Brown.
thank
So we'll see you March 19th for
Sounds
the
good.
plan with you and Chief Draper.
Sounds good,
We
Commissioner.
look forward
Thank
to
you
it.
all.
Thank you for your service.
Commissioner Briones, you wanted 124 after lunch,
Please.
right? Okay, are there any speakers here on that item now who have to leave? Is that okay, Commissioner? Because they may have to.
Sure.
Okay, you can come on up.
And I know that other speakers could only come in the afternoon, so it's wonderful. We want to be as accommodating as possible. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, commissioners. Appreciate your time today and letting me speak before you go to lunch. I got to go back to Dallas.
Say your name, yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Stuart Campbell, the Chief Legal Officer of the Dallas and now the Houston Eviction Advocacy Center. In October of last year, this court allowed us to establish the Houston Eviction Advocacy Center. In the past 4.5 months, we've represented tenants in eviction court in Harris County in almost 500 eviction trials. We have succeeded in over 61% of those trials, thus avoiding eviction judgments for nearly 800 residents in Harris County. Also, just yesterday afternoon, we finalized our deal with Connective, which is something that this court and the county officials have been trying to do with other legal services providers for the past 4 years. We finalized that yesterday. It only took us 4.5 months. That means starting on Monday of next week, any of our clients that consent and opt in will be connected through Connective, aptly named, to any provider that can get them eligible for or determine their eligibility and enrolled in any public benefits to help them
You can continue.
to help them prevent them from falling into that cycle of poverty that made them become our clients in the first place. And so I just want to encourage this board to continue to support the ARPA funds, to continue to make sure that eviction defense and rental assistance remains a priority of this court, because our clients, the people of Harris County, the people of Houston, rely on y'all to make sure that they get due process in these eviction courts, and we're doing our best to do so. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other speakers? We'll get to others later. Okay, we'll do that item after lunch. Next is item 136, and Commissioner Ramsey and I held that item. Are you here, Director Trevino, of Purchasing? Here's my question. I just want to make sure, we brought property tax collections in-house because it was a predatory practice, and you have assured me that this will not be a predatory practice, or I, for one, will vote against it. But I just want to get some sense. In RFP, I couldn't see what parameters are there. Because obviously, if somebody doesn't pay their toll, some of them just bad people. But, some of them may not know. It was this issue, by the way, I mentioned at the last court of the previous administration, shall we say, when my colleagues were surprised I second the motion. I tell a story about I knew I'd been paying on my American Express bill when I go through toll roads, but what I didn't know was when I left the state senate, I lost the state official plates, so I was paying for Senator Boris Mouse's toll fees, not mine. And when I got that bill a year later, I could see the bill. I was just raising a lot of cane about it, but I was paying for him, not me. He enjoyed it very much. And of course, he was paying for whoever took his house, see Sean Theories. So that all got straight, but I still had to pay the penalties, and I was mad as hell.
Yes, sir.
And I could pay it, obviously, but I figured, what if somebody else was in that category? So I second the motion to bring it in-house. So for it to go back out, I want to make damn sure this is not a predatory practice.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And you have our commitment that it's not predatory. The backbone of this RFP is the toll invoicing practices that was adopted by court that limited and eliminated actually predatory practices.
So how much? What's the dollar amount?
It's $10 per invoice. Where previously it was every time you went through a toll plaza, the county could hit $7 per toll plaza. So if you went through toll plazas, 3 toll plazas in one day, that's $21 that was fined to the customer. And that's every day. So if someone went through a toll plaza every day, 3 times a day, that $21 for 30 days would add up. What that new
And they
toll,
kick in the penalties. I was paying penalty fees.
right,
as
those
well.
were the penalty fees, was the 21%, the $21. And then on top of that, after 30 days, you'd get hit with the attorney fees and collection fees as well, above and beyond that.
So will all of that be in this?
Our new toll practice policy that got adopted by court a couple years ago capped it at $10 per monthly invoice. So you don't have at every transaction that $7 is added anymore. You could go 100 times through our toll plaza. If you don't pay,
But most would be $120 a
and it
year.
would be $10 per that monthly invoice.
Okay.
Right. And then if they don't pay after 60 days, there's another $10 collection fee that's associated. So previously you could get charged for the same travel hundreds of dollars in fines and fees, where now after 60 days, it's capped at $21.
And I'm trying to remember, Mr. Ramos, were you here when you all mapped it out for me, or was that your predecessor? And it
That
was
was the
pretty
predecessor.
compelling. Was that you?
I think it was,
Yes, it was that you were here.
Yeah,
When
I was
it
here.
mapped out,
Yeah.
it was a compelling case.
Yes.
You know, so I just want to make sure that I don't end up in a trick bag here.
No, yes, sir, Commissioner. And it was a compelling case because it was predatory. But the Hector adopted toll policy at the time allowed the third parties to charge those fees. We have changed that document that clearly conveys as what Hector is doing currently with the county attorney's office is what we can fine, and the fees and fines are associated. And the third party vendors that we bring on are going to have to follow that. We've put checks and balances in the RFP to where they have to report monthly. The transactions they pursue is going to be tied into our back office so we can monitor. And there's clear language. If they do not follow our policy, they will be eliminated from participating in this program.
Okay. So, and when it comes, so it wasn't so much for purchasing, because this kind of predated you, Director Williams. I just want y'all to map it out so I know. So when it comes back, I don't want to get up. You know, I told you I got that C in theology, but I know that part in the Bible about those money changers.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna get real ugly with it if I have to.
Yes, sir.
We're happy to look at it, Commissioner, if that's what you'd like us to do, compare it. Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
and just for the concerns, Commissioner, because we heard loud and clear before we go to RFP, I have reached out to the county auditor, and he is going to do a consultant service to come in to ensure that we're following our existing practices with what we're doing now, and because those practices are going to be replicated by third parties with our oversight as well. So we hear you loud and clear. We're checking, we're double checking. There'll be reports that we can share with Commissioners Court that not only shows the fees that we are paying, but can also show the fees that we're saving our customers with the new toll policy.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah, thank you, Roberto,
Yes, sir.
for staying on top of this. What is the scope of the problem? What, in terms of collections right now, is there some percentage or is there some number? It's got to be a big number in terms of what is outstanding that we need collected that's not collected.
Correct. So industry standard when it goes into collections is about 30 to 45%. So just wanted to baseline with that discussion.
30 to
because
45%.
of a collection rate. So I just want to set that because it is a large number. But to anticipate there's going to be 100% collection of the value that I give you is somewhat misinformative. I believe last year, the amount of transactions that went into the collection phase, tolls and fees, was about $300 million.
300 million?
Yes, sir.
Can you say that one more time?
300 million.
300 million.
Yes, sir.
So the standard in toll roads in the U.S. is they collect, of the 300 million that's outstanding, they would collect what percent of that?
Somewhere between 30 and 45% of that.
Of what's out there?
Yes, sir.
And the rest, at some point, we write it off?
Well, we never write it off, and that's why we're going to pursue statutorily. We're owed the toll
Right.
forever. So it's still on the books. It's just at some point in time we deem it uncollectible, and it goes on to our financials as an uncollectible value.
So you move it over into another category, but there is at least a record of someone who's abused the system,
Yes, sir.
and that's there for future reference.
Absolutely, yes, sir. So it's there. I mean, just last week we got someone that was complaining that it was a 4-year-old transaction that we finally identified the vehicle because of a DMV issue, and that toll got paid. So it's in our system and it's logged until the end of time.
So do you evaluate this on an annual basis to come up with your 30 to 45% of the outstanding that you collected?
We monitor it on a monthly basis. So we monitor on a monthly basis.
How'd you do last year on your outstanding?
I believe we were somewhere around 15%.
So we were 15%. So we want to
I believe so.
improve from 15% to 30 to 40%.
There's a 30, 45%, yes.
And the RFQ that we have on the street is real clear in terms of our expectation. We're going to hear from these vendors on their ability to do that.
Yes, sir.
They're going to define how they can do that and at least get us up to industry standard. Because going from 15% to 30 to 45%, that's a big deal.
Yes, sir.
So when you and through purchasing evaluates those vendors to come in here, they're going to have to provide a pretty clear, robust example of how they're going to take us from 15% to 35%, 50%, right?
Yes, sir. We have KPIs that we're going to request them to perform, to participate.
I know we will, but we're picking.
Yes,
So
sir.
on the picking side, they've got to show an example. This isn't their first bridge. This isn't their first rodeo. This is something they can establish a clear history of it. We're picking these people based on their ability to do this. That is the primary reason we're selecting them, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at our director back there. Thumbs up. This is what we're doing. So this would also include tolls that now, since we're doing statewide back office, does it include other counties, other toll road
Yes, sir.
authority?
Yes, it does. It's inclusive of all of our Hector obligations.
So the county attorneys work through all that. We're good to go. We're fine. That's clear in the RFP, RFQ, whatever we're involved with.
Yes, sir. We've had great collaboration with the county attorney's office, and we're just waiting for the procurement to
I
conclude.
can't
so that we can
imagine
go in.
there being anything more urgent or important than taking from a 15 to 30% $300 million. That's a huge deal. When's the RFPs due?
March 16th. There were a lot of clarifying questions required, so we may have to push that out just to make sure that we, as informative as possible, to third parties to succeed. So I anticipate that going out just because of the sheer volume of questions, because it's a volume of money. We want to make sure we get it right. So we may extend that out, but currently it's March 16th. So
Yeah, cross our Ts, dot our Is, be sure
That's
that
it.
because when we get them, we want them hitting the ground running, and we need to have great confidence that they'll do it.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Commissioner Garcia. Oh, Commissioner Briones.
Thank you, Director Trevino. So more questions, please. So just to reconfirm, and so property tax, as you know, we brought it in-house. To Commissioner Ellis's point, I felt passionately about that. I had many debt collection cases generally when I was a judge, and so the property tax, subject to a whole different array of rules, that has been very successful. Thank you, County Attorney's Office, Iyer, County Attorney Von Bon. Thank you for that, Mimi, all the team. But today we're talking about our HECTRA collections. And those are strictly subject to the policy passed in 2023 by the Harris County Commissioners Court.
Yes, Commissioner.
And just to be crystal clear, you already answered this. Any vendor or vendors selected must follow the policy passed by this Commissioners Court
Absolutely.
and any future policies passed by this Commissioners Court.
Absolutely, Commissioner.
And if they don't, they will be precluded from working on this project, correct?
Clearly written in the RFP.
Clearly. Plus, we will have ongoing checks and balances to ensure that they are strictly adhering, correct?
Correct.
And this is a team effort with Hector, County Attorney, and Auditor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I too feel very passionately about this, especially for our working families. And when you see such a huge number, 300 million outstanding, and knowing the intense infrastructure needs we have in Harris County, the $10 a month invoice cap, please talk to us.
Yes.
One thing if it's for an individual or working families, but in terms of freight companies, for example, or other big corporations that might be some of these folks who are not paying their tolls, can you separate to us how much, what percent ballpark of the delinquency is from freight companies or other companies versus individuals driving to work?
I don't have that specific split for you, Commissioner, but I think we are going to focus on the commercial because those are the larger values of and going into the later phases of the collection process. I will get you that information.
But those companies, which again, I see the universe bifurcated, the companies, do they also have the $10 a month
Yes.
cap?
Yes.
Okay, so for whatever it's worth, I think we need to revisit the policy with regard to companies because it's one thing if, again, I'm working minimum wage, I'm getting to work, I'm having trouble paying the toll. That's one category. But freight companies that might owe us millions of dollars to me are in a very different category, especially given the intense infrastructure needs of this county. So in sum, whichever vendor or vendors will follow our current 2023 policy or whatever future policy.
Yes, Commissioner.
Correct. And
Colleague, can I ask, do you know legally, can we bifurcate it? Any prohibition on us making a distinction between
like a sliding scale, like for example, think tuition at a university, right? Or financial FAFSA, right? Sorry, I always go back to thinking like a student, but
There's
is
an
there any
Amazon truck
way?
compared to a yard man
But this
truck.
is our policy, right? This is our commissioner's court 100%, which is a very different regime than property tax because a lot of that is state law. But this is just straight up 100% commissioner's court policy.
Correct. So the way the policy is now,
So,
is
John.
per axle of vehicle is what the charge is. So I think there could be a delineation, anything over 5 or 6 axles, which you know is a larger vehicle.
It was just on
So-
my mind. I didn't want to.
So could we do that from an axle or,
We could take a look at it.
John, County Attorney Famban, which makes me proud to say, County Attorney Famban, based on all of your knowledge on this topic, could we kind of bifurcate the universe for
Yeah,
simplicity?
Roberto just said what I was going to say, which is
Okay.
as long as you classify it in a way that's not, that doesn't differentiate between persons. So by axle, for example, we should be able to do that. But we'll work with Hectra to make sure that
That's good.
Thank
whatever
you.
change
Well,
we make is legal.
my strong preference, and I hope a majority of court will agree, I would love to see an updated policy based on axles that really differentiates in the most fair, transparent, simple to administer way, but a way that separates the world,
Absolutely, Commissioner. We'll definitely take a look at that.
And then I know it's an open procurement, so I don't want to go into that. However, when do we believe whoever is selected, when will they be able to green light, let's go collect these
Well, I
$300
guess we
million
heard,
plus?
Commissioner Ramsey, and I know your impatience for proximity. As soon as it closes, it's all hands on deck to get that procurement closed. If we give that a month, hopefully by May, some time frame, we can get them going. These are really talented firms that are area that already really do this, and it's just a matter of us giving them the data. They can start because they're going to use a lot of technology to do a lot of their work. So hopefully within a month, and then they have to ramp up a little bit. Hopefully we can start seeing some revenue come in the last quarter of the fiscal year.
And was it written in a way where multiple could be selected,
Yes,
given
we-
the sheer volume of work?
Yes, we heard from court that legal and non-legal firms are going to be able to put in, and there's going to be multiple firms just because of the sheer volume. No one firm can handle the volume. It's because we're not just going to do 1 year. We're going to try to go far back as we can.
So would it be possible, going back to this axle differentiation, I would like whichever firm or firms are selected to base it on an updated policy that does differentiate based on axles. So would it please be possible? Well, I'm looking at my colleagues to see if they agree, but I would love to see an updated policy that again is absolutely committed to the non-predatory, fair, transparent, everything we've already talked about, and differentiates based on type of user versus axle.
We'll begin to look
Could
at
we
it right
do
away.
that by, what day would be
Continue this.
fair based on
till we finish.
where we're running on the collection? Oh, motion to extend.
I think when I do it, if I was in the Senate, there's no objection. You did it by unanimous consent. We continue discussion. Tell them that's right.
That's fine. You just like
Senator
Commissioner
Ellis, I agree.
Brianos was still speaking in time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So in sum, based on these timelines that we're running towards, I guess, when could the county attorney's office, in collaboration with Hectra, please bring a draft policy back to court, an updated one, so that we don't create confusion when we have these new vendors or vendor helping us, that we have a clearly defined policy that this court, so that we know, they all know what they're going to be subject to following strictly.
So
What date?
Good afternoon, Kim Williams, purchasing agent. So with the current solicitation, we're targeting the May 28th court. However, as Director Trevino mentioned, due to the volume of questions, we're already pushing that deadline. If we need to add a different policy, then we'll have to amend the solicitation and extend the time to allow the vendors to review it and respond accordingly. So now you're pushing it back at least till June or July.
Can we
But
amend
let-
the policy after?
Yeah, that was my
Well,
question.
they're bidding, if you want them to bid on the policy, then it would need to be in the solicitation.
So I think it's imperative, well, A, that they follow whatever policy is governing, but B, I don't want this court to be locked into a 2023 policy in perpetuity while we have whatever vendor or vendors. I think that's really putting us behind an 8 ball. So to me, it's worth the investment of doing this right so that we're all firing in a clear, transparent way in the same. So I defer to the county attorney's office to make sure we're
Yeah.
compliant. And then really quickly, John, quick question while you're answering that. In addition to Axle, could we differentiate by fleet account versus an individual account? That could be another measure that is fair and clear.
So let me work backwards. We'll have to look at that. I don't know if there's a way to systematically do that, but we'll work with Hector on that. On your first question, I don't actually think it would be a problem to change the policy and continue with the current RFP. And I'll talk to the purchasing agent to make sure her concerns are addressed. But in the end, like you said, we are not bidding this out with a view that we're never going to change the policy. It's more that we need the vendors to understand how our policy works and how they're going to get paid as a result of that policy. So as long as the bids are not necessarily flexible, but just responsive to what is in the policy, we should be able to change it after the RFP is awarded, as long as it's very clear how these folks are compensated. So I don't have a particular concern with doing that, and I think we could finish out the RFP and change the policy to, before that RFP is closed.
Well, thank you all for working as a team to address it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey. Did you have something to say? Commissioner Ramsey? No. Commissioner Garcia, you listen.
Thank you. Directors, thank you for working on this. Just like Commissioner Ramsey and Briones, been immensely impatient. It just always gave me heartburn to realize that there was money sitting out there that, could have been collected a little bit more aggressively. That's money that can go into our projects and can expand our partnership project with the city of Houston and others. So I'm just glad to finally see this item. And so, Mr. Fonbon, thank you for your work on advancing this item. And anything we can do to keep it from being slowed down, because it's already been slow enough. So I want to see this thing move forward. And then if, Mr. Fonbon, you feel strongly that we can amend this as we go, I'm happy to move on this item as presented.
I think we're going to do that. I'll second it. So what I'm thinking is that if there are some changes like the one that Commissioner Briones came up with, that seems logical, you could try to put it on the business court if there's some consensus. Somebody could knock it off if they have a problem with it, but you could try that. Now, the other one is, I'm wondering, I know on the East Coast, they still have these toll booths and got the easy pass lane, and you don't know, you're going from some little state to another one, you don't know. I'm thinking, well, I thought I had an easy pass, it would work. But has somebody else gone without the toll booths? Has anybody else in the country done that? Because what lessons can we learn? I'm just assuming if you used to have to drop the cash in or the little stick coming down, that you crazy just going to run through it. And I've seen them do that.
Yes, sir.
But it's going to be harder to collect. When people can just get on there and roll through. I mean, just don't think we're going to get 100% collection. Yes. And then you got these folks that put these fake plates on. You got that issue as well, and then they change them.
There's no paper plates anyway.
Yeah. But so I'm just wondering, have we talked with other people, you or Fonbon when it was over, Ms. Fonbon, county attorney? I'm just assuming we're not going to get to 100%. So if somebody thinks we're going to, don't spend that money till you get it. But are there some examples of somebody else?
Yes, so
who's
there's
done
some
it?
examples across the country because the industry is headed this way. It's a safety issue, and then it turns into a congestion issue. So the industry is headed this way. I think there's some, I don't know in particular, but there's some on the East Coast that the staff reached out to so we can get some lessons learned and know what to anticipate.
Yeah.
And that's been incorporated into the RFP.
And when you put these notices out, like when I've driven up to take my kids back to school up east, you go for all these, one state, then it's another state, and and then the notices come. You think it's somebody trying to sell you something.
Yes, sir.
So how do we do it so we don't just even with the $10,
No, Commissioner,
just don't penalize people?
Correct. I think that was the great benefit of Commissioner's Court allowing Hector to do the TxDOT back office, because that was the big issue in this very region, because you have Montgomery County Toll Road, Brazoria County, TxDOT, and Hectra. So a customer could travel 3 of those, and they got 3 different invoices, 3 different customer call centers, 3 different fine and fee structures. It led to a lot of confusion. So by Commissioner Court allowing us to partner with TxDOT and doing that service for them, we have a single point of contact. They chose the toll policies, the toll invoice policy that this Commissioner's Court approved that had non-predatory practices. So we are saving the public a lot of money and a lot of frustration because we have a single point of contact in this region that handles customer service complaints now. And the fine and fee structure is in the will of this court of eliminate predatory practices.
All right, Commissioner Garcia.
Just to accentuate that, you are a model for others across the country. Except I don't want you to be a model for them. I want us to go get all the
I
business.
didn't know how to take that, but I guess it got clarity.
I want us to go get all the business across the country because you have done a phenomenal job at bringing respect and trust to our system just because of how well you run that back office. So continue doing a great job, and I believe that what we're doing today will also blend into the rest of the system to help our respective stakeholders. But I'm just proud of the work that you're doing, and it's just bringing a lot of positive attention to your work.
Roberto, I had a mayor in one of the 33 cities not named Houston go in to pay his bill. And he also had to get a new Toro tag for a car he just bought. He said that was the best customer experience he's ever had any place. And this guy's never been happy in the last 20 years. So you see those, that's anecdotal, but it is a good indication of what you're
Was that your successor?
No.
No, thank you.
Well, keep making people happy and safe, most
Thank
important.
you. Look, I get to stand up here and say all the good news, but really the credit goes to the team. Commissioner, as you said, Hector has a great, fantastic team. I want to thank them if they're watching. We're only as good as the people that are part of the agency, and they do a fantastic job.
You go back to 2017 to collect?
We're going to start off with the last 5 years, and then
Okay, too bad.
And
I want
we'll
you to ask
probably
Senator
do-
Miles to give me my money and the penalties. Commissioner Garcia moves the item. I'll second it. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
4 ayes, no nays, item passes.
Thank you, Director
Thank you very
Trevino.
much.
Thank you, County Attorney Fonbon, and thank you, Purchasing Agent Williams, for your
That was
collaboration.
as presented.
Next is 180, as presented. Next is 181, Commissioner Garcia, you pull that one. TR.
Thank you. Yes, on this particular item, I am very pleased to see this on the agenda today and appreciate the collaboration that made it possible. Upon approval, Precinct 2, in partnership with TRS Health, will deliver affordable, accessible primary care services to the Aldine community. At the Aldine Health Smart Pods, which we launched to expand access to underserved areas, the selected provider will offer comprehensive services, including primary care, laboratory testing, pharmacy services, and mental health care. These smart pods are designed to meet residents where they are, reducing transportation barriers, long wait times, and gaps in care. Aldine is a community that has been directly impacted by federal policy shifts and broader healthcare access challenges. At Precinct 2, we're committed to ensuring residents have stable, reliable access to care regardless of those external changes. This partnership reflects our broader vision to strengthen community-based health infrastructure and invest in preventative care that keeps families healthy and out of emergency rooms. We look forward to continuing to work with our healthcare partners to ensure services are culturally competent, affordable, and responsive to the needs of the community. I want to thank Director Barton. There you are. Thank you and your team for your work on this. But I also want to tip my hat to my staff, Mir Jumani and Dr. Bowie, as well as our partners, the community health workers that we have employed in this. I'm very excited about the direction that we're going. The numbers are increasing. The provider is another step above, and I'm just so proud of the way we're taking care of our residents up there. Coupled with the fact that I have long wanted to see health be a holistic system that people can access. Whether you want to go get your blood pressure checked or you want to have your anxiety checked, it's one place that you can go get that. Healthcare is healthcare regardless of what it is. And I just want to extend the welcome to all my residents. And as our earlier initiative demonstrated, we're getting residents from all over the county, every precinct. We're not going to turn anybody away. That's not what this is about. But this is rather giving people a singular point of access to quality healthcare. That's been my number one driver from day one, is to make sure that when we talk about Revive to Thrive, it's often about the infrastructure, street lights, drainage, sidewalks, roadways, trails, all that. But it doesn't matter if people can't use it. And so taking care of people is also a significant part of Revive to Thrive, and this item demonstrates it. So again, thank you to all of our partners. Director Barton, thank you for your team. But I also want to thank my team as well. And having returned from DC during from attending the NACO conference and saw Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia there, I'm excited that we're finally seeing her funding for those smart pods move forward, and I'm excited about what capacity that's going to bring to the community as well. So thank you to all of our partners, and I'm excited to move on this item as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed, vote no. For ayes, no nays. Item passes. The next one is one that Commissioner Ramsey pulled. I think that is a resolution that I have. I don't know if you just want to have a vote. This came up at the last court, and I took a flight out to go to Miami, but that was not a vote on it. And it is in response to what was happening in Minneapolis when Miss Renee Good was killed. The operative part is basically the therefore be it resolved that we, Harris County Commissioners Court, call on all agencies and entities operating within the county, regardless of jurisdiction, to adhere to a clear, consistent, and constitutionally grounded process when detaining or relocating individuals regardless of immigration status. And I'll make a motion to approve it.
Commissioner.
Yep, Commissioner Garcia.
I'm sorry.
Earlier, that item was no action.
Yeah, there was no action before. But I put it back on the agenda. I'll go ahead and move it.
So I want to add my points to this.
Okay.
And my focus is that we need to be a safe community, ensuring that everything we do, regardless of the level of government, brings us to a better and safer place. However, when residents feel unsafe, when they have fear of calling law enforcement to report someone selling drugs, someone running a chop shop, someone who they know has burglarized a neighbor's home, someone who people know that is out there stealing cars, someone that may have information about someone who's committed an aggravated robbery. All of those issues are my concern. And these, there's certain programs that tend to blur the line between local law enforcement and federal immigration policies, such as 287G, can damage that trust. So we have seen firsthand how fear of ICE can erode cooperation with law enforcement and the courts. And prosecutors cannot move cases forward when victims or witnesses are afraid to participate or are deported before trial. So local officers should be focused on local public safety priorities like violent crime, domestic violence, human trafficking, and other crimes that our citizens feel regrettably more often than not. And so, in early February, the the mayor of West University expressed concern about a constable in an unmarked vehicle from that approached and that was across the street, rather, from an elementary school, where those officers appeared to be federal immigration enforcement agents. These kinds of calls don't do anything but make us less safe. And so I'm very concerned about that. I want to contribute to making us a safer and better place. But this is a conversation that we have to have. Not to mention that these issues are also bleeding into our economy. Restaurants are struggling to have their staff show up. Hotels are struggling to have cleaning staff show up. Hotels are struggling to have wait staff show up. Construction companies, roofing companies, the list goes on. There is an impact to our local economy that bleeds into our state and federal and national economies as well. So these are issues that are of major concern for me. I'm having a conversation very soon to talk about the economic impact of these things, and hopefully we can get to a better place on how all this works. The worst of the worst in terms of deportation have never been a concern for me. But you know, people who have family, who have made mistakes, should have the opportunity for due process and their day in court. And so I want to thank the sheriff for his leadership on these issues, but and I know he's working hard to keep us safe, but we need more collaboration and more partnerships in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramsey?
Yeah, I look at this, and sometimes people watch the 6 o'clock news and decide that we need a resolution based on what they see on the 6 o'clock news. I don't know how that's due process based on really distorted facts that you see, quote unquote, misinformation on the 6 o'clock news. You referenced Commissioner Garcia, the incident in West U. Did a little checking on that. As it turns out, the units that were located near that school that day were there because there were 2 suicidal individuals, one suffering from schizophrenia. They weren't wearing masks. They were there on a call totally unrelated to ICE or anything else. I think that's part of our problem. We take a little bit of information, we go watch the 6 o'clock news, and we decide, well, we need to do a resolution. You know, I don't think that's due process. I don't think I understand near the facts of whatever happened in Minnesota. Any deaths are tragic, but also to assume that some people are doing their job and they might be parked by an elementary school doesn't mean that we've got unhinged ICE. In fact, I commend the sheriff's office in this region. He's, according to the Texas Tribune, the Harris County Jail leads the country in ICE detainers. A request from immigration agents to hold a person for deportation, while jails in Dallas and Bexar County and Travis have also been in the top 10. So I applaud the sheriff's efforts and other law enforcement to simply follow the law. Don't go outside the law, follow the law, and do what we should. So I think it's a bit of a double standard advocating for due process when we do a reaction-based resolution based on what we see on the news, based on what the political talking points of the day are. I think we should do what we've, I think, historically done in Harris County for the last year, as the rest of the country distorts and says things that are totally not true. we've taken a very calm, patient, under the leadership of law enforcement, including Sheriff Gonzalez, to deal with it. So I'll not be supporting the resolution. I think it's reactatory. I think we are sitting here voting today based on what we think will best represent the country. And to do that based on, I think, some undocumented facts is not appropriate.
Just very, very briefly, I have a lot of respect for the Mayor Westhew, and when she gave me a call about that incident, I did call the office of my staff, called the constable's office, and did not get a response. And for what it's worth, even if somebody does not agree with me politically, I don't agree with them, I'm gonna always return the call. I'll make sure my staff returns the call of any elected official's office. But I asked the mayor to come. She chose not to come, but she's a very credible person. I thought it was important to do something in response to her calling, because that's a community where normally you wouldn't think folks, the mayor would be as sensitive on these issues. And for her to call me, and I had lunch with her, met with her on it. Now, I didn't bring that up because I didn't go, I wanted her to come in and speak on it. I was not in the community. I did get calls. I represent that area now from a number of people in that neighborhood who were concerned. I know there were individuals worried about family members. There was a family member involved, and family members did not want to talk. But I could imagine it's a place where my children, when they were younger, would go from time to time. And I could imagine how my kids would feel based on the scenario that the mayor gave me. But look, my specific language, this is the motion. I move that this court adopt the resolution I've submitted and direct IGA to send it to our congressional delegation. The resolution calls on all agencies and entities operating within the county, regardless of jurisdiction, to adhere to clear, consistent, and constitutionally grounded processes when detaining or relocating individuals regardless of immigration status, and affirms that Commissioners Court members have each taken an oath to uphold and defend the U.S. and Texas constitutions, and calls upon the federal government to enact comprehensive reforms to federal immigration enforcement to establish accountability, ensure transparency, prioritize genuine public safety, and the protection of basic human rights. These are principles that unite us not by partisanship, but by our shared duty to the Constitution. So it was as mild as I could make it, but I just think in no way is it reacting to what goes on the 6 o'clock news. If I were reacted to that based on my impressions, I'd be yelling and screaming up here. So it's about as mild as you could get, but I will just close with this. It'd be very difficult for me to say that being in Harris County, we ought to not speak up when something's happening somewhere else in the country. Anywhere you go, if I'm going to a site, even out in the fires, I think the motion was continued until we finish this item. I think it was on this one. If not, we'll do it now by unanimous consent. Okay, but we'll keep going. But look, just for what it's worth, even going out there in that neighborhood where those fires were going on the other day, I pulled up somewhere to get coffee. I'm in a black vehicle with dark windows, and I see people dispersing. I think they like me, if they could have seen me. But there's
a common reaction when you.
Usually not in my precinct. maybe in some other areas when I show, but usually not in my precinct. But there's a lot of fear out there, and it wasn't that far removed when people who look like me were fearful for another reason. But I just want to show some sympathy and some empathy for those people. That's why I would move the motion. Commissioner Briones?
Yes, and so just to be clear, so 191, no action. There was a misunderstanding. I'm not talking about that. With regard to the resolution, Commissioner Ellis, and I thank you so much for bringing it to our last court. I proudly voted in favor of it then. I proudly vote in favor of it today. And I 100% agree that when something that is so brazenly unconstitutional and un-American is happening, we have to speak up. And so I'm very proud that I know I and Commissioner Ellis and Commissioner Garcia, the three of us signed on to the amicus brief in Minnesota versus Nome to speak out in opposition of the unlawful behavior. And I say this as a proud American as a lawyer and as a former judge. No president, no administration is above the rule of law, not in the United States of America. So any administration must be held to the rule of law, and the protections of our Constitution are non-negotiable. That's what makes this country great. So to have masked individuals violating due process is something that any administration, especially this one, needs to be held to account. And so I do think your resolution was actually mild in its language, and wholeheartedly agree, and even with other language I would have agreed to. But at the end of the day, it goes back to not only standing behind what this makes this country great, which is our Constitution and the rule of law, and everyone being subject to it, but also to the point of the fear that this is creating. And to Commissioner Garcia's point, so many residents are afraid, and I feel so passionately about so many issues, but domestic violence is one of them. And so when you have victims who are afraid to call law enforcement for help because of the fear that has been sown, and frankly, the lawlessness that has been sown, that fear makes neighborhoods less safe and makes our community less safe. So to bring it back home to Harris County, when we get calls from constituents, from school administrators, that some days there's over 100 kids absent because their parents are afraid to send them to school, that's a problem for our educational outcomes. And this will impact for years to come. It's a problem for victims of domestic violence who don't feel safe calling, or any victims for that matter. I mean, it's just, you can go on to the litany. But at the end of the day, due process is due process. Constitutional rights are constitutional rights. And we all need to be, as Americans, this isn't a partisan issue. This is about upholding and respecting the rule of law. And so I proudly will second your motion, Commissioner Ellis, and I look forward, as we are seeing courts make sure that we are upholding what makes this nation great. And so I thank you for bringing this up again. And IGA, thank you for sending it to the delegation.
Thank you. A motion made by Ellis and second by.
Commissioner Ellis, I'd like to see if we can take this after we come back from
Okay, we can do
executive. Because I know that I asked IGA to give this a look.
Okay.
They're the ones that are going to have to shop it around for us, so I want to make sure.
we do
Because
that.
I'd asked for some particular language. It sounds like it's in there,
Yeah.
but if we could.
I
Thank
think
you.
it is, we'll work it out.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
so we'll hold that item until we come back from executive session. You all can work with our staff. Make sure we have it. Okay, the next item is Commissioner Garcia. That one is you. It is 203.
203.
Derelict vessels.
Yes, 203. For years, abandoned vehicles has been a problem. Illegal dumping has been a problem. Bandit signs have been a problem. Graffiti has been a problem. But lo and behold, we have to add abandoned and derelict vessels to the list. These vessels, these derelict and abandoned vessels, pose an environmental threat, not to our roadways or sidewalks or visible community, but underwater in the Precinct 2 waterways by leaking hazardous materials into the water. They are also a safety risk, with some vessels partially submerged, posing dangers to boaters using our waterways recreationally. Abandoned boats also harm the economy by highlighting the Clear Lake waterfront, discouraging visitors and reducing business for nearby residents and event venues. Because of this, I made it a priority to work with our partners, including Commissioner Buckingham at the GLO, to address these issues. So today's item establishes the process that allows Precinct 2 to formally work with the GLO through partnership agreements in accordance with the Texas Natural Resources Code to remove and properly dispose of abandoned and derelict vessels. Through this process, we can begin addressing long-standing vessel issues across our waterways in a very, very coordinated way. This item is just the first step. Next, we will continue coordinating with the GLO and county partners, including the Sheriff's Office Marine Unit, to work through the logistics and requirements necessary to support future removals while incorporating community perspectives into this process. Our waterways are a key part of Precinct 2, and we cannot ignore this issue. This is an important first step in our broader effort to keep to Clean. And I cannot wait to see the impact it will make on the greater Bay Area. I also want to give a shout out to my neighbor, Commissioner Doogie in Galveston County. He's been a partner in this issue. I want to thank a group called the Dead Boat Society. Yeah, right? And they have been working on this for quite some time, and I just want to thank them for bringing this to my attention, because I would go out to Clear Lake area, and I have seen some masts sticking out of the water, and I just didn't. I mean, I saw it, I understood what it was, but it didn't really register with me the significance of it. But Dead Boat Society and their respective membership have been dealing with this. And after learning more and more about it, obviously it became apparent that something had to be done. But I want to thank this young lady behind me, Kinza Siddiqui, because she has been the tip of the spear in bringing this item and working to bring everyone together so that we can get to this particular item that we now have before us. So I want to thank you, Kinza, for all of your work, and as well as a shout out to my Public Works crew, Director Juan Hernandez, for his support in recognizing the significance of this. But again, just to remind folks, a couple of weeks ago we launched Keep to Clean, because it has just been aggravating. Precinct 2 is filled with hard-working, humble, good people. But it's just frustrating when people think it's okay to dump trash and things in the neighborhood, along the roadways, nearby schools, nearby churches, not to take attention to the proper and safer way to discard things. So Kinza has been working on this to ensure that we continue to build out our Keep to Clean initiative, and it encompasses everything from illegal dumping to derelict and abandoned vessels underwater and in the waterway. And I also want to give a shout out to Kristen Lee, my environmental policy advisor, who would not let us move forward until we addressed the environmental concerns that would be posed when we were to move these vessels out of the water. So again, I'm very excited. Keep to Clean, and I move this item as presented.
Commissioner, I'd like to second that.
Thank you.
I had a public meeting in Highlands, which is on our border, last week. There are cancer clusters.
Yep.
All in that Highlands area. And here's the sad part. We know there is. The state health department has the data, but they won't release the data. They won't release the data by zip code. I want it by zip code. To release the data over half of Harris County, and for it to be meaningful, you can't. I want to know where those cancer clusters are, even if it's one or two. Barges came up in that public meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Because we know we have many north of I-10, which is our border. And we know we got barges up there. I'm concerned that in the next storm, those barges will be torn away. And again, we'll lose I-10 like we did 2 years ago. So there's environmental issues. There are health issues. And just to make the point, the water you're talking about, that's what we drink.
Yep.
So go home
Yep.
tonight and think about that next time you turn that tap on. That the water that he's taking those barges out of, those vessels out of, those environmentally impacted, we got to do better. We know what to do. It's just a matter of, I wasn't familiar with this at all. So who assesses that, quote unquote, the vessel has been abandoned? Is it?
Yeah. The GLO does, but
That's, you work through the GLO's
yeah,
office?
Yeah. We couldn't touch those vessels until the GLO authorizes us, because then they have to search records, and it's almost like an abandoned property where you have to send certified letters and all that Yeah, you would have thought it was much easier, but it was very complicated.
Just the GLO, we don't have to worry about the Coast Guard?
Nope.
Or others,
Nope.
just, wow, that's great.
Yeah, so, right here, that's the architect.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. Motion made by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ramsey. All those in favor vote aye.
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 As presented, 4 ayes and no nays, item is approved. Next is Commissioner Precinct 4, 209, is that right? Okay,
That's right.
Commissioner Briones,
209 was on the consent.
who's on consent? 229, transmittal. Commissioner
Yes,
Ramsey.
this is an update on our pay equity project, please. Thank you, Director Rowley.
There is backup for this, if we can please have that up. So first, I want to thank you all for the tremendous amount of effort that your teams have put into working through this process with us. We just went through our first 18 meetings through today of the 70 departments. If we can move forward a couple of slides, please, of the 70 departments that we need to engage with to finalize this project. Next slide, please. We started off with your teams, with the commissioners' teams in the precincts, and really appreciate the engagement. In the process, we've already got, these numbers are already updated through today, so we've got about 2/3 of departments are signed up for meetings through the end of March, and that's when we plan to have all of these validation sessions complete. We have completed 27% of them through today. We have actually only one file that's completely validated and done, and that's the corporate auditor, so I want to thank them for their engagement as well. Next slide, please. One thing I know you're very interested in is how are those meetings going? How's the engagement and the alignment? And so as I mentioned to you last time, Gallagher continues to validate the files. They continue to participate in the meetings, but we've engaged our internal compensation team, so our comp analysts and our comp job evaluation specialists. Again, they don't have the ability to access all the information that Gallagher's used throughout this process, but they can bring that second set of eyes and the engagement with the departments when there's a question about a particular role, what is the weight of that job, how are we benchmarking it, and they can really help bring that additional depth of understanding as we align with the department. So we're finding that to be much more effective than our initial set of meetings were. And so with that, this has been updated, and unfortunately the number has gone down a bit. So we're about at 92.8% of aligned versus roles that we're not aligned with in those 18 meetings that we've held so far. Actually, it's about 16 because that was through yesterday. So we're doing much, much better. If you remember, it was a 60-40 type figure previously. There's still a lot of work that's going on to validate. But like I said, we're at about 92 versus 8% that need to be aligned on. So that's much, much better and gives us a much higher level of confidence. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, let's move on. We are also doing engagement sessions, focus groups. Yes, here you go, thanks. We've done 2 of 5 that we're scheduled to do with leaders, so a lot of good participation there. We've had 26 departments, so almost 40% of the departments engaged in those first couple. And then we've also done, next slide please, we've also done some follow-up surveys from those to see kind of what are the thematics, how are people feeling about readiness, engagement, and also kind of the communications and the tools that we provided. And so we've had fairly good participation in those. We find that some of the thematics are consistent. There's still some confusion about timelines and messaging and making sure that we're consistent and clear, but we continue to address those with our engagement, with our communications, and with our toolkits. So I'll pause. That's the key update. What questions do you have?
Garcia, do you have anything?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, so that's the old one here.
So quickly, sounds like progress is being made. General question, so Gallagher is on board now as a part of their original assignment to get this fixed?
So
This an added, are we paying them additional service costs to fix a problem they created?
No. So post those first sets of meetings where we realized that the data really needed a lot of validation and correction, frankly, correction, I have let Gallagher know, and they've agreed that they need to continue to partner with us to resolve that and then to provide the quality of work that we originally contracted for, Commissioner. So they're working with us to finalize the work that they had done initially and do it well.
So until we get it finalized and all checked off, their scope is complete, we're not talking about giving them more money over and above what they originally contracted for.
That's correct. We haven't paid them anything since October 31st, but I will say that as they engage with us for the final implementation pieces, that it may be appropriate to consider compensating
That'll
them for
come
the
back to
implementation.
Commissioners Court
Yes,
before we quote unquote do the
Yes, sir.
final implementation.
correct.
What percent, do you have an idea, have they told you what percent of the employees, I guess non-law enforcement employees, will be getting an increase? Is it,
So we're really working through that right now, but what the initial amount was less than a third of employees, so it was less than 7,000 employees.
and I think that's important as we talk to employees, as other departments call us, on the average, it's going to be, at least right now, the number seems to be less than a third.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Briones?
Quick question. So thank you for the progress that's been made since last court. My question is with, God bless you, if that was a sneeze, but regardless, God bless you. May 22nd, 2026.
Yes,
Are we on track
yes,
to hit that goal?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It's a transmittal, so get this done. Tell Commissioner Ramsey is going to give them a resolution. And all this is done. All right.
May we
it's a-
please eat
Yeah, can want to eat?
lunch?
Yeah, lunchtime. Okay, it is 12:56. We'll stop for lunch, Commissioners Court. We'll come back at 2 o'clock. How about 4 minutes to 2? Come back at 2 o'clock. All right, thank you. Did we vote on that ICE resolution? We voted on that, didn't we? We voted on the ICE resolution, right?
And then you were coming back to it. We have not voted.
Okay, gonna do it. So it is now, it's now 2:02, and we'll go back in session. We'll skip a few items until Commissioner Garcia comes back. But Commissioner Briones, we'll go to your item, the Essential Workers Board. Jay, what is that number again on Essential Workers Board?
Let me see if I can find it. 1 second, Commissioner.
I have it here. It is item 244, transmittal. And Commissioner Briones, you pulled that one. I did give the time. I said 2:03. We're back in
Thank
session.
you.
Yeah.
So I have a few comments. I was waiting to see if the person who was going to provide a few quick updates is here.
And if not,
Can we come back to that one, please?
we'll go back to
Commissioner
another
Ellis?
one.
Thank you.
The next one's Garcia, then Garcia. Commissioner Ramsey, 278 is you and Commissioner Briones. Transmittal on Harris Hospital District. Harris Health quarterly update on the 2023 voted bond issue. You don't give an update? Okay, good. I knew you'd expect us to be moving this fast.
You know what? It is impressive. Thank y'all. I know y'all are enjoying it.
We hope to. Depends on how much longer we're here.
We did have a presentation, if that could be brought up. And for the court, I'm Lewis Smith. I'm the Chief Operations Officer for Harris Health, accompanied by Victoria Nikitin, Chief Financial Officer, and Patrick Casey, our Senior Vice President of Facilities and Construction. We are here with the opportunity to continue to communicate related to what has been a very transforming project that was supported by the Commissioner's Court related to our bond referendum in 2023, related to our strategic facilities plan, and the ongoing transformation of Harris Health Organization and the commitment and service to the residents of Harris County for healthcare. So we're very excited to start a process which we intend to be a quarterly update related to projects that touch on the bond funds, as well as an update on the bond program itself. If you can go to the next slide, please. And go ahead and go to the next. I'm going to keep this moving for y'all. The strategic facilities plan touches all elements of the Harris Health Organization. As you can note on this map, it's all of our ambulatory sites, as well as our acute hospitals and other services of the system. So it is in a totality a very important aspect of how we're updating the services and the position of Harris Health to continue to be relevant in the services and really touch on the growing dynamics and population shifts and other types of movements in our county so that we are staying up to date related to where the needs and the accesses are within the resources we have around that. Next slide, please. This is also representative of the community engagement that we have had. You can see in the black circle, this is 3 years worth. As we bring this report back on a quarterly basis, that will be shared with your staffs, yourself, as well as then to the court itself. We'll be updating this and showing activity within the county, but just to represent where we're holding town halls or we're participating in procurement, purchasing seminars around Harris County procurement, just that overall engagement with the county related to our projects and then what we're doing. Next slide, please. This is the first of two that are really the bulk of the focus. This is our strategic facility plan, again defined by facility projects that touch on the involvement of the bond program as a funding source, one of several funding sources related to the program. As you can see, starting on the left-hand side, we have three categories: ambulatory care services, which is our physician clinics, and then the Bentob campus and the LBJ campus. These are the same three categories that we communicated with and structured the program around in all of the public activity that we had in 23 leading up to the bond referendum. So we're going to maintain that structure for clarity of original purpose of the bond funding, what the amounts were. As you can see in the second blue column, those were the amounts that we communicated that at that point in time, the priority of projects and what their estimates were known are listed there, with a totality of approximately $2.947 billion that would be needed. A majority of that funding was going to need to be in a bond-funded referendum, which is the next column, or the peach colored, which shows the 2.5 related to that funding source. Of the 2.5, the next peach column shows that right now to date, as through the end of December, we have expended $667 million of that 2.5. I will show a table on the next slide related to the bond program, which Ms. Nikitin will be going over that detail. If you go to the green box, the column, this is the other funding sources that we talked about in the original presentation of our projects. Bond funding was 2.5, but to get to the 2.9, we needed other funding sources. And so this represents that. This is our philanthropy efforts. It's also other funding capital resources within Harris Health that we use on a routine capital basis. And there is some interest on the bond itself as we're able to redeploy that within the program. And then the very last blue column, and you want to compare the two blue columns on the amounts, that shows where we are today related to the projection of project spend by category. And in the appendix, and I will not go through the appendix, but the appendix that you have also goes into the individual projects by category so that you can see the level of detail related to what makes up the strategic facility plan. What we're trying to demonstrate here is that we are still directionally very close and tight to the original projections of the three categories, managing the program with all the things that can hit us and other refinements of projects and other priorities that can hit us as a very dynamic organization and challenges, but the commitment of keeping these three in balance and addressing the issues of the organization. If we can go to the next slide, please. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Nikitin. She's going to walk through the bond elements of that specific area, and then we'll come back with some general information to close out the presentation and any questions and answers.
Thank you, Louis. Good afternoon, Commissioners. So the $2.5 billion referendum happened in November of 2023. I wanted to give you some background and context on the collaboration and cooperation that has occurred thus far between your county teams and our internal teams in getting us through this program. So in January of 2024, we formed a working group where Harris Health is part of, as well as Harris County is very much a part of. We're working closely with OMB, with your county attorneys, with your financial advisor, our financial advisor, and other parties as appropriate. That team is meeting on a bi-weekly basis. It's been 2 years of our meetings, and we still very much in touch with each other. On a monthly basis, once we got the bond delivered, the first installment of the bond was delivered in May of 2025. That was in the amount of $850 million. Since we have delivered that bond and we started to expand under that bond, we have begun providing monthly reports to your teams as well. So there has been transparency there. We're happy to bring the high-level transparency over here as well. As mentioned, out of the $850 of the first installment, we have already spent close to $700 million. So we are ready to go for the second installment, which is on the consent agenda today in front of you. And that installment is planned to be closed in June. So between now, the go-forward order of today in front of that court and June, we are going to get funded again because our construction continues at a very good clip. We are spending in the neighborhood of $80+ million a month. So that money is going toward that, toward that spend. In 27, there is still a to be determined amount and the number of issuances for us to deplete that voter approval of 2.5. Any questions?
Yes. All four of us have questions. First of all, thank you for being here today. Two, thank you for this information and the transparency. I love the regular cadence because it's imperative that we give the community, most importantly, an update on how the bond dollars are being spent and how and when we're delivering what we promised the public. And I know my colleagues and I very much appreciate it. And the reason for those who might be looking at this deck, this is so much more than a deck, right? Our hospital district, Harris Health, is the backbone for the millions of residents who are uninsured, underinsured, and medically vulnerable. So this is of critical importance. I have 4 questions. Number 1, could you please talk us through how Harris Health has adhered to both the apprenticeship requirements as well as the worker pay and safety requirements?
And I'm going to let Patrick take that because he's directly overseeing that application of those items.
And when you please answer my apprenticeship piece of apprenticeship and worker pay and safety, the all trades and which trades have been.
Sure. So I couldn't get into detail of the exact trades, from memory, but right now we're tracking about 17% of the trades are under the apprenticeship program on the new hospital project. How we track the OSHA compliance is we require all contractors to be badged to get access to the site. So they have to go through safety training, receive OSHA training before they receive a badge to work on the site. And all of regarding the wage rates, we require certified payroll, which is verified that we're meeting the wage requirements. We also have a third-party auditor who's working on the project as well.
Okay. And the third-party auditor is regularly checking both the
They check
apprenticeship
every
requirement
month
and the workers'
the
safety.
pay
needs.
apps. Correct.
Every month?
Yes.
Okay.
Every month.
And I would say that is in partnership with the county's DEO oversight as well. But we do have the second layer of audits that are occurring.
Okay. Second, with regard to MWBE businesses, similar question. Could you please provide an update on utilization and how it's being tracked?
So right now we're just under 400 million. So we're about 350 million to 400 million has been contracted to MWBE on the project. So we are tracking, as good as or better than we anticipated. And that is tracked by our MWBE compliance department and reported. We would be happy to provide the details to the court as well.
Please. Thank you. Third, 2 more questions. 3. So what other funding will be used and leveraged to offset potential cost escalations?
Yeah, so in that presentation, we have always planned that there would be the other category. So right now, that is philanthropy as well as how we're utilizing the routine capital structure of Harris Health. There are other projects that Harris Health is managing other than these strategic facility items. When we talk about technology, when we talk about pharmacy lab services, hospital at home, things of that nature. So we do have a broader capital project list that we're managing. Part of that program would be supporting the strategic facility plans as well. So back onto that slide on the green, that shows it by category. And if you go to the appendix that you should have a copy of, you'll see that by project as well when we're matching the funding sources to the project.
Thank you. My last question is, given how quickly, which I appreciate because we need to move this forward, the bond funds are being encumbered and spent. So what is the plan with regard to future debt and capital spending given tax rate constraints?
So we believe right now in our projections that we, based on assumptions we would make about what historically have been those funding sources related to Harris Health going forward, as well as efficiencies we're driving in the organization related to our internal expense management, that we are on track of being able to stay with all of the projects as listed over the totality of the 10-year program of those projects related to that. Obviously, we're in a very dynamic environment, so we may have to adjust. And we have had to adjust just a little bit on some of the LBJ projects, as I visited with some of your staff on. But we're able to manage internally to prioritizations of projects while we're trying to be good stewards of those resources. We do prioritize, though, routine maintenance and replacement of items because that has historically been a challenge within Harris Health. But we are able to manage that today, and we are projecting to be able to stay on plan related to that, unless obviously something significant happens. And then we would do what leaders do. We would reassess, reprioritize, and through our quarterly updates and engaging with your offices, certainly make you aware of any type of significant alterations of the plan, should that so happen. We're not anticipating that at this point.
Thank you. Director Ramos, did you want to add anything to the future debt capital spending piece?
Just
Any comments?
can you be more specific? I'm sorry, Commissioner.
So given basically the speed, which again I love, of bond funds being encumbered, kind of what is the game plan for future debt capital spending given tax rate constraints? And just how, I know we're closely collaborating, but any thoughts on, or do you want to build off that answer?
So it wouldn't necessarily be a constraint on the tax rate. We use collectively as a county 4 cents of the 80 cents we're allowed to. So we're well below what those maximum thresholds are because we're so large. Some of the other jurisdictions that are smaller have less growth in their appraisal values, do run into those statutory limits in terms of the overall rate. What it would really be is on the issue of affordability. Do we want to continue on adding debt that we ultimately have to repay? Two, we would need to look at the scenario around what it would do to our credit rating. You know, for better or worse, the hospital district being downgraded means that the ratio for what the kind of next tiers are to be downgraded further are much larger than what we had been working under originally. But those are the types of, when we start getting closer to that, to those limits, we'll come to court and present. But the goal is, I believe that this was originally intended to be a 10-year program, and so therefore we have time to be able to grow into that tax burden.
Perfect. Well, lastly, just again, thank you, especially now with all of the uncertainty and at the federal level and all the changes at the federal level, it is even more imperative that we continue to manage and operate a strong local public health system. So thank you for the work.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey, Commissioner Garcia, then Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And obviously there's a lot of people who know and a lot of people who don't. And the ones who know should speak and the ones who don't know shouldn't. But I keep hearing that you are over budget. And so are you assuring us today that the bond project is on budget?
Right now, the biggest bond project that is underway right now is on the LBJ campus with the O'Quinn Hospital. That hospital is within budget and on schedule. I would say that what has been talked about is we are above the original estimates of that project that were back in 21, 22 related to that. So that ultimate budget was higher than those estimates, but the budgets as locked in by the Harris Health Board and by the contracts that we have through Harris County procurement, we are within those limits and we are anticipating staying within those limits as well as schedule of time as well as we are currently progressing with that project right now.
And how will the Bentop project play into any bond costs?
It will be. It's actually listed on one of the appendix where you see the Bentob projects. We have the expansion facility there. So should be a progression of that project, as you know, it is pending the public hearing on March 19th. Should that continue to progress and we're able to get into design of that project, we would expect to be in design by later this calendar year, breaking ground by late 27 and be underway with that. It is a planned project that feeds into the bond projections of the cash flow related to that
Continue
project.
discussion until this item is completed.
Second. And
Objection here, none, we'll do it.
so thank you for that, but all I would ask is that you keep us posted on the progress or not of this bond project. There's been a lot of conversation that has swirled around it, and so I don't want to have any surprises.
And I think that's the intent here with these being a quarterly update, so that we're in a very regular discussion with staff as well as yourselves on the court related to where we are with any of these projects, where are we with the finances, the timing, et cetera, so that we're being as proactive as we possibly can. And it was really y'all's encouragement and support that we came up with this communication plan to try to improve that interaction with the court, and we appreciate that encouragement.
Good deal. Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey?
Thank you all for spending a significant amount of time in my office going through these details, and I would tell you from my chair, I appreciate it.
Well, thank you for your time.
A lot of the questions I had on LBJ, y'all answered. And what happened there, I think, from a point of encouragement, is there were some costs that had gone up. There were a bit of budget surprises, but y'all went back to the board. You said, well, we'll adjust this, we'll delay that, we'll modify whatever. And you're delivering a LBJ level 1 trauma that meets what was promised in the bond issue. And you're going to do it within the original estimate in terms of that particular facility. Your clarification and discussion on that is much appreciated. When I understand it, then I can communicate to those, even though there may be a modification or two that have been done for expense. I think, to be honest with you, anytime you do a $2 billion anything, you better be prepared to adjust, and y'all have, sounds like, a good program management group on the ground. They're keeping you guys posted. Y'all are keeping us posted. So when the context of not only the completion of LBJ, when did we cut the ribbon on that?
That was May of 24.
So so we will, I said, cut the ribbon on the building. When do we walk in the building?
Are we going to walk on that? So that's going to be January of 29.
So we all mark that on our calendar. We're going to look forward to doing that. But I like the fact that you actually have a date. You actually have something the contractors working toward. Again, with a $2 billion project, we can all look out the airport and see how delayed a lot of those projects end up. So this would be a great thing to do in terms of the delivery. That Bentob, same category. You're going to go down that road. There'll probably be some things that you didn't anticipate that do happen, but y'all are ready to adjust. I particularly am concerned about what clinic facilities, ambulatory facilities will be built in Precinct 3 to provide clinic-type services that were a part of that bond issue. And we'll have this ongoing conversation. Whether that ends up being brick and mortar or it ends up being some wonderful collaboration with some great nonprofit healthcare folks there in the context of what you can do or you can't do, I want to continue that conversation. And lastly, there's been a lot of conversation recently on floods and where are you in the floodplain? And we know certainly in the medical center area, we've all seen it. They're out there. You have a plan based on what you've told me. I'm just reiterating what y'all have told me, that there is a plan to deal with it. You know what the condition of the property that will be pursued or is being pursued. And it has flood issues, floodplain issues, but those are anticipated and be dealt with. So I think the fact is we have a level 1 trauma out in LBJ, level 1 trauma there in the medical center. And the one thing I'd ask, and I think y'all are going to be working on, you probably already have much of the information. When we have a Harvey, I'm looking at our flood director back there, when we have the next storm, we know we're going to have one, we just hope it isn't this year, but we know we're going to have one. What is the routes to these level 1 trauma centers that we can understand so that we can communicate with our constituents that don't worry, here's the route. If we have a 100-year storm or 500-year storm or Harvey was a 1,000-year event, what is the plan in terms of getting people to those level 1? I think it would be good. We know there's a lot more information we know now than we did 30 years ago. So on those routes, I think not only is it the facility, but it's a route to the facility, I think would be a good thing for us to have reference so we can communicate with our constituents.
I would agree with that, and I would also say that as you raised that, which I think was a very excellent question, we also plan to engage the TMC related to some of their planning around that. We think there's opportunity since we are a member of that body because there are multiple options related to how do you get to any TMC facility, but how do we make sure there's clarity of those ingress and egress routes, and I think there is opportunity to sharpen that.
And now that you have new maps that are on the table out for draft, they have changes, and you can incorporate those changes in the plan. Again, thank you. I've asked a lot of questions. I've been clearly critical of a lot of what we're doing, only because there were questions to be answered. Y'all really answered every one of my questions I had yesterday. Thank you.
Iron sharpens iron, so thank you.
Briefly, I want to thank you and echo my colleagues' comments. You're lucky to be able to do this project and meet the timelines and within the budget. If something does change, don't cut any corners.
No.
Just let us know. I mean,
Well, and that's what we did on the LBJ campus right there, as we've talked about. Our commitment is building a truly sustainable and lasting facility that serves. And so we had to readjust some priorities on the LBJ campus about the legacy LBJ building, that we'll need to find some other sources and strategies around that, which we will. We're confident in that. But it is making sure that the project we're bringing online fulfills all the expectations and is truly not going to be a problem in the future like we're dealing with today.
Good. Thank you. Great job to all of you. Compliment your team. This is a transmittal, so there's no action on this item. Thank you.
Very briefly, I wanted to thank you, and just for public record, thank you. The A-Leaf Ambulatory Clinic, I'm thrilled that it is the first one moving forward as part of one of our bond projects. Could you just please state the anticipated opening date for that A-Leaf clinic?
I'm gonna defer to my construction fellow because we're still fine tuning those.
I'm so thrilled.
Yeah, so
projections.
we haven't finalized the lease, so it'll be coming to the court for approval, I believe in March, or will be coming for approval. And it's probably about 2 years total to design and build it, roughly.
That will be huge for our A-Leaf community, and I thank you. And also, please, I'm very happy about this regular cadence of updates, and I very much look forward to the updates in particular, not only about the progress, dates, schedule, budget, but also it's super important, the MWBE apprenticeship and worker safety and wages.
And we'll actually add
More
that
de-
to the
more
the slide
detail would be
deck so that-
appreciated
Yeah,
next
so
time.
that you're seeing the actual data and the
Please.
specifics on that. So we'll be back in May.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. So this is a transmittal. We simply accept it. All right, thank you. Colleagues, if you don't mind, Commissioner Garcia and I have a resolution, 344. We want to bring it up, and we'll take a picture. I'm very proud of the fact that Melanie Lawson had to wait 43 years to get this resolution. And I'm not sure what her next journey will be, but we haven't heard the last of her yet. She comes from a royalty in our community. Her mother and father were at the forefront of the civil rights community in this city. And I knew of her family and actually knew her before she knew me. I sometimes have told the story. I remember being at that home in Sunnyside, Adrian, with that black and white TV with that little old thing that had 3 colors she'd put on there. So it's like we had a color TV. And I remember watching the news account when your home was bombed. And I remember my daddy saying, they messed with the wrong one now. So we weren't going to the streets. We were packing our stuff up going to Itasca, Texas, in case stuff started getting torn up. As it turned out, we didn't go. But I saw you on that newscast as a young person myself. And I'm just privileged to have gotten to know you, your mother, and your father, and your siblings, all of them, over the years. I Googled you last night. I'm learning how to work this stuff. I won't read the resolution, but, you know, we're obviously proud that you're well educated, Princeton, and a dual degree major, one of the early dual degree majors at Columbia, where you went to law school and journalism as well. But I mentioned you upstairs in my office early on in your career. The internet had it wrong. The date that they gave you credit for the interview with Fidel Castro was after Mickey Leland had passed. So I know there had to be some other interview. But I was his chief of staff when you and Harry Hurt were on that trip. And we were going to get Gina Lackey and Bernie somebody out of jail in Cuba. But Adrian, I was amazed when we took the trip that outside President Castro's office in the lobby, he had all these books of Western icons, Churchill, LBJ, John F. Kennedy, Lincoln, their autobiographies. And I didn't want to go because I didn't want to wreck my career, Commissioner Ramsey. And I'd been trying to keep the congressman out of there. Some of his donors told me, keep him out of there, or Walter Mission and we're going to get him. They can take a lot of stuff, but that going back and forth to Cuba ain't on the list. So I'm out there talking. And I said, I thought he couldn't speak English. Why all these books out here in English? And then when we got in his office and Melanie was there with her camera rolling, you know, and they had a translator talking. And then Mr. Castro at one point looked over to me and said, anything else you want to know about me, Rodney? So that meant the lobby was bugged. But after watching that, and I thought I was a bold guy, even back then with my big afro, to watch Melanie Lawson ask President Fidel Castro such penetrating questions about geopolitical issues was really amazing. And that was one of your early breakthrough interviews. That was before Putin, before President Mandela, Mitterrand, and a host of other people. But you've had an amazing career and the ability to ask tough questions and then do it in such a way that you don't anger the people so they shut down the interview. But it has been a remarkable career, and we are all so proud of you. And with that, I'll turn it over to my co-sponsor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Lawson?
Yes, sir.
It is just so wonderful to see you. And I want to thank you. You know, unfortunately, I don't have the up close and personal history that Commissioner Ellis has with you. However, on many occasions, it was up close and personal, especially through your dad. And I remember many times when I'd go visit with him or I would see him, you were generally nearby. And all I can think as the news hit that Melanie was going to retire, my thought went immediately to your dad. And I think your dad may have said she could have waited to 50 or she should have done it at 40. But I know that your father was always very proud of you. I remember asking him one time, and I'm trying to remember where it was at, but I asked him, I said, how do you feel about Melanie, being on TV? And he says, he just kind of looked at me and he didn't say anything for a minute. And he goes, well, how does a proud daddy generally feel? Mm-hmm. And now that I have my own, and today is her birthday, actually. So it gives me great pride in the realm of dads to be able to be here to help recognize you for all of your incredible work. But I just want to tell you that from a inspirational standpoint, I remember seeing you as a kid, and I always tell folks that when I saw Ben Reyes on the back of a garbage truck picking up garbage cans, I looked at him and I said, I don't know what he's doing, but I kind of like it. And the same with you. I would see you, and the first thought that occurred to me was like, well, how did a teenager get on TV? And so I just want to tell you that you inspired me. Undoubtedly, you have inspired millions. And I just want to thank you for all that you've done to do your best to keep Houston in the best light as possible, and to communicate to Houstonians that in spite of what is happening, that Houston is continuously always trying to figure it out. And your dad was very instrumental in that as well. A lot of things, Houston could have gone by way of a lot of other cities, but didn't, primarily because of you two guys. You were communicating to folks, and your dad was getting people to sit down and talk to each other. And so I just want to tell you, thank you for giving of yourself to your respective career, your craft. You did it so well. I've been able to be in a few newsrooms and kind of watch things as they happen at the moment. Mm-hmm. Undoubtedly, it was many days. There was probably a lot of stress, trying to maybe switching stories at the last minute or something of that nature. But you never appeared frazzled. You always were composed, and it was easy to listen to you than it was to listen to some of your colleagues. And so I just want to say that I am so honored to be a part of today's occasion. You are an icon in our community. When we talk about Houston, you can't help but to talk about you and your father and all that you've done for this great place that we call home. And so I just want to say thank you. And you really did touch me in a very personal way in regards of seeing you, and you did look like a kid. You still do. But it was a kid looking at another kid, and I was like, wow, how did they get a teenager on there? What is this, like a high school AV audiovisual class or something? And so in that regard, you had me locked into the TV to hear what you had to say. And so again, thank you. Thank you. And may the next chapter of your life be a blessing. And whatever you ever need, it's just a call away. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramsey?
Part of my part-time jobs working my way through A&M was I'd work at KBTX, the Big Three in Bryan. And sometimes I would say, well, maybe I could do the news. And they would give me a mic test. They said, your diction's fine. You maintain good cadence there, and that all's good. But I'm sorry, Mr. Ramsey, we don't have an hour and a half to give the news. But what I've always admired about you and Dave Ward is you're both preacher's kids. And being a preacher's kid myself, we kind of keep up with other preacher's kids. And that's just a different experience. And I think I agree with my colleagues in terms of I miss the way news used to be given. Mm-hmm. I do. When I could turn on the TV and I could just get good information in a way that made sense and wasn't as confusing as it is now. You've always done a great job of that. But I would like to think your father did important kingdom work. What you did and do in the media is kingdom work. So even though you're not directly in the ministry, you know you kind of are, kind of like Dave Ward and others, that they do things, they're involved. This is quote-unquote secular type stuff, but I never considered what you do anything but great kingdom work. Thank you for what you've done.
Thank you. Commissioner Briones?
So, Ms. Lawson, congratulations. I echo my colleagues' comments. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being a trusted voice. Thank you for being the embodiment of what I believe journalism should always be, ethical, full of integrity, educating, and it's a search for the truth. And so thank you for being a role model to me. I know so many on my team, and there's a couple here. I see Michelle, Sion Road, so many. We're just, you really have impacted us deeply, and thank you. And I pray that those journalists still in the field follow in your footsteps of speaking truth and doing it in a way that makes our community a better place. So thank you for being you. Congratulations on your much-deserved retirement.
Thank you, Commissioner. And now, live, formerly with Channel 13, now in Harris County Commissioner's Court, is Melanie Lawson with breaking news.
Maybe I am the breaking news, but thank you all so, so much, Commissioner Ellis and everybody here. What an incredible honor and privilege to be here with you today. It really means a lot to me. And you talked about my siblings, Rodney. I happen to have my two sisters here, Cheryl and Roxanne. If you guys would stand. We all feel as though we're carrying on the work of my dad, Commissioner Ramsey. And as PKs, we always have to make sure we're appropriate is the right word. I also want to say a word about my friend and caregiver, Vendetta, here. If she would just wave. She hates me when I do this, but I appreciate it. You know, it is an incredible honor and privilege just to be down here with you all, much less being recognized. But I appreciate it so much. I spent a lifetime covering this county, and in fact, I've grown up with several of the commissioners here, and not only this job, but their previous jobs. So I've had an opportunity to get to know you. And certainly, this award represents all of the work done by people behind me that you never get a chance to see, whether they're shooting the camera or producing the newscast. And so I'm just very grateful to the army of people that have backed me up over the years. Now, I'm like you guys. I grew up in Houston and in Harris County. And as you've mentioned my dad several times, you know it was a very different place here in Houston. When I was growing up, Black folks couldn't live in certain neighborhoods. They certainly couldn't go to certain schools, even work in certain areas or go to a restaurant or a movie. But now our city, over all of those decades, is often touted as one of the most diverse places in the entire country. And it's a matter of great pride when I talk to my friends from other parts of the country. And they say, well, you know, Texas is so conservative and this and that. And I said, when you guys get a gay mayor with 3 Black kids, give me a call. You know, very, very proud of the diversity of our county and as our city. And when I look at you guys, you're a regular rainbow now. This is very different from when I was covering Commissioner's Court early in my career. And you represent not only a racial background, a difference there, but a diversity of thought and interest on behalf of your constituents. And I really applaud you for that. In fact, looking at you, I never would have dreamed of a Commissioner's Court like this, even a decade or two ago. But it does show once again why Houston is such an amazing city and Harris County is even more diverse. I think about the most important thing that you do is to really support and represent so many of your constituents who have great needs, and they count on you. So you were just talking about hurricane coverage. When the city is underwater, or we've got a hurricane barreling down I-45, or there's a strange new disease like COVID, I have to tell you, we counted on your daily press conferences. You would see on the news that we would cover them nonstop because it was important for so many people to know what was going on. Well, my joy has been to tell some of those stories that affect our county. And I've even had the privilege of interviewing several of you over the years. And I'm grateful for that and for just being recognized by you guys. I am so proud of the work that you do. You may remember my dad coming down here to rabble rouse a few times over the years. I'm proud of what he was able to do to change this city. But it just means a great deal to me. I consider all of you to be my colleagues, my working colleagues, just on opposite sides of the microphone. And I appreciate so much what you do and this recognition from you. It means a lot to me.
Amen.
Thank you, Melanie. And
Oh, my goodness. I did not see that coming, so thank you very, very much.
Second.
so, all those in favor?
Aye.
Resolution passes unanimously. We're going to take a picture with you and your family.
Yeah.
Oh,
We'll just take a quick
great.
break to take a picture.
Come on, you guys.
What's next?
Okay, the next item is 124, and
Okay.
there's some speakers on item 124. AFL-CIO Nohani Khalil, I think I saw you earlier. Item 124. And Commissioners Ramsey and Briones pulled this one.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you to Commissioner Briones for leading on this item to continue funding the Apprenticeship Advantage Program as part of the county's regular budget. For the last 3 years, the Texas Gulf Coast Area Labor Federation has been proud to partner with Harris County and to invest in and expand access to 11 registered apprenticeship programs. So far, 1,219 apprentices have gotten access to high-quality training, are earning while they're learning, obtaining nationally recognized credentials, all of it debt-free. 60% come from families facing moderate to high economic vulnerability, but now they're earning wages 38% higher than their non-union counterparts on average. And they have access to family and health pension benefits that right out of high school, certainly something I didn't have. And as the federal and Texas state governments undermine the foundations of opportunity, public education, and unions, it is essential that local governments step up to build training pipelines into good
can
jobs.
continue.
Harris County is leading in that. We urge you to continue funding this program so that more folks can get access to good training and good jobs here in Harris County.
Thank you. Any
Can you
questions?
please state your name for the record, sir?
Hani Khalil. Need me to spell that?
We know
No,
you.
I know, everybody knows that, yeah, right.
Were there any other speakers on this item? Said it. Okay. Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ryan Schuett. I'm the business manager for IUEC Local 31 in Houston. We're elevator constructors. So on behalf of the mechanics, apprentices, and instructors of our program, first let me say thank you for all of your support for the Apprenticeship Advantage program. Since its launch, we've actually doubled our capacity for new incoming apprentices, expanding access to some of skilled careers, and strengthening our workforce in Harris County. When this program started, I was told that apprenticeship programs were the best kept secret in labor. And so this investment, this is a proven program that's changed lives and delivered opportunities to people across all of our communities. As you move through the budget process, just respectfully ask for you to continue allocating funds so that this program can grow and no longer be the best kept secret in labor. Thank you for your leadership and partnership.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Valderas. I am a Harris County resident, grew up in Precinct 2, and now I reside in Precinct 3. As a proud apprentice that came through this program, I wish this would have been a better known secret, right, when I was growing up. And thankfully, I found it. But if I ask for you guys to continue supporting apprenticeship programs, it helps residents, helps keep stable jobs in the county, and helps our overall tax base. So thank you for your continued support. All right.
Thank you.
If I could, let me also just welcome Commissioner Leslie Briones into one of the apprenticeship programs yesterday.
I think I failed out of it.
Yesterday, she welded in the mobile training facility that the elevator constructors have been able to purchase through this program. She
I
got a
loved
live demonstration. We welcome you, Commissioner Ramsey, and others to come and do the same. We promise you will leave safe
loved
and
it.
sound.
We got positions open in precinct
I
C.
loved
Public Works.
every moment of it, and I have a lot to learn.
She laid down a real good bead on that welding, did she?
No, I didn't.
Yes, sir. What? Explain it. Would you give some information on it?
Well, you know, I met all these folks and I've shook everybody's hand except for yours, and I would like to get an opportunity to get you in the welding booth one of these days.
Okay.
You'll probably be way better than I was yesterday. Yeah, but truly, I know we all want to speak on this.
Commissioner Garcia.
Yeah. Hanny, just, look, thank you guys. This program, when we funded it, made national news. And so proud that we were able to do that. But more importantly, the thousands of people who are going through it that are their lives are gonna be changed forever for the better. And as you touched on it, it's really gonna help lift families up. And that's what we're all about. We all care about those working families who just want to be able to do a good job and get a good pay for it, and just be a solid part of the community. So couldn't be more proud of the impact this program is having, but also that look, it's also to set a standard, because going into your trades isn't just something you walk into. You really got to sharpen your pencil. You got to work, do a little remedial math. You got to know your business. I mean, you got to be committed to your craft, so that you can hold up the standard. And so just really proud of this program, proud of the leadership you guys have provided, and thank y'all for being here.
Commissioner Briones.
Yes, thank you for being here. And more importantly, thank you for your leadership and for what you do to advance the lives of working people every day in Harris County and beyond. You know how passionately I feel about Apprenticeship Advantage, because to me, it's the best of the American dream. We are literally making the American dream an American reality with a good job, good pay, benefits, and the safety protection so they can go home to their families at night. And Henny and I bonded the first moment I met him, because he's a former teacher and I'm a former teacher. And I think of my students, so many of my students that would have just, if we had only had an apprenticeship program like this, so that and it changes not only them, but their families. And talking to our apprentices yesterday and all the other times, whether it's our veterans coming home from defending our democracy around the world, or our students that are looking for a path, to me, this is the best. We need to be doubling down on creating jobs, good paying jobs here in Harris County. And so I feel so passionately about this. As y'all know, this is at the top of my list of proven ARPA programs that we need to make sure we are putting in our general budget, and not only putting, but growing. And so it is a deep commitment I have. And so thank you, thank you, thank you. I know I failed out of my apprenticeship yesterday. I'm not the best welder, but to see the talent and the complexity, and to tie it back to our Harris Health conversation a second ago, I mean, these are the folks that are building our hospitals, literally, with the complexity of all that entails. And the safety requirements are so front and center, because these are dangerous jobs and they're critical jobs. And so it's literally making their own American dream and the rest of ours possible. So you have my commitment. I can't wait to grow our apprenticeship and then work together, because the state of Texas, I want our state. I mean, I'm proud that we are the biggest local government in terms of the biggest investment around the country. We made history here, but I want to make history for the state of Texas and the country as we continue to grow this. So that's my dream, and I look forward to making that happen together. And this item goes beyond our amazing Apprenticeship Advantage program. So I do have questions for Mr. Hargest and Romero in a little bit, but I don't know if anyone else wanted to talk about the Apprenticeship Advantage before I moved on to those questions. But in sum, thank you for what you do for working families and making the American dream an American reality.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah, again, thank you. Growing up in a non-urban area, there weren't always those opportunities, so you worked where you could, and you kind of learned a few things in construction. It's a progressive thing, but having inspected a few wells, when I moved here in 1981, there were 4 50-story plus buildings under construction. Most of them full penetration wells, top to bottom. And I was responsible for the inspection of those, and we did. And then in 2 hurricanes after that, we went in the basement of one of the 50-story buildings to measure the stress on the well in that basement. A 100-mile-an-hour wind blowing on a 50-story building will move the top of that building about 5 feet. And you can imagine what it's doing to those connections in the basement. I always thought about that when you're laying down a weld or you're doing something. It really is a life-changing deal. So thank you for what y'all do.
Thank you.
I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the Biden-Harris administration for the money to start this, and to thank the Harris County Commissioners Court, because we didn't do what many units of government in our region did. The city, the state, for the most part, just plugged holes in their budget. But we saw it as a once in a generation opportunity to do something about generational poverty. And the argument was made that this is not a core responsibility of county government. And our response was, if we don't do it, who will? But we were fortunate that that Biden administration made this money available. And I appreciate the work that my staff put into this. They took the lead on this. And Judge Hidalgo's staff, to be honest with you. But it was having foresight to go and invest in this. And it means a lot to keep it going. And I want to encourage you all to use your political muscle at the city as well, and other cities and counties. And obviously with the state, if they're willing to do it. But we stepped up, and you're right, Commissioner Garcia did get national press because it was uncommon and something that would not have been a thought of for this county in particular to do it. And the proof of concept is there. There are a lot of other things we did. We won't be able to fund them all. But this is one that I'm glad has borne fruit, and we'll continue it. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Yes, thank you so much. Now, Mr. Hargis, could you please, and Romero and team?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tom Hargis. I'm the Director of Grants and Partnerships in the Office of County Administration. With me, Director Romeo Solis. He's the Director of the ARPA PMO, and we're happy to take your questions about this item.
So thank you both for quarterbacking this. I too, Commissioner Ellis, thank President Biden and the Biden-Harris administration. This was an investment of over $915 million. We knew, eyes wide open, they were one-time funds to do important, big, bold things. And we, eyes wide open, one-time funds. And so knowing that it was always temporary, knowing it was always one time, I know our 5 offices have been working deeply in collaboration with you and your team as we reach the end of this ARPA period. And so we're clear on what item 124 is, but just to level set, can you please discuss kind of what went into today and then where we go from here? And I'm ready to move 124 as presented, knowing everything that went into it, but I just want to make sure we're being very clear and transparent.
Yeah, certainly. So what this item does is direct us, along with the ARPA Steering Committee and the focus area teams that were developed as part of the ARPA process that you approved, to look at the programs that have been recommended by the Steering Committee by at least 3 offices for consideration in the CLS squared, I guess now, budget process. This months has gone into this as we anticipate the close of the ARPA program. We're committed to spending the full $915 million by the end of the year. And so this is an opportunity, pending Commissioners Court direction and approval, for these to be considered as options for continued funding in the general fund.
And so by approving this list today, can you please be a bit more specific in terms of what happens next? I know you just mentioned it, but just so we're all crystal clear, please.
Yeah. So after this process, each of the focus area teams that were created as part of the ARPA process that brings things to Commissioner Court will go back, look at the scopes of work with the departments that are behind each of these and run these programs, with all of your staff who have representatives on the focus area teams, and then refine those based upon whatever amounts that you approve for potentially putting in the CLS process. And then those will come back to court for your consideration as part of the budget process. Does that answer your question?
Yes. And then lastly, again, to this, we always knew this was one-time funding, and I'm incredibly proud of the approximately 76 pilots that we launched, various programs, and just incredibly critical work. And we know one-time funding, it is coming to an end. So in terms of, as we prepare to sunset, these programs. Can you please walk us through the actions that OCA and the various departments are taking so that we're all on the same page and in strict compliance with all the rules of these funds?
Sure. Romeo Solis, Director of the ARPA portfolio. Right now, we have over 130 individual projects, so that will be completed between now and the end of the year as we approach the deadline for expenditures. In the meantime, we're doing active monitoring of each of these programs to make sure that we're compliant with any federal rules, making sure that we have any documentation that is needed, that any evaluations are completed in order to be compliant with any rules from the federal government. And at the same time, very excited to see support behind some of these programs for continuation. We estimate that over 1 million residents in Harris County will have been impacted positively by the ARPA funds by the end of this program. And so it's, incredible impact from these projects, and excited to see some of these continue.
The impact has been incredible, and this data will be invaluable as we move forward. And I pray that we have future state and federal leaders that will want to make investments in these programs while we continue, moving our local funding, local projects that are non-negotiable for us as we look for additional funds to invest and infuse here at home in Harris County. But with that, I know my colleagues wanted to say some additional things. I appreciate your leadership and stewardship of these funds. I'm so proud of what we accomplished, and I'm particularly proud that we will be doubling down on some of these most impactful projects, which include our Apprenticeship Advantage. So when the time's ready, I'm ready to do 124. Move as presented.
Yeah, quickly, just as a follow-up and to understand the budget process, what is being proposed today is the funding, what funds are left in ARPA. We're going to continue these, and with the understanding that these will be moved to the general fund in the next budget year. Is that right, Daniel?
So it would be included in the baseline forecast, but until the budget is adopted, nothing's final.
Well,
so to alleviate any concern you might have, the court will get multiple opportunities to amend the budget and potentially take these out if there's.
So this will be a part of the budget process, just like anything else. I know we talk about issues at every court. There's compelling statutory responsibilities that we do have, such as traffic signal maintenance, subdivision drainage, indigent defense. There is a long list of things that we are currently not able to do. So these should be vetted. You got my vote on Apprenticeship Advantage. So that one was fully vetted today, fully understood. Think there's great merit in that. But I think there needs to be the conversation as we compare these compelling reasons to all the other compelling reasons that come to this court almost every time. So I'm really not ready to throw down and say, yep, I'm good. These are ready to move out of the maybe into the almost certain budget process. I'm not there yet, except for Apprentice Advantage. We want to separate that out. I can vote on that, but I'm not going to vote on the rest of them, only because of the other things that we know that are there that we are so far behind on, and whether it's Vision Zero or others. So I'll be not supporting. I'll be supporting Apprentice Advantage, but not the rest of them.
Okay.
And I want to thank, just while we're thanking everybody in Washington, the people not named Biden and Harris that have sent large sums of money to Harris County so we can do major projects and major initiatives. So I just, unnamed folks that have done a good job in Washington.
Well, let me say, praise the Lord as well. Let's thank them all.
Where's my Virgen de Guadalupe candle? I'm like, come
I
on,
went to
y'all.
PK, but for
Everybody.
somehow I thought that would be appropriate. I want to bring up, and we could work it out, Commissioner Ramsey, when we get ready to vote on it. I want to offer a friendly amendment, but I want to bring Tao up. I want to make the comment that out of that ARPA money of nearly $1 billion, I'm especially proud of the $130 million that we put towards affordable rental housing. nearly 500,000 households earning less than $75,000 a year spend over 30% of their income on housing. If we talk about an affordability package, I can't think of really anything that's much more important than housing. I mean, childcare, all of them are important. As I mentioned when we had that discussion, I didn't read about it. I was a latchkey kid. But we had a house. Thank God that was a place. Even during that era of segregated housing when I was born in '54, we had a house that my family still owns. My sister stays in. Tyler, I want you to come up and make the case if you have one, or if you're in here, if you're on virtually. There you are.
I'm on virtually. Can you hear
For
me?
a proposal to, this is a motion that I'm going to make. In the spirit of the court passing a motion to include initiative U1 that includes an objective to establish a housing trust fund, I have the following motion. And it is a friendly motion to direct HCD to develop a proposal for the creation of an affordable housing trust fund for fiscal year '27 general fund budget. The proposal may be developed through the ARPA focus area team process. So at some point, you got to have a framework, whether you put any money into it or not. But we got to start somewhere if we're serious about it. But Ty, I want to give you a chance to make the case, then I'll ask for a vote on that. And then Commissioner Ramsey, we can divide the issue on the other items that you want to vote for or against. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, we have learned so much from the ARPA investments, and we have made a significant amount into housing affordability. I know that homelessness and eviction prevention is something that all of you have supported and prioritized. And for us to effectively address those issues, we need to provide more housing. So U1 is our strategic plan, and that we so appreciate you approving that earlier as a strategic priority. This would be a mechanism for us to begin to build a fund that offers us that flexibility and continued investment in creating more homes, period, so that people, our community can manage those costs more effectively. So yes, we can definitely create or build the programming around that and policies, recommendations through our team, your teams.
And how many have been created around the country? Somebody told me earlier, but
Yes.
I forgot.
There are more than 800 housing trust funds throughout the country. 183 of them are county housing trust funds.
And in
So
Texas, I know would be the first county, but I think Austin
Austin
and San
and San
Antonio have
Antonio.
created them.
And
Yes,
how would that
they-
work, Commissioner? Just,
Yeah, so we can help support that or create that framework. And it would be a collaborative effort whereby the recommendations of projects would come forth with your support and approval. And so it would be part of the funding, the capital resources that are needed by some of the projects that we will bring forth to you.
And Commissioner Ramsey
So-
is asking how would it work? If we created it, could the city and could TERS, other entities, local government entities could put funding in to support?
I believe in some areas they have used TERS funds. Others have used other tax revenue or certain types of revenue from other sources. For instance, if there's service fees and whatnot, private dollars. I know that that's something that I know Commissioner Briones, you have also highlighted that we want to bring philanthropy into the mix. And this is one opportunity way that we can do that. And also housing trust funds allow us to be much more cost effective in the uses of these dollars in investing in housing development, much more so than federal funds.
I had a nonprofit public meeting earlier this week, Commissioner, and these folks came up to me that were a part of Habitat for Humanity. They said they had money, they had grants, they just couldn't find a piece of land. And so they could start tomorrow on building, and if I had to be an advocate of anything, I'm a real advocate, big advocate for single-family housing, quote unquote, that American dream, if you will. Get in a house, having a home, having your family there. And Habitat Humanity said they've got grants, they've got money, they could build a large something if we could find them a plot of land. Well, this is the kind of thing I would think that would help us get the land so that they could build the houses.
Commissioner, I know that one of the supervisors from Los Angeles County, County Commissioner from LA County, Holly Mitchell, is coming in. Apparently was something on 60 Minutes about tiny homes. I've been looking for it. The ones that I found were in Travis County. They were outside Willis, right outside Austin. But there's some here, and she's coming in on the LA trip with some of her team to look at it. And Tal Casas, I hadn't told you yet, but Janae's lining up that trip, I think, in April for her to come in. But obviously, this could be the entity that those programs could run through. Commissioner Briones.
I absolutely love the idea and would love to make it happen so that we're clear in the way the item was posted, Jay. So this would be a new concept. We would need to ideate. HCD, Director Costas would come up with a plan. Love to see the plan. I can't wait to make that happen. And for today's, so I'd love if we could like separate into different motions.
All right.
Because, correct me if I'm wrong, Director Hargis, but the way 124 is presented is for the remaining of the 13.945, just so
Correct.
that we're clear
Yep.
with the work streams. Would that be?
Would this be germane, Jay? We can vote on it separately, but do I have to post it again, or is it germane? We're not taking it out of this money. It would go through the
Right,
ARPA
right,
process.
exactly.
Yeah, I think you would need to post it again, Commissioner.
We'll post it again. Okay.
And in the meantime, can it be like a directive, because we don't want to waste
Yeah,
a
that
few
was,
weeks?
that was exactly
Yeah,
my
yeah.
suggestion.
'Cause
to
we're
just
so
simply
excited.
direct them to make it.
Post it for
That will
the
be
next one.
amazing. And similarly, so I've
Okay.
love to make this happen, and I do believe there's plenty of partners that would love to partner with us. But in moving back, anything else on?
So you want to vote on Tom separately? So you get his vote on that
Should
one?
we
and
pull
then
out
vote
the number then? What would you propose, Jay?
Yeah, I think we would want to do as a motion to approve all items first approve all items minus the apprenticeship program, and then we can do a separate one just for the apprenticeship program.
second
If I'm understanding what the commissioner wants.
Okay, so
Garcia?
Yeah, while I support this item, I do have a question. I understand that this is not made it through the SteerCo, and did not make it to the strategic plan. Can you give any insight as to why you think that's the case?
No, this went through a pretty rigorous process in the steering
How was
committee. It's
important?
actually
How was important?
it's
The
actually
housing
been
piece, the housing
I'm sorry.
piece.
As far as this was before my time that I got here, but I think the Housing Trust Fund was an original program that was proposed in the ARPA portfolio, but it did not ultimately be seen through. And so I think it's being raised now as part
Some
of this
reason, and I did say send it back to the ARPA focus
Yes.
team process.
And Tal, do you have any insight?
I do not. I think that came before me as well, but like Mr. Hargis was saying, it was a concept that was not part of the 200 or so million that was part of the affordable housing.
Got you. I would just appreciate if you guys can visit on this while we work through it, just to make sure it's, we're not going to have any problems down the line in terms of overall execution and bringing the resources together. If y'all can just get together and help polish it up so that we have it and we're committed to it, that we're not yet taking another thing outside of either the ARPA or the strategic plan framework. I just want to try and keep those lanes straight.
Great.
And since it'll be on the next court, they have time.
Yeah, and we will put that through the same focus area team process where they establish
It
the
would still
scope,
go through it,
working
though, Adrian.
with the departments, who I also just really want to recognize how wonderful all the departments have been in implementing these programs and seeing them through.
All right, so
I
the
would-
motion is,
I would please like to make a motion on item 124 as presented, minus the apprenticeship advantage, which I'll make a separate motion in a second. So that's my motion.
second. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed vote no.
No.
3 ayes and 1 no. Item passes.
And now, under item 124, I'd like to make a motion with regard to the Apprenticeship Advantage recommendation in item 124.
And Commissioner Ramsey, you want to second it?
Second it.
Okay, all those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
4 ayes and no nays. See, old Tom, second.
Thank
something.
you.
I got to vote for it. All right. Okay, go to item 3.
Thank you very much.
Judges are here. Thank you. Next, thank you all. We'll go to item 317. The judges are here now. 317. Okay, this is a request by county courts for approval of creation and funding for 6 staff attorney positions to support identification of GOB eligible and carve out misdemeanor defendants. Commissioner Ramsey, you pulled it. Yes, you all want to speak first?
Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you to each of the commissioners for this opportunity to address you. I also want to thank some of my colleagues, Judge Jones, our co-presiding judge. I am Ashley Mace Geis, presiding judge of Harris County Criminal Court at Law Number 12, also the current presiding judge over the 16 Harris County Criminal Courts at Law. I want to offer thanks to some of my other colleagues who had to run back to the building to attend meetings, Judge Raul Rodriguez and Judge Erica Ramirez. I believe that we all agree that misdemeanor bail reform is a great thing for our courts, our community, our county, and criminal justice as a whole here in Harris County. We are operating under the federal consent decree, and of course, we want to remain in compliance with it. And we find ourselves in a position where we need to come up with a temporary fit to make sure that these cases are screened, the incoming cases are screened, and that low-level nonviolent arrestees who are eligible for GOBs are appropriately screened out, as well as carve-out.
We can continue. You can continue. Go ahead.
Thank you. As well as carve-outs are properly identified. And given that we are making this request for 6 staff attorneys over at the JPC who can make these decisions and screen these cases for eligibility so that we are doing it in a manner that does not sacrifice accuracy or timeliness and does not add any undue burden to the process over at the JPC. So we hope that we have your consideration, and of course, thank you all for your partnership. I'm on hand to answer any questions, as well as Ed Wells, our court manager.
Thank you, Commissioner Briones. Have a motion.
Sure. I do have a motion, but very quickly, thank you, Judge Geis, for taking the time. I know how incredibly active your docket is, so thank you and your colleagues for coming here today. I really appreciate the collaboration that has happened between all of the key stakeholders, and I see representatives from our district attorney's office, our public defender's office, our MAC, and of course our judges, Mr. Wells, Ms. Cherry, et cetera. And so in terms, and I know the monitors were updated as well. So can you just walk us through kind of very specifically and if any of the other interested parties who are partners in this, the transition timeline, the handoff, and kind of next steps?
Sure.
Because this is so critically important, and I want to make sure it's as flawless as possible.
Absolutely. Ed Wells, I'm court manager for the county courts and Office of Court Management. With regard to that transition, of course, the first thing that has to happen is this approval, hopefully today, from the court creating those positions. It is budget neutral, thanks to our partnership with the district attorney's office to help do this. With regard to that, immediately, if this item is approved, we will post the positions, begin recruiting to fill them. As we interview and hire people, training will be provided. And then from there, start the transition. We won't fill 6 positions overnight, but as we do that, we'll start working people into the rotation to provide this service, ultimately getting to hopefully 6 positions covering 24/7 operations at the JPC. And it's extremely important not to disrupt that timeliness Judge Geis talked about. Historically,
Please continue.
Thank you. From the time that the Rule 9 and the consent decree were put in place, about almost 70% initially of misdemeanor arrestees were eligible for and given a general order bond. And over time, the impact of the pandemic, time to disposition stretched out, a backlog came through, that number dropped to as low as a little under 50%, that percentage, I'm sorry. For the month of January this year, it was at 67% of misdemeanor arrestees were eligible for and received a general order bond, meaning they were released from the JPC within a few short hours of arriving there. We don't want to disrupt that. The dockets there are busy. Congestion in the JPC is significant. We have to keep that process moving. We all recognize this is a stopgap measure. There are probably better ways to do it in the future, and we'll be working with Justice Partners and Commissioners Court to try to figure that out.
So thank you, Mr. Wells. You kind of led me to my next question. So I remember years ago when we were still in our other courthouse, we approved additional hearing officers because we wanted to have 24/7 both of the basically courtrooms open so that we could be doing both at the same time to make sure that we were moving the wheels of justice here in Harris County. And so my question is, A, where do we stand on what we had previously approved? And then I have another subpart after that.
Absolutely, and I appreciate you mentioning that because it's an issue for us. Previously, we had, I believe, 12 hearing officers. The number are 12, and it was increased by 3 to 15. The reality is we have never been staffed with 15 hearing officers. Attracting candidates to that are qualified has proven to be very difficult. We have 2 vacancies today. I just received 1 application yesterday, and that's something that we've been working with HRT and Budget Management and County Administration. We need to address those positions because we're not attracting people, and then when we do, we're not keeping them. And so on the one hand, we don't have enough hearing officers to do that. On the other hand, when that funding was granted, there are other partners that would be impacted by running both courtrooms, if not 24/7, certainly at the same time, right? And so we've got to come back and figure out what those impacts would be. I don't think it's every department that operates there, but as you can imagine, the sheriff in particular would be impacted providing security into moving inmates into 2 different courtrooms at the same time, right? For the safety of the arrestees, for the staff that are present, all of that would have to be covered. Simply don't have that ability to do that today.
And so to some of these challenges that you're raising, that we're contending with, these 6 positions, my next question relates to, obviously the general order bond is the first order of business work that we're transitioning over from our district attorney's office to these 6 attorneys if approved. And on the probable cause hearing, my understanding is the general order bond, the GOB work can be done. It's critical and it could be done. It's not necessarily a full-time shift. So my question to you is, my strong preference would be these people are hired, they nail the GOB work, and they're trained so they can help us with the probable cause hearings. It could be a both and with these 6 individuals to make sure that we're really advancing justice in a meaningful way, maximizing the ROI of these 6 positions. So what are your thoughts in terms of the both and with the GOB and the probable cause hearings, knowing that we'll have to phase it and step it, right?
Sure.
Can you talk to me about that? And I'd love to hear Judge Geis's thoughts after you, Mr. Wells.
Absolutely. The first thing is these attorneys, these positions would not have the authority to sit and make decisions in probable cause in the magistration hearings. They wouldn't have the authority to review and approve search warrants, the other work that takes place outside of the courtroom at the Joint Processing Center. It would take additional criminal law hearing officers to do that. And that sounds great.
Agree 100%. And in terms of the support work that's needed.
Correct. Which is the other thing, because the existing criminal law hearing officers for some time have asked for additional legal support outside of traditional business hours. We have staff attorneys, one that's dedicated to the county courts in our office, but that one individual can't support a 24/7 operation, right? And so they will, in addition to identifying those eligible for a GOB, be able to provide that kind of support to the existing hearing officers, reducing the amount of time, hopefully, that they take preparing for each docket. Because each hearing officer, a docket of 15, 18 people on a docket, they may spend an hour, hour plus just preparing for that docket, then go do the docket, which can go beyond an hour, turn around, do a handful of things outside of the courtroom, and then start prepping for the next docket again. So that's
Understood.
constantly in motion.
Understood. But it would be possible to, in addition to the GOB, there will be some capacity to assist with other key needs.
Absolutely. And in speaking to some of our justice partners, I had mentioned very specific examples in my prior experience as staff attorney to the county courts, where, as Mr. Wells had indicated, there were times where there was legal research needed, there were questions asked, and hours where staff attorneys weren't available. And so this would remedy that. Additionally, one of the tasks that a staff attorney has is keeping the judiciary, hearing officers included, apprised of any changes in the law or changes in forms and procedures. And this would also help build kind of a liaison for our staff attorneys who work 8 to 5 for the most part, to be able to reach out to these staff attorneys so that they can then apprise the hearing officers that they're working on shift with of those very necessary changes and updates.
Thank you. So my last question goes back to my initial point, and I see we have Mr. Rain here. So given, if approved today, it will take time to get these 6 staff attorneys. Can you talk to us about the kind of phased handover based on how quickly we can hire? Because I know this is of very great importance to you and DA Tier.
Yes, ma'am, it is. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Chandler Rain. I'm the first assistant at the DA's office. We are dedicated to a seamless transition. However long it takes, we're going to be on board with making sure that this works properly. As Ed just mentioned, the first step to getting this rolling is this vote today. As soon as this is done, then we're going to continue to work with the county courts. We're going to continue to work with the Chapter 54 magistrates and do everything that we can to make sure that the GOB business doesn't end in Harris County when you all pass this vote. We're going to keep pushing that button. We're going to keep identifying GOBs as long as it takes for them to get a 24/7 operation up. Because that's the big thing here, is that this runs 24/7. And while we've been doing it at our intake division, as we step out of the business, we have no interest in it stopping. And so if it takes us 3 months, if it takes us 6 months, if it takes us 9 months, the DA's office is dedicated to making sure that there's complete O'Donnell compliance. And we've even had some folks from our IT department, our IT director, Gary Zoller, every time I ask him, thank you. Every time I ask him if he's got bandwidth for something else, he always finds a way to do it. And one of the things that I asked him to do is to work with Ed and his team to make sure that technologically, once this starts shifting over to the county courts, they're ready to go. Our bureau chief at intake, Denise Nichols, she's going to be able to work with training, whatever they need to take on this responsibility, we're going to do. And we really appreciate the county courts taking this judicial function back from the DA's office, because I know we've expressed to all of your offices the liability that we see for our staff. But we're not going to drop the county in the grease on this. We're going to stick around and make sure that this is a seamless transition.
Well, thank you, Mr. Rain, and thank you to DA Tier, Judge Geis, and all the judges, and Mr. Wells and team. I appreciate it. Those were all my questions.
So, thank you all. As you know, I had a little modest hand in the O'Donnell settlement. I would be curious to know if the public defender has any thoughts on this subject.
Good afternoon. My name is Genesis Draper. I'm the Chief Defender for Harris County. To Commissioner Ellis's question, I think first I should say GOBs absolutely need to continue. I think we all know that this county, not only is it the right thing to do, but we have come to rely on it to keep our system operating and functioning well. With that being said, we find ourselves in a really tough spot if the DA's office is getting out of this business of identifying GOBs quickly. I do appreciate Mr. Rain's agreement that they would continue this as long as it takes for us to come up with a workable solution. I think we all agree that this is not the best or most ideal situation. There are better ways to handle this. It's been mentioned that criminal law hearing officers would be the best solution. I am of the opinion that this is not a function that has to be done by an attorney, quite frankly. But if everyone else insists that it should be, I think it should be the criminal law hearing officers. Mr. Wells is right that it is difficult to higher in those positions these days. I served as the chair of that committee just about 5 minutes ago, and so I understand the pressures that they're under. I do think that our time would be better spent in speaking with this court about how to support making those positions more attractive, and that would be the best place to use our resources. And if the DA is willing, as they say they are, to give us the time necessary, that we be given that 6 months, 8 months, 9 months to come to that solution, which I think is a better way to spend the money, because then you get much more, as Mr. Wells has stated, these attorneys, they won't be able to do probable cause findings, sign warrants, which is what we find ourselves up against, a shortage of. And so if we could have someone that could do that function as well as assist with the GLB determinations, that would be ideal. I should also add that it's our lawyers that are there, boots on the ground in the JPC. And so there is significant concern that's been expressed to me from my lawyers who do this work day in and day out, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, that a change like this could significantly throw a wrench in our usual operations and create more of a bottleneck than we already experience. There is overcrowding, of course, there in the JPC, and we work hard with our justice partners to minimize that overcrowding for the safety of everyone. There is concern that making a change, albeit a small-ish change, that it could have a significant impact on that. You know, I always say if we change the ink in the printer at the JPC, it's going to cause an issue. And so I think at a time where we're going into a very busy season in this county with all the sporting events and things like that coming up, that this is a really inopportune time to be making this type of stopgap adjustment. Obviously, we serve at the pleasure of the courts, and we will be prepared to do so, but we are of the opinion that if given a little bit of a longer runway, that this court should opt for one of the other more efficient and more cost-effective options.
So I'm just in some ways wondering, obviously we need to move. Do we have to, couldn't you all visit and we bring this up when we meet again? I mean, it's obviously whatever three of us here want to do, but.
Obviously, I'm available to visit with anyone. They all know that. We just met last week with a very robust and spirited discussion about this. Happy to do so as many times as folks would like, but I do think that workshopping it as a group is prudent and appropriate.
If I may.
Yes, sir.
So that those 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, that's after we take this first step, which is approving these staff attorneys. If we were to wait for and plan for a few more months, then we're adding another 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. So we're talking about fiscal year 27. The moment we identified this as a liability for our lawyers, we knew we needed to get out of the GOB business. And every single day that we've got lawyers making the decision about whether or not somebody is GOB eligible is a liability and an exposure for our folks. So we are completely willing to make sure that this transition is seamless. And I agree with Judge Draper. I think long-term, and I think that Ed and the county court judges would agree with this, I think long-term hearing officers are probably the better way to handle this.
There's a way to do both. I'm not saying delay it inevitably, but, you know, if we go down this road and then we decide we want to change that to something else, would it make more sense if you all could figure it out and come back with a plan when we meet again in a couple of weeks?
I think, Commissioner, what the plan would be based on our meeting with Mr. Wells and his team, I believe it was last week, although time feels like an infinite loop to us, was that they would hopefully transition these staff attorneys to the hearing officers. But it's a higher salary. And so what we were looking at for fiscal year 26 is how do we get the DA's office out of the business of deciding who stays in custody and who doesn't quickly. What we wanted to do is make sure that this was budget neutral for the county. And so what we did is we worked with OCA, with Director Mills, and OMB with Director Ramos. And what we said is we were dedicating our funds to make sure that this was budget neutral for the county.
So I get that. I'm raising the issue as, you know, everybody wasn't for old Donald, as you know. Now Rodney, agent look a little smarter now, huh? You know, you would look a little smarter now. I tell you what certainly would have kept us from being budget neutral if we hadn't settled misdemeanor. But you think you got hell now? You'd have had hell.
Oh yeah.
You let it come back, you're gonna really know what hell is like. But so I'm not saying put you there indefinitely. I get it, and you make a compelling case, which I agree with, on getting you out of it. But I'm just trying to figure out the urgency to act now, because once you do it, I'm not saying delay it. I think I heard you say 6, 8 months, something like whatever you said. I get it on getting you out of it. So I'm not talking about waiting 6 months to figure it out. I'm talking about waiting until the next meeting to figure it out. But it's entirely up to,
I think it's been clear. We need to act today to get these positions on. This is our duct tape and baling wire. I think what we're all concerned about is when we give you this quote-unquote interim solution, that it ends up being a lot longer than anybody wants. So I think there needs to be at least the understanding that we're approving this today with the understanding that we're going to come back with the real solution, and that's going to require some people getting in a room with each other, but come back with the real solution and put that on the table, because I think that's what at least we're interested in getting to as soon as we can.
I completely agree, Commissioner. And in fact, I know Judge Draper said it earlier, but we're always willing to meet together. In fact, I just asked her and her team for a 2:30 Friday afternoon meeting on a different thing, and we got it scheduled immediately. So we're always going to have our heads together to make sure that we're bringing the best solutions to this
I
court.
think we need to hear a date.
okay. Well, I'm trying to get out of here. Commissioner Ramsey, you want to make the motion? I'll second it. Oh, Brianna, second. Brianna, you want to make it in a
So,
second?
yes, and given that, so this initial funding is from the DA's office to essentially subsidize this transition, and you're going to have to come to us for FY '27 with the actual plan, because there's not going to be any more funding for this. And so I think it's a perfect opportunity, again, for this both and, right? The interim solution, and you will have a solution because y'all are going to need money for it. And I want to make sure that we're really addressing this kind of multitude yet very interrelated problem in the way that makes the most sense so that justice is best achieved. From the judiciary's perspective, from the public defender's perspective, from the district attorney's perspective, and from court operations / jail operations. And so I'm hearing a very shared, and I know you all have met, and it seems like you're willing to meet again as we workshop this. And in the interim, this is the kind of first step. Like, and so but to be very clear, the plan for FY '27, I please want it to be more comprehensive to address what I see as very valid concerns that Chief Draper brought up, please.
And to address that, Commissioner, we definitely will be bringing this back as a part of our budget process, making that request for FY '27, because we recognize, one, this is not going to do all that we need it to do. It's only going to fill the gap. We had a need for additional resources there anyway. This just kind of, brought it kind of to a point where we've got to do something today.
Right.
So.
And then Chief People Officer Rowley, I please ask that, especially if we're going to be planning for the short term, but then also the plan, how we're framing the hiring and the position and responsibilities so that we're able to then kind of titrate up, so to speak. And for the positions that we approved years ago that clearly we're having trouble hiring, we need to be able to fill them. And so clearly what we're doing is not working, and we need your talent help to fix that. But so this motion, I think, achieves the both and, if I can please read it. Motion to direct the Office of County Administration and the Office of Management and Budget to work with the county courts at law and relevant justice system stakeholders to request continued funding for these positions in the FY '27 budget process with a clear plan for the positions to support probable cause proceedings and other compelling needs.
Motion made by Commissioner Bionis, is that second? Second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed vote no. For ayes, no nays. Item
And then-
passes.
And then with regard to 317, that would be, then, pardon me? Approve as presented.
It was presented.
Approve as presented. So that's the kind of the interim piece, and then the other motion is the longer-term bridge.
Motion.
So move as presented, 317.
Is that second?
Second.
All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
For ayes, no nays. Item passes. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
We'll go back to item 191. That's that immigration resolution that I had. Commissioner Garcia, I'm told our staffs agreed on the language from that immigration. Okay, so I'll move it at this time. Commissioner Garcia was second. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
What's the motion? If you could reread it, please.
To approve it as it was presented. You saw it, right? You don't want me to read this whole resolution, do you?
No, sir, but
You got it?
Commissioner, did it change? Did it change
Nope,
substantially?
didn't change. He agreed to it. We'd already worked in his change.
Okay.
so the motion that was spoken prior to the recess,
Yes.
that's the motion being made?
The motion was that I move that this court adopt, yeah, I read it. I
Yes,
read it
yes, that motion.
Okay.
You just, yeah.
Commissioner Garcia, second. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
3 ayes, 1 nay. Commissioner Ramsey votes
Right,
no.
no.
Item passes. Okay, next we will go to item 232 on discussion list.
Yes, 232 is what I have.
And that is you, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. I just very quickly want to just acknowledge these particular projects. These are 2 additional Better Streets to Neighborhood packages for the residents of Precinct 2. They focus on preserving our right-of-ways through mill and overlay for asphalt, street, and concrete panel replacement where needed. This effort is something that we're investing $1.2 million for a 1.5 mile of asphalt overlay along Clinton Drive, and $1 million to replace more than 30 concrete panels along Beamer Road. To date, the team has restored more than 275 miles of roadway, impacting 551 streets, representing an investment of more than $110 million for the safety and well-being of our community. So just want to thank my team for moving this work along, and glad to see
Thank you.
the
It's a
money hit the
transmittal.
road.
Thank you. It's a transmittal. Commissioner Garcia, the next one is yours as well. We'll accept the transmittal 233. Oh, that was 233. How about 239?
239.
That's a flood control project update status.
I'm not sure. There's Dr. Peterson. If you want to come on down, Doc, and just want, these are transmittals, but just want you to just very quickly go through the Brooklyn Stormwater Basin and the Lauder Storm Water Detention Basin and the progress being made there. Specifically, we've had some torrential rains as of late since these projects have been put in the ground. Any calculation as to, or could you say with any particular confidence that if not for these projects, what would have happened to the Aldine area?
So Commissioner, thank you for that question. We have moved the first phases of both of those projects already. On this transmittal, we're actually talking about the second phase of Brooklyn, which is just moving into construction. The Lauder Basin, Phase 2 is just advertised and recently awarded. Thanks to the authority the Commissioners Court provided the purchasing agent, we were able to expedite that process and award that contract outside of the Commissioners Court. There will be a transmittal coming to a future court, but we have utilized that authority. Our purchasing agent and the Flood Control District were able to work together. Very appreciative of our purchasing agent and also the county clerk, and their willingness to look at the processes and figure out how we can go faster. So that was great. In terms of the question that you asked, Commissioner, really, we know that both of those projects that are in the ground absolutely have made a difference. The Lauder Basin in particular is a very large basin, and we are only adding additional storage. And so we know that is a critical piece of infrastructure to mitigate flooding in the Aldine area. And obviously Brooklyn is another really important piece of the puzzle as well.
Yeah, and I posed the question a little awkwardly, but my goal was because I just came back from DC, we had a conversation with others about the FEMA maps. Yes. And the FEMA maps may, if you could read them, might indicate that the area would have had some challenges if not for the projects.
Yes.
And I'm just looking for the ability to continue to communicate to the general public that the projects you're putting in the ground are making a difference. And if there's a way to say, had those projects not happened with the weather that we have had, what would those area residents be struggling with today? And I think the short answer is that they're benefiting from the projects.
Those projects are making a difference. They are making a difference.
Yeah, and to your earlier point, I don't see Kim here. Oh, there she is. Kim, I just want to thank you and Dr. Peterson for working together to finding those creative ways to expedite these projects. We don't want to give any money back And so we need to accelerate the spending as quickly as possible. So thank you both for your work on that. Thank you, Dr. Peterson.
Dr. Peterson, just a couple of quick questions. So, according to the info I've gotten, I guess 10 out of 11 projects are not projected to meet the deadline. That's about $290 million that would be at risk. I got one $22 million project, Greens Bayou Mid-Reach Channel Conveyance Improvement, and then another 14 out of 17 projects may have problems meeting the deadline. That's about 3 of those projects in Precinct 1 for $159 million. Saltwater Ditch, $71 million. Halls Bayou Tributary, $12 million. And Sims Bayou Improvements for $76. So can you give me some sense of?
Sure. So our focus right now, Commissioner, is getting all of these projects out to bid for CDBG-DR. That has the most urgent timelines. We have been in close coordination with the GLO and had many conversations about the importance of getting all of the DR projects out to bid and under construction in the first half of this year. So that is our focus right now.
So you feel confident you're going to be able to get them done? I mean, I'll have
Our intent, Commissioner, is to be able to demonstrate progress and demonstrate that these projects will get completed. And we are on pace to do that. We have committed to getting all the DR projects out to bid in Q1. We are delivering that. We've already got several projects under construction. We just awarded 3 more last week. So I feel very good that we are on pace to do that.
anything we can do to help you.
I appreciate all the help that we have gotten to expedite and streamline the processes that we have already received. And if we need more, I will let you know.
But let us know early, because I just, you've heard me say it many times in my career. When money goes back, that's not a pretty ending. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Briones and Commissioner Ramsey.
Hello, Dr. Peterson. Thank you for this update. I was particularly happy to see that Keegan's Bayou project in Precinct 4, which will be tremendously helpful for the Alief area, has moved from advertised to awarded, so thank you for that. But I was equally concerned when I saw that South Mady Creek, now the advertisement timeline had shifted from Q2 to Q3 of 2027. So could you please share more about what's driving that schedule adjustment and what could be done to help address it?
So we are looking into that change right now, Commissioner. I understand there is something related to the environmental assessment that has shifted, but we're looking into that and going to be attempting to pull that schedule back in.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to hopefully a great update on that.
Yes.
And I know all of us share the sentiment that we want to execute with excellence, with efficiency. We absolutely don't want to send any money back, and we want to continue the market progress. So thank you.
Of course.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah, I thank you, Director Peterson, for what you're doing. The bottom line is we're in a poor position to ask for more time when we hadn't even bid projects. So, Commissioner, to the point of what we're trying to do now, I think, let's get those projects bid. Then we're in a much better position to go make a case to GLO.
Yep.
GLO's in a much better position. So the urgency of getting these projects done and working through purchasing, working through the court's requirements, what you're trying to do is not normal.
Yes.
And everybody from the county administrator's office to purchasing to county engineer's office, this isn't normal. So don't look at our normal protocols and our normal way of doing business. This is different. So if we need to put something on a business court, if we need to do something extraordinary, let's do it.
If we got to meet again.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Meet again. Exactly.
100%.
No,
And
thank
Dr.
you.
Peterson, there's got to be a quarterback.
Yep.
So you got QB on your back, and if you can kind of quarterback and be sure we're all here available to work with you and try to make this thing.
100%. Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. I appreciate that.
So in closing, look, I know it's a tough job. Now, I always stop and I mention, I won't call those names out. Some of those folks when I was on council may still be alive, but you had a whole lot of folks who'd end up having to walk the plank when money would go back. So you're just doing such a good job. over flood control. I don't want you to drown. That'd be
you,
a hell
sir.
of a way to end it.
We're making progress, and we're going to keep it up, and we're going to deliver these projects.
Thank you for what you do. This is a transmittal. We'll accept it. The next one is 244. Commissioner Briones, you pulled that
Yes,
one.
thank you. This is the Essential Workers Board report. Unfortunately, the representative wasn't able to make it after all, so I'll just give a very few quick highlights. And for those of you who are not aware, the Essential Workers Board represents low-income frontline workers across various sectors, and they're charged with bringing us actionable recommendations on how Harris County can better support these frontline workers. And this ranges from everything from food services to hospitality, healthcare, public health, janitorial, construction, domestic workers, home care, retail, grocery, convenience, drugstore, education, childcare, airport, and transportation. So some of the key highlights were that this was a really big year for the Essential Workers Board. They were key in helping to inform our living wage policies and adjustments that we passed. And $20 an hour for county workers, $21.65 for our contract workers. They were key in providing recommendations that informed our worksite safety policy and the improvements to our worker records safety policy. And they were key in terms of community engagement and outreach in the community. And so I appreciate the data that they have gathered and continue to gather. I appreciate the multiplier effect they're having to get more feedback from workers in Harris County, how we can better support them, again, creating jobs, making sure they're good paying jobs, making sure they're safe jobs, because I know that's a commitment we all share. And so thank you to the board. Please continue providing actionable recommendations because we're listening and we're eager to continue driving progress. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a transmittal. We'll accept it. Next one, Commissioner Garcia, is 246. It's a transmittal.
Yes, I want to take this one and 325 together.
Okay.
Just to simply give a shout out to the, I talked about 239 earlier inadvertently, and then I want to, I'm sorry, we're on.
I think you're on 246.
246, yes.
think we did.
I'm sorry, I looked at the wrong folder. All right, yes, come on up, Director. This one is for you, and just want to give a shout out a little bit to the conversation we're having earlier, that I don't want you just looking for savings when you submit your budget, but rather look for opportunities to save throughout the year. And you're doing that, you and your team. You've conducted a systematic technology audit across the county, and you've identified nearly $2 million in savings for the county. You took a data-driven approach to getting there, and but overall, your goal is to work to find $5 million. And so I just want to applaud you for that because, as we were discussing, I totally agree with Commissioner Ramsey. When we ask our departments to find efficiencies, we don't want you finding the bare minimum, but rather continue to look throughout, continuously look at your operations to see how you can improve them, make them more efficient. And I want to thank you for the work that you're doing on this. Can you briefly tell us how you got there?
Thank you, Commissioner. We used, as I updated in the last quote when we presented some of these findings, we were able to generate these reports as well as the data that was required for us to come up with these numbers through usage of our generative AI solution. Our AI lab basically worked on developing a tool that can be expanded to multiple contracts. So that tool has helped us in getting the data into a proper shape and coming up with this report. Some of the highlights that I would like to share through this report, and it'll be very quick. We were able to find out where we spend most of our money and which quarter do we spend the most. So like, for example, if we go to slide number 2, it talks about the general highlights are in quarter 1 is when we spend most of our, we pay most of our vendors during that time, and then followed by quarter 4. Our top vendors include Dell, Microsoft, Motorola, Panasonic, and ServiceNow, which spreads across 2 of the 4 quarters. Moving on. There was a question at the last court that was raised by the judge as to where do we stand in the overall, if we have done an analysis of the industry and where do we stand. We are below average when it comes to the technology spend. And our budget is much lower compared to some of the counties, both in Texas and nationwide that we have studied. So that's the other highlight. And moving on to slide number 6.
And Director Menon, really quickly, what are the 8 other counties that were the comps, please?
The 8 other counties include, we had Bexar County, Dallas County, and I'm trying to find the list here in my notes. Yeah, we had Bexar, Collin, Dallas, El Paso, and Tarrant, Travis in Texas. And outside Texas, we looked at King and Miami-Dade.
Thank you so much.
And going back to slide number 6, that's where we highlight the savings of approximately $2 million. So you had asked us to look at quick wins last time we were here. Here is one of the quick wins that we have, which is kind of bringing us closer to the $5 million target that we have set for the savings as a result of the license optimization.
Are we confident that all dormant users and duplicate licenses inactive, they've all been terminated?
They will be terminated.
When?
We are in the process of termination. So the contract is being approved in the upcoming court in March 19th. As soon as that's done, they will be terminated.
Thank you.
And we are purely talking about Microsoft here. I just want to be clear about that. There are other accounts in the quick wins that we'll be bringing forward as we conduct these audits, so that Adobe is the next one that we're looking at. So by making it enterprise, we'll be looking at those licenses next. Another highlight that I wanted to share was our, again, cybersecurity budget also. We are below the industry standard. That's on slide number 5. So these were kind of the highlights that came out from the audit that was conducted. We plan to bring this audit to the Commissioner's Court every quarter with all the quick wins that we can come up with.
Yeah, Director, thank you so very much. And the motion that we made at court months back about consolidating the purchasing and making sure that you're getting a review of what is being, what other departments are looking to get. Has that motion bear fruit for you?
Yes, sir. I would like to thank the purchasing officer. Her office has been extremely helpful in us gathering this data,
Good.
as not just for this audit, but also for making sure we were complying with the directive that we were given by the Commissioner's Court. It has definitely made our lives so much more easier, and also the partnership has helped with the departments as well. All the departments have been working with us very well. There are certain things that we found through the process that we were not aware of, so we are tackling it as we are finding it. But the partnership has been great, and we appreciate that very much.
And just to say to the other departments, that motion wasn't intended to make anybody's life more difficult, but rather there's several things that have come through the budgeting process that we've learned. One is that one department, and I'll specifically say OCA, bought one license for one particular technology or platform, and then it grew into 10, I think it was, or more. And it's a cost that's not budgeted upfront. And then just from the standpoint of cybersecurity, we have bought technology off the shelf that we learned later was vulnerable because attacks were made through it. And so in order for us to stay safe, in order for us to be able to save money and to coordinate the technology and understand the technological growth of whatever it is that we are purchasing, we do have to have your eyes and the purchasing agent's eyes on these things. So thank you very much. The savings is very, very impressive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
There's a transmittal, and Commissioner Garcia, I think this was 246 and 267.
Director, I was at TAC last week, And quick comment, had a hour briefing on cybersecurity. So everything that you've been quote unquote concerned about related to that, double it. With AI here now, it is very important that we stay on top of it. I know that you are. I've got some notes, and at some point we can share what you probably already know, but worthy of a focus at this point going forward. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Thank you.
Okay,
I'd
thank you.
like to have a briefing with you, sir, on that topic.
Thank you. This is a transmittal. It is accepted. Commissioner Garcia, 267. Bill, South Bill.
Yeah, 239, 267, 325. These are all just phenomenal projects. I did talk about 239 earlier, but 267 is the Southbound Basin and Hike and Bike project. 325 is the Solar Street lights on Woodforest down Uvalde and Normandy. And these are partly ARPA funded and just an incredible project that we're doing that just continues to enhance the quality of life for my residents, and just proud of this work and just want to let people know in the Woodforest area, in the South Belt area, that you in Aldine area continually, we are and LaPorte, we are always focusing on every part of the precinct as often as possible. So I'm excited about these projects. These are all transmittals, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
But 325 is an action item.
325, I'm sorry. That was,
What is that? 325. We need to vote
Yeah,
on.
yeah, it's just an approval for an award.
oh, okay, move on it.
Second. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Passes 4-0. Dr. Rahman, real quickly, your a deep design bill operate item 290. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, members of the court, Milton Rahman, County Engineer. So item 290 is an approval for authorizing the Office of the Purchasing Agent to use a design-build method for building the headquarters for Harris County Public Health, and we call it Riverside Health and Safety Complex. Of course, this is, for those of you, for everybody, this is the 150,000 square feet facilities that will have a multi-level, 4-story building and a multi-level garage that will house the Public Health Department. It's going to be their headquarters, thanks to Director Barton, and also our Sheriff's Office. The design-build project method offers Harris County a unified, streamlined approach that is particularly well-suited for the project of this scale, complexity, and of course, the mission-critical facilities. Again, some of the advantages include a single source of accountability, so the designer cannot complain or the contractor cannot complain, hey, it's not designed right, or I need some change orders and things of that nature. Accelerated project delivery, we're looking at least 15 to 30% schedule time saving, allowing Harris County to provide services years sooner than traditional methods. Of course, an integrated design and constructability review that allows us for innovation and best value solution. And more importantly, budget controls. Budget controls giving significant advantage to lock at a maximum guaranteed price at an earlier phase of the project, which will, again, give the budget department more budget certainty. So with that said,
Alex, I pulled it because it's the first time we will have used the design build model. It's quicker. It'll be on time. It does mean you got to make a decision, then you can't come back changing it because you've given up control. But it will speed up projects.
Absolutely.
And for what it's worth, I did call them and ask, would I try it on a park or something else? You know, Dr. Peterson, at some point on flood control projects, but you can't come in changing your mind. You know, which sometimes delays projects because we'll come back and say, oh, we want another room here, another room there. You got to
Had great experience. It can literally knock years off of projects from beginning to end. Yeah, I know where you're headed, but I think it's a great alternative. We should do more of this.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
I agree 100%.
And I would like to take this opportunity to thank our director, Public Health, Leah Barton, and her team, because the success of this project, a lot depends on early programming, and as more we can specify what we need. So if we come later and say, hey, we need different, so her team and our team, we worked together, created a comprehensive scoping document. So we think this will be a great project for the county.
Thank you. I'll move it.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Briano seconded. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
4 ayes, no nays. Item passes. Jay, what's next?
I believe we have 281 and then 326.
281, Commissioner Ramsey, you and Commissioner Briones pulled that one. It is discussion on regarding a plan to further reduce outsourcing.
Chief Vasquez, are you on?
281.
Before I ask my questions, would you, Director Mills and Chief Boscas, would you please give us an update?
You bet. Tiffany, can you pull up the slides? And Chief, are you on?
Yes.
And court members, just a reminder, this is a discussion-only item.
Okay.
Chief,
you
Can we
on?
go ahead and go to,
Yes, sir.
go to slide 2? So this is just an overview of the current facilities since we got out of the Mississippi facility in November of last year. These are the current 3 facilities that we outsource inmates. LaSalle and Natchitoches are both out-of-state facilities, and Jefferson County is down the road in Beaumont. That's a Texas facility. So you can see the current total beds and the cost of outsourcing at this. Next slide. So I won't read it all to you, but basically we look at step 1 here in the next couple of months to be able to bring back 100 inmates. You'll see the cost savings there annualized, and that's out of state. We're targeting the Olaf facility, which is currently the furthest away from our jail complex here. That has benefits for the public, for the family, for attorneys. The State Jail Commission looks at that as well. So that's why we're targeting that facility due to distance. Excuse me. With that step, we don't believe, we believe that we would be able to absorb them in posts that we've opened or that we will have open with staff that we're bringing on currently. So we wouldn't come with any ask for that step to bring that 100 inmates back. But again, the cost savings you can see there at 2.9 million approximately. Step 2, also in this calendar year, we would look to bring back an additional 150 inmates, again from the same facility for the same reasoning. And you'll see the cost savings there, approximately $4.3 million. That would take our out-of-state beds down by 250 in this annum, and taking us overall under 1,000 beds out, or inmates out at that point total, out-of-state and in-state. We would have to do an assessment at that time before we brought those 150 back again to see would they be going into posts, would we have to open new posts, and if we were going to have to come to the court to ask for additional staffing. Next slide. Step 3 would be next calendar year, 27, and our target would be to completely get out of the Olaf facility. And that could come in a combination of steps, kind of like we see this year, maybe 2 steps, 3 steps, bringing them back to ultimately bring all 400 inmates back. That would get us completely out of that facility, closing one of the contracts. And that you can see there the estimated savings to bring those 400 back here to the jail complex in Houston. And the big part of that would be a huge reduction in out-of-state inmates, which the Jail Commission frequently speaks to. We would still maintain a facility of 400 just across the border in Natchitoches, Louisiana. Right now, we're using that almost at 60%, for state inmates. And by state inmates, I mean those that are deemed paper ready when we get a disposition from court, and they're on the 45-day clock to be intaked into the state prison system. So that's the majority of the inmates that we use that facility for, much like Beaumont. So we hold 188 persons in the Beaumont facility, and that's exclusively inmates that are awaiting their transfer to TDC that are on that 45-day clock. All state inmates at that time of awaiting transfer. Next slide. Well, I should say, you don't have to back the slide up. So for 2027, we would be, I mean, there's so many factors. I wouldn't care to bore you with them all, that we have to fluctuate population, intake rates. Like I would say in the last 4 months, our intake rate went on a daily average from around 250 to 260 to now we're intaking about 325 a day. So that's a significant increase. Different type of population. What we're seeing is a lot of unhoused individuals being brought in by local partners. So you can imagine the tax that is on our mental health and medical health services that are done on that front end. And that's incoming. We have about the same or a little bit more going out. So through the JPC building that most of you are familiar with, we're processing 650 to 700 people in a 24-hour span. So again, it just takes a lot of people on that front end. There's a lot of critical services that are there when they're coming in and going out. Next slide. So you see here what our design capacity is before the variance beds, and that brings us up to the total rated capacity of the jail, which is just over 10,000. So the variance beds are not available for use. That's the remedial order that we've talked to the court about. And so after we successfully passed 2 on-site comprehensive inspections conducted by the jail commission, we would have the opportunity to go back and request that remedial order be lifted. And we would gain use of that 580 beds back, adding those into the system. Next slide. We've also talked about construction beds, which you'll see there, 680. So those beds, again, not to read you the whole slide, we've had those beds empty for construction planning and then construction process since January of 24. That's the 7th floor of the 701 facility. It says Q2 of this year, they expect the plumbing to be finished, but the HVAC isn't scheduled to be finished till Q3 of this year. And as I made clear to my partners, until we have all the services, like that floor is turnkey, it's not available for me to move people into it. So again, you're looking at Q3 for us to be able to move inmates in there and then take another floor offline. If and when they actually deliver floors at 6 months at a time, with the remainder of floors that would be under construction, you're talking about that amount of beds unused for 2.5 to 3 more years. Next slide. And so you kind of see the breakdown there, beds availability that would, with the appropriate levels of staff. The recommended variance on the middle. So basically what that is the national standard from NIC, National Institute of Corrections, as well as the Texas Jail Commission. Their recommendation is to always have a 10% buffer of empty beds. That's for emergencies, that's for classification, moving persons with like-minded persons, so you don't have excessive use of force and all kinds of different procedures, why they recommend that. So we came down off the recommendation to a 6% to, again, make as many available beds to utilize as possible with the appropriate amount of staff. So that's why you see the 6% there. And then when you do the math, as it comes down, as those are the beds that we would be filling up as we bring the inmates back in those different tranches in this year and in 27. I think that's my last slide.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, then Commissioner Ramsey, then Commissioner Brown.
Good deal. Chief, thank you for your report and for your work. And, you know, we have space in our facility, and you did touch on the your hiring of DOs. How's that coming along, and when will you be, how many more positions will it take for you to be fully staffed?
So what we have here, Commissioner, currently we just graduated a class of 29 last Friday. We have a class of 25 cadets in. So we hire and put on an academy every 4 weeks. When we graduate on Friday, the next cadet class starts on the next Monday. We have slated approximately 40 cadets to start on March 23rd when the current class graduates on the 21st. So our hiring is going really, really well.
How many slots do you need? How many DOs do you need to be able to open every floor?
Commissioner, that's a complex question. Honestly, we would have to look at those numbers in 27. I think what we run into is staffing the appropriate amount of posts. I don't want to ever ask for more than what's needed to be fiscally responsible and safe for the jail and those that are living in here. We could come up with a better number with the support that the court has been giving us over the last couple of years to add positions. We're in a good position now for what we currently have.
No, I get it, Chief. But my question is, how many floors do we have open? I mean, closed right now because of staffing?
The only floor that's completely closed, Commissioner, is the 7th floor, and that's due to the construction.
Okay.
We have pods. We have, you know it from your time as a sheriff. We have cell blocks and pods that are offline due to
the staffing. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And so if you could work up the number of positions you need to be fully staffed, because getting you fully staffed has an impact on our outsourcing, regardless of where it's done. And so I want to see how we can calculate that a little bit better. And also, if you can provide your attrition so that we understand what you're working against on a monthly basis. But my goal is to help you get fully staffed so that we can make use of every space locally, so we don't have to depend on any contracts regardless of where they're at.
Commissioner Garcia, I think, and y'all tell me if y'all would like to see it different, we can take the same kind of numbers, so you're already familiar with it. We'll layer over when they would be brought on. So in 27, we would need this many staff. So again, that helps with the budgeting process of when we would actually need the money.
Yeah.
So we can overlay it like that, and then we can add the attrition, which is about 15 a month.
Gotcha. That's what we need to know so that we can plan accordingly. I don't want you working it up as you are coming to need it. I want us to be able to plan, come to you, and see if you're ready for it. Because we got to get those contracts closed and make use of every bed that we have locally.
Absolutely, sir. We'll get the information and update the presentation.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ramsey, and then Commissioner Brown.
Chief, appreciate what you do. Tanya came over earlier in the week. I asked the same question, essentially, Commissioner Garcia just did, and after an hour and a half of talking of what that number would be, and she really wasn't trying to avoid the question. She wanted to be sure I understood all the complexity of it between the variance beds, as you call them. We talked about outsourcing, bringing in people, even though it's maybe for a short period of time. I hate to use this word temp to perm, but whatever we can do to try to find people, just as I'll echo Commissioner Garcia's encouragement there, we're ready to fund it. There's nothing more important than trying to figure this out. I know there are certain limitations. I would want to, and I know with the county engineer here, this conversation about, are we currently targeted to do 7 floors? Reconstruct 7?
It's 5 additional floors. Commissioner.
Five.
The first floor really doesn't have housing in that building, so it'd
Okay,
be
so
five additional.
About 5. The plan was it would take us 6 months to do a floor. It's taken us 2 years to do the first one. Now, I don't know.
Well,
it's kind of like everything else. Dog ate my lunch and everything happened. But I think we need, if it takes 6 months, we need to get a plan together so we can get these 5 floors done. If it takes 2 years a floor, that's a whole lot of money that Mr. Ramos is going to have to find to outsource a lot of other people. So I don't know, we're not going to solve that one today, Dr. Rahman, in terms of those details, but it's worthy of a real focused conversation on why it took 2 years to do the first one. Maybe that was the first one, and maybe the next one will take 4 months. But we need a better plan. I just heard your report, Chief, that you said, well, we got the piping done, but doggone it, that HVAC, that's not going to be ready till March. I mean, that for another third quarter. Well, we got to get this thing obviously synchronized to the point we get the plumbing, we get the HVAC, we get the floor ready to take people so that the chief can move into it. And he needs a better idea than, oh, shoot, it's taken 2 years rather than 6 months. So I would put that, I'm assuming that is on the list of things that y'all are targeting and someone is focused on that. Who manages that in your office?
Is that for me, Commissioner, or?
Well,
engineering?
Dr. Ramon's here, and so.
Commissioner, good afternoon again, Milton Rahman, County Engineer. So Chief Pina from our office and his team, one of our assistant director coordinates every day with the sheriff's office.
Okay, so obviously we have a contract and the contract calls for certain deadlines. I always like to work with contractors. They got a deadline. If they don't make the deadline, bad things happen, like it costs them money. So what's the penalty for a contractor not being able to complete a floor in 6 months like he originally contracted for, and it's taking 2 years? There's got to be a penalty there somewhere.
Commissioner, if we may, it might be a good idea. We can comprehensively give you a quick update on all the projects.
Okay, you probably can't answer that question today, and we won't take the court. We won't try to design the jail today, but 5 floors is a lot of beds. That's a lot of capacity. That's bringing a lot of people back from Mississippi and getting them here where they should be. So I would hope that maybe, Chief, by next meeting, that there can be a real tight schedule. You heard, I was impressed, I got to tell you, Harris Health, the hospital district, came and gave an update on a $2 billion project. Those folks have got that down to the hour almost of when things are going to be done. It's more complicated to do something in a jail environment. I get it. But if we could at least get a handle on that, make that a priority, not that it didn't, but I'd at least like to understand why it would take something that was originally planned for 6 months, and it took us 2 years.
So, Commissioner, I think there is some clarity needed here. Our schedule as originally planned for the first floor is still the same. We didn't slip the schedule on that one. But the first floor, we had different components of it. The only projects that is behind the originally planned schedule is 3 generators and switchgear because of the long lead item. All other projects is on as scheduled as was originally planned. So, of course, with jail, there's the issue is we can only work on the vacant floors. So I think you're correct in saying the next floors, once we are done with this floor, as we get a vacant floor, we'll be working with to make sure that all the other floors, as the design goes through, we can go seamlessly to the construction work.
Let's get Ms. Mills in the room with me, because that was the source of my information, and we can work through that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Briones?
Yes. So first I have some questions just to lay out the facts to make sure, and I share this tremendous concern. So Director Ramos, just so we're all clear on the same page. So June 2024, this Commissioner's Court, we approved $122 million for jail maintenance projects for health, safety, everything from HVAC to plumbing to wiring, et cetera.
Correct.
Okay.
Right, Director Ormond. That was the date.
Well, yes, well, I know the.
That's right.
This is back to the cross-examination. I know the answers to my questions, but I'm asking them to get them on the record. So, to date, only about $500,000, and I'm talking about $122 million, only about $500,000 have been expended, and $4.6 million has been encumbered but not yet spent of the totality of $122 million.
That's correct.
My understanding that this was a 3-year project in 3 phases, and this June, 2 years on the clock will have run, correct?
Yes.
And then meanwhile, Chief Bosques, and I appreciate you and Sheriff Gonzalez and all your team. I can't even express in words. Yeah, to me, you have the hardest jobs in the county. So the 7th floor here at home, 701, 680 beds are offline because we're waiting on it to be fixed. One of the multiple floors that we're going to fix, but this one floor opens up 680 beds. Did I understand your presentation correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
So meanwhile, we're separating people from their families and their community, sending them, well, thankfully we ended the Mississippi contract, but to Louisiana and to Jefferson, Texas, away from home, spending, which is one of our key budget drivers, these outsourcing contracts. And meanwhile, we're working on maintenance issues that are very important, but they're taking so long. And so while I never have patience for delay, I certainly don't when it means that we are outsourcing to private prisons. And I know we're forced to because right now we haven't passed, and we know the reasons. But the fact that we have 680 beds on this one floor, and we have spent and encumbered so little of the 122 million is absolutely unacceptable. And I know, Chief Benya, and I appreciate you, what you have done in the time you've been in the county, and your transparency is greatly appreciated. But when we talk about senses of urgency, this is right there at the top of the list, along with what we were talking. But this is even more than the CDBG projects of our flooding. Like, this is of paramount importance. So pray tell, and I know we don't have the time to go through each project, and Chief and I have, please tell me when specifically, and I want to know about all the floors, but specifically the 7th floor, when will it be finished so that Chief Bosques and Sheriff Gonzalez can get individuals on that floor and we can bring people home?
Commissioner, thank you for the question. Let me run down first on the spending. So you're correct. In 2024, $122 million was allocated for the detention facility maintenance projects. Of that, about $91 million is for future projects, the other floors that Commissioner Ramsey was talking about. $3 million is for the IT projects that the Sheriff's Office is managing. We have the rest on 12 projects that we're tracking at this moment. We've pulled down $15 million. We've encumbered, to your point, about $5 million for these 12 projects, and an additional $3 million, more or less, for additional priority maintenance projects for the jail. So of the $122 million, 15 for this floor are allocated, have been pulled down, and we've encumbered about a third of that. The projects, we have 12 of them. 3 of them have been completed. 4 of them have been given a notice to proceed last quarter, and they're in some phase of construction. And we're on track based on the communication that was transmitted on the timeline to the county administrator's office back in 2025. These timelines, Commissioner, have not slipped. We have 2 projects that are in bid, and they will be awarded next quarter. And as the doctor mentioned, we have 3 projects that we're tracking, the generator projects, that have slipped because of equipment sourcing. However, I want to be clear that the current generators that are in place are operational. They're tested once a month. They're serviceable. So it's not an emergency, but it is something that we're tracking. On the 7th floor, we will be done with the plumbing Q2 of this year. The HVAC was programmed for Q3 of 2026 to be completed. To Chief Bosquez's point, he can't put anybody there until the HVAC and everything is completed. I don't want to overpromise. I'm going to stick with the Q3 delivery for the HVAC. But in speaking with the contractor, they were able to source the parts that will arrive in March. And so they understand the urgency. On the sequencing, when the 7th floor is done, from what I understand, and Chief Bosquez can flesh this out better than I can, but they will move people from other floors to that floor so we can start on the next floor. So it's not creating additional capacity. We're just going to be sequencing the floors and as these floors become available. So I agree. I completely understand the urgency to get these things done. I can assure you that as of today, Commissioner, none of these timelines that were communicated in 2025 have slipped, other than the generators that have been moved back by a quarter, and one of them has been moved back 2 quarters. But the current generators that are in place are serviceable.
What's the date on 2025? Is that January or December?
The communication was January 2025, sir.
So the clock ran from June 2024 to January 2025 with what happening?
I'm not sure what.
I know we can't go back in time to get the 6 months, but the way I see it is we have been making so many investments, whether it's hiring detention officers, doing retention bonuses, investing in our courts, investing in our public defenders, investing in our district attorney. Like we're trying to make all these in mental health diversion, in all of the different things, the multitude. And then meanwhile, there's very important maintenance for the health and safety of our jail. And meanwhile, we're forced to outsource to private prisons. And so I hope that every single person, both internally in the county and externally working on these projects, knows it's imperative to get it done with excellence and as soon as possible. Because this is just, a critical issue. And with that, I look forward to as we do the updates, Director Mills, please, that part of the updates are these projects, please, because it really, the synergy between all of our investments, and to have this broken piece, or for now anyway, is deeply disheartening. Thank you.
Thank you. As we turn to Commissioner Garcia, colleagues, we have one item left, executive session and resolutions.
Good deal.
Garcia.
Thank you. Real briefly, first of all, I know that it's complicated to work between the jail, all they have to contend with, and bringing in outside contractors to do the work internally. But I think you just spoke to something that has been said a few times, that you've spent down on the contract. Someone has said that you only spent $500,000, but you've spent down, or you've got encumbered millions of what has been allocated. So I just want to make sure that too is on the record, because there's some degree of inaccuracy in that regard. In terms of the projects and the timeline, Doc, do you have any thing you want to say in terms of when it was allocated and the startup to the projects?
Commissioner, the $120 million was approved in June of 2024. And then we have drawn we have received 15 million in June 10th of 2024 from the budget office. So as Chief Pina mentioned, 80 million of those was allocated for the future projects. That's for different floors. As the plan was, as we finish each floor, Sheriff's office will be moving inmates to that floor, and we can work on the next floor. So that's the sequencing. And we, at that time, we kind of estimated that it'll take about 6 months for each floor to be completed in terms of construction. But at the same time, these are old facilities. We go through each floor and identify what maintenance issues we have. And then as we identify those, of course, we'll have to have contractors to do the work. One of the challenges we have is the contractors here needs to be certified to work in the jail.
That's right.
So that's some of the
That's right.
challenges we have.
You just can't bring in a firm and let them start working. I had those problems as well with, even with Airmark,
Right.
who is, claims to be a jail vendor as well.
Yes.
So thank you for your work, but just to ask again, the timeline that this entire project was given, has it changed to any significant degree?
Except for the 3 generator and switchgear project, as Chief mentioned, slipped about a quarter. All other projects is still on schedule as planned from the first day we developed the plan of when we deliver.
From the original project management design?
That's correct.
Good deal. Thank you.
And Ramsey, I think on this next item, you just need a vote on it. This is,
Question real quick. On 281, is there any action? The item that y'all were just on?
just discussion.
Discussion only. There's
Thank
no
you all.
action.
Thank you, Chief Costas. Thank you, Chief Pena.
Thank you all.
Dr. Munn.
Commissioner Ramsey, on 326, do you need a vote or do you want to discuss it? I think that's one you just want to vote no.
326. That's item 326. The
Right,
Gartner,
326, right?
Contract award.
Okay, I'll move it. Is that second? Commissioner Garcia seconds. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed vote no. 3 ayes and 1 nay. Commissioner Ramsey votes no. Okay, colleagues, you got it. Item passes. Okay. Okay.
Executive session, but I got a room full of folks that I want to recognize. And they are the Channel View ISD Voice Student Advisory Board. And I want to thank them for their meaningful and impactful participation in our new 10,000 square foot Precinct 2 facility in the Channel View community. This facility will serve as a community anchor, providing health services, homeless outreach, showers, classrooms, nutrition resources, and other essential supports that address the real needs of many families in the East Harris County area. What stood out most was not only the creativity. Well, first let me give the backdrop. When we designed this facility, we kept referring to it as the East Harris County Social Services Hub. Very long name, accurately describing what was going to happen there, the services that were going to be provided there. But my staff and I had a conversation as to what would someone say if they drove by it and saw that sign with all those words. Well, the first thing is they wouldn't be able to read them because by the time you start to read it, you're driving by. Secondly, would all of that be really welcoming to the people we want to serve the most? So that answer was not so much. We thought about coming up with a name internally by the staff. I got creative folks, and we could have come up with something cute, maybe Precinct 2 something. But we still didn't think that was going to hit the mark. So as we do with other projects, I like to go to the community to ask, what are your ideas about this particular project, and how can you help us make it better? So that's what brings us to today, that we went out, and I want to first recognize Dr. Hill for his leadership, because, oh, there you are, Doc. Good to see you. and why don't you make your way down real quickly? I went to Dr. Hill and said, you got some sharp, bright, intelligent, capable students. What about the idea of having them go through a process to help us come up with a name that will get attention, be welcoming, but accurately describe more what the work that will be done there will be, and to continue to remind us about what we want to be doing there on a day-to-day basis for the people who will be working there. And so we went to Channelview ISD, and they went through an amazing process. And I'll let Dr. Hill touch on that. However, through all of that process, and I got to see the video presentations made by all the different groups that worked on this. I guess there were different teams, and I was just you guys almost put me in tears just because of how thoughtful you were in working through what your impression of the facility was, because they also toured the facility, talked to staff about what was going to be happening there. So it wasn't just an entire classroom academic exercise, but the students went out to go visit it and understand what was the goal of this particular initiative. So after a competitive process, the students came up with, and it was tough to ultimately decide which one. They were all phenomenal, but it was tough to decide which one it would be because they were all on the mark. And then, so ultimately, the name that we came up with and the team that would be the one that would help us, claim the right name for this facility. And again, I just want to say, it was hard. It generally, some of these things are like art. You know it when you see it. In this case, you knew it when you heard it. The problem was, it sounded like a symphony because all the presentations were right on point. So we were splitting hairs, Doc. You made this hard. And so the name that we ultimately decided on is the Channelview Foundation of Hope. That is the name that will be on the marquee because, and it was the name we decided because it did communicate, the presentation did communicate resilience, opportunity, and a belief in the strength of the community. And so to all of you who were the different teams, congratulations for, number one, doing it. Thank you for the very, very personal and insightful thought that you gave your work. I understood there was a lot of debate amongst the teams, and but that every one of you were focused on the North Star of how to make sure that we were going to come up with a name that was meaningful, impactful to anybody who sees it, and especially those who need it. And so I just want to say thank you. And Dr. Hill, you're joined by Ms. LeBlanc, I believe. She is here. Where are you? Come on down. And then the entire Channelview team. But Dr. Hill, you've been a phenomenal partner in many things. And so I just want to say thank you for your leadership of the Channelview School District. We are fortunate to have you there. Your leadership has been exemplified in the work that your students do. And so just thank you so very much. And thank you for providing the leadership to work with all of these phenomenal young people to get us to this particular point. And I want to tell you, I don't know if you noticed it, but when you come into this building, there's a placard that will talk about the Commissioner's Court who deliberated and applied money to the construction of this building, the year that it was done, and who was present and who had a hand on that. I want the team and the students to know that your names will be respected as such, because this is a big deal. And so, Dr. Hill, please.
Commissioner Garcia, first and foremost, thank you to each of you commissioners. Thank you so much for the work that you do each and every day. I'm going to be brief and just say thank you on behalf of the students of Channelview ISD, Commissioner Garcia, for all that you do for our community. Thank you so much. It is important that our students are empowered to thrive when they leave us, and this project allowed them to be able to do that. The process was very quick. We used the voice students, as you explained, to really design and think through what they want to see. And you often talk about the importance of work, living, and playing in their community. And this is definitely giving them the ability to be able to do that. And so Shayla is the individual who actually won the competition. And it was very rigid and rough, but we likewise have another one of our voice students who are with us. And I want to just yield a few minutes of my time to allow him to speak as well.
Wonderful. And cancel the time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jeremy Hernandez. I'm representing The Voice alongside our Superintendent, Dr. Hill. I'm a senior at Channelview High School. But before I get started, I just want to say thank you for this opportunity to express my deep gratitude within our community. Understand that the projects you guys have been working on are sidewalks improvements, lights, and overall the cleanliness of our community, and also our new facility. So again, thank you. But also, I wanted to say that although these changes may seem small, they mean big for students and families within Channelview. For us, they mean safer walks. They mean a better sense of pride within our community. And they also mean a better learning environment for our students. So because of that, we feel seen, we feel heard, and we feel valued within our community. We feel like we have a voice that we can lead for change within our community. So on behalf of Channelview, I just want to say thank you for investment and support within our community. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you. All right.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm sorry, I'm really nervous.
Don't be nervous.
I just want to say thank you for this opportunity and for being recognized here today in front of you all. I really appreciate everything that you do for not just me, for this opportunity, and for everything you do for our community.
Wonderful. Your name, please?
Sheila Lopez.
Sheila Lopez. Wonderful. And your name again, sir?
Jeremy.
Jeremy. Jeremy what?
Jeremy Hernandez.
All right, Jeremy. Thank you very much. Ms. LeBlanc, would you like to say anything?
So, as Jeremy said, we are very, very appreciative of the support that you're providing to the community. Our students with The Voice, we are, like Dr. Hill mentioned, empowering them to thrive. So giving them this great opportunity, knowing that what the work that they're doing really matters, means a lot to us. So thank you.
Good deal. Thank you. And again, Voice, I just want to say thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It was very, very meaningful. And I want to recognize my staff who worked with them throughout the process. It was just really inspiring. You really filled my cup. You warmed my heart. And I just want to thank you that when I hear of students participating like this and then hearing the conversations that y'all brought through your presentations, it gives me a great deal of hope that our tomorrow is going to be brighter than our today, because you guys are going to rock this world in the future. And I just want to tell you, thank you. You all displayed some incredible leadership. And more than that, you displayed some caring for your community and your fellow neighbors, people you don't even know. are going to be supported by this particular facility, but undoubtedly they're going to be inspired by the name that you helped to bring to the table. So again, to The Voice, thank you. Please stand. Let's give you a nice round of applause. All right. And so do we have to take a vote on this? This is a resolution, right? All right. So this is going to be, ultimately, you will have a copy of this resolution, but it ultimately will reflect that on this day, the Channelview Independent School District Voice Superintendent Advisory Council, that we recognize your contribution and your leadership through the work that you have done to come up with the foundation of hope for the Channelview community. Thank you very much, and let's get everybody in front so we can take a quick picture.
Well,
and then,
I think Commissioner Ramsey and Commissioner Briones, did you want to?
If I could, there's 15 school districts in my precinct. I do have a part of Channelview in my precinct. Y'all are Channelview proud. People are sick and tired of me telling you where I grew up, and I won't say that name. Always remember where you grew up. Channelview is a great place to grow up. I know that because I've met with the school board. What's amazing to me about that school board, I think nearly everyone that serves on the school board grew up in Channelview. That's extraordinary. I don't know any place else like that. So be Channelview proud. And Commissioner, I wouldn't bring up where Dr. Hill went to school. You know, I know that doesn't have anything to do with stuff, but you know, the fact that he's a fighting Texas Aggie is a good thing too. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Briones?
I'll be brief. Commissioner Garcia, what a remarkable program. Amazing. Congratulations to all the students and especially Ms. Lopez, to you, and then Superintendent Dr. Hill. It's amazing what you're leading, and to all of the teachers, staff, and board. So I used to be a high school teacher, so nothing makes my heart happier than you all. You know, we've been reflecting a lot on Reverend Jesse Jackson. May he rest in peace and power and keep hope alive. You are what keep my hope alive. You're the embodiment of the best of Harris County. So to Commissioner Ramsey's point, always remember who you are and where you came from and be proud of it. And your voice is your power. So whether it is in your neighborhoods, whether it's whatever you decide to become, voting, use your voice and be proud of the voice that is in you, each one of you. So today and always, and anything we can ever do here at Harris County Commissioners Court to support y'all in your journeys of leadership and service and advocacy, we're behind you 100%. So congratulations.
all right.
Thank you. And if you all just hang around for a few minutes, we'll do the other resolutions, then we'll take some pictures.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hill. Thank you, guys.
I do have a resolution for Reverend Jackson, but obviously I'll present it when I go to the funeral services in Chicago. We don't have to go through it. I don't think the judge had any that she wanted me to present. Is that correct? I don't have to read them out. Okay, Commissioner Garcia, did you have any others?
We got one more, and let me have Dr. Milton, come on down. You know, I have been able to attend several graduations of the Harris County Public Library Career Online high school graduates, and every time I attend, Dr. Milton, I tell you just how proud I am of your work, the impact you're having on these families. And when I'm at those graduations, I see it in their eyes and I hear it in their voices. But I especially am so touched because I hear it and see it in their families. And for many of them, they are the first graduate of any kind in their families. And so that's important, especially for the youngsters in their families to see. And so I have just been very, very proud. And I want to take this opportunity just to say that when we say Harris County Public Library, it ain't just about books. There's a whole range of services taking place within those walls of every one of those facilities, and you're cutting yourself short if you're not taking time, number one, to get your enhanced library card, and number two, to be a visitor, whether physically or online, of the Harris County Public Library. But through this, the Career Online High School program, you have helped to graduate 118 residents so far, who have all earned their high school diplomas, and then you have set them on a career path. And I want to say that, did I remember one of your first graduates who has now gotten like a bachelor's and maybe working on another or certificate? I think they have really just gotten the bug of learning.
Yeah, so we have several who have went on to further education, whether it's associate degrees,
Yes.
bachelor degrees, those different type things. And so, yes, we've seen our students grow through these processes, and it's also through that support that Harris County Commissioners Court has provided us in providing services like Future U that allows our students to have that connection beyond after they graduate to continue their education, connect them with apprenticeships, internships, other educational opportunities. And so I do want to just say thank you to Commissioners Court and for all of you for helping to support Career Online High School. We graduated 26 students this past year. We usually have the graduation every year. Commissioner Garcia, you've been visible there at all of our graduations, and the other precincts have sent staff in order to support the graduation. And so we really do thank you everyone for that. We do this through a partnership with Smart Horizon. We also receive grants from Carnegie Foundation and from Union Pacific in order to provide scholarships for the students to attend. All of the students are 18 or older, and so it's adults who, for whatever reason, didn't complete high school, had the dedication and commitment to come back and learn. The program usually takes 6 to 18 months to complete. A lot of them finish beforehand. Each student is provided with a coach that helps them guide them through the process, make sure that they have the technology, make sure they have the connectivity, the encouragement to continue. And we see that this program is multi-generational because we see the families, they see the accomplishments of the students, and that encourages them and their children to obtain further education, and even some of their peers and their people within their family to go on. Today we also have Delia Trevino and Elizabeth Seguero, who are students who have graduated the program this year. And we also have Adrian Perez, who's our coordinator for the program.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Would you like to say anything? Yeah.
I've always admired you. So
Oh, thank you.
just watching you on TV, always I'm like, he's just like, thank you so much for everything, for supporting us and supporting the program. And I am a first generation graduating from in my family. And I wanted to say thank you to all my coaches that helped me, Miss Regina, Miss Lolita, and Miss A. And again, thank you, Milton, for helping me. I appreciate it.
Wonderful. Well, listen, for me, it's a big deal because you have life happening. And it's not easy to take away from that to do this. Yeah. But you have done something so impactful for your family. I want to thank you for that, but I also will always want to say congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Commissioner Rianos.
Your name, yes.
Oh, I'm Delia Trevino. Yeah,
Wonderful.
and I am enrolling back in college.
All right.
Amazing.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Commissioner Garcia, thank you for bringing this. This too is keeping hope alive. So congratulations, Ms. Trevino, and to all the graduates, and Dr. Melton and your team. Thank you for your leadership. So this, to me, is one of the many jewels of Harris County. To know that adults who want to go back and finish their education, this is so special. I mean, education's a great equalizer, and we've been talking a lot about the American dream today, and you're making it the American reality. And I love in particular that not only will the way it's approached is graduates finish their education, but then they're connected, whether it's, the commercial driving, the CDL, the childcare and education, connecting them to employment, food and hospitality, manufacturing, and more. It's the education and then getting them good jobs. And again, this transforms lives and families, and I think this is incredibly special. And so, Dr. Melton, quick question for anyone. I know we get information out a lot, but if for any adult who may want to enroll, can you just briefly speak to that for future classes?
Yes. Hello, commissioners, and good evening. My name is Adrienne Perez, and I'm one of the coordinators that works with Career Online High School. Simply put, navigate over to any one of our 27 branches or online. We have a plethora of information regarding Career Online High School as well as our other adult programs. There's a quick survey that an individual can fill out, and that comes on over to us to review, and then we reach out to the student for a quick interview to see where they are and what efforts and time they're able to invest in themselves. And then we go forward from there and begin their 18-month journey.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll take pictures shortly. Commissioner Briones.
So yes, I
Commissioner
have
Ramsey.
two
You have it.
two resolutions. First is item 347, and this is a joint resolution with Precinct 1, Commissioner Ellis and his team and mine. We are celebrating the 5th anniversary of Harris County Office of Managed Assigned Counsel, the MAC. We've talked a lot about the MAC today and at many meetings. So 5 years of high-quality legal representation for indigent defendants. They have managed over 100,000 misdemeanor cases, impacting many residents and families throughout Harris County. I particularly respect their holistic defense approach, which is ensuring fair, high-quality representation, making sure that there's long-term stability, thinking about this in a much more holistic wraparound services sort of way, and making sure we're also moving cases along and promoting the judicial efficiency. So thank you, and we have our wonderful new appointed director, Portia Brown, who is leading the way, and you're already off to the races. So I'll turn it over to you and our other special guests. Thank you for your patience and congratulations. Happy anniversary.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. I'm happy to be here again. I'm Portia Brown. I am the MAC Director. Accordingly, I just want to thank the Commissioners Court for all of your support and honoring us on our 5th year of being in existence as a department. As I said earlier, this is a new era for the MAC and the Public Defender's Office. But this is also a time to look back on all the tremendous work this department has done to provide quality representation and provide those holistic services. I can tell you that as a career-long public defender, it is extremely key to have quality representation and also holistic services like social workers, mental health referrals, immigration and investigators to be able to help out with people's cases and connect people to community partners. Ultimately, our goal is to make sure that people are taken care of as a whole. As we head toward the anniversary of Gideon's, we are reminded of this important need for public defense. I'd like to thank the MAC staff for their tremendous work, our advisory board, the misdemeanor judges, Harris County Criminal Lawyers Association, TIDC, the Public Defender's Office, and all of our county and community partners along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Brown. I know we have the Honorable Judge Chief Genesis Draper, who is our Chief Public Defender. And we have Judge Geis after, and we have a lot of lineup of rock star speakers, so thank you. And thank you to Senator Ellis, then Senator Ellis, who created this wonderful MAC here and elsewhere.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Genesis Draper. I'm the Chief Defender here in Harris County. The first principle of the American Bar Association's 10 principles of an indigent defense system is independence, meaning an indigent defense system should be controlled solely by its duty to protect the constitutional right of the accused. This resolution celebrates 5 years of the Office of Managed Assigned Counsel helping Harris County to achieve this fundamental principle. It is also recognition of this county's commitment to a fairer justice system. I stand here as a proud partner of the MAC, not just in my role as the Chief Defender, but as a former judge who supported this office since its inception, recognizing that the judge selecting the attorney undermines the public's confidence in our system. The MAC has more than doubled the list of attorneys available to accept cases. The list of attorneys is more diverse, offering more bilingual and multilingual attorneys. Attorneys now have access to immigration consultation and other holistic services. Having this type of support for this constitutionally required service that the county provides has been game-changing. Congratulations to Director Brown and the entire MAC team, past and present, for what they have done for Harris County. I look forward to what is to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Draper. Judge Geis, please.
Again, good afternoon. My name is Judge Ashley Mays Geis, presiding judge of the Harris County Criminal Courts at Law. And on behalf of the judiciary, I would like to thank MAC and all of their staff and all of our justice partners. 15 years ago, when I started practicing criminal law here in Harris County, the appointment system looked nothing like it does right now. And as a member of the judiciary, I want to say how deeply proud I am that the attorneys that we see providing high quality representation to some of our county's most vulnerable and indigent arrestees, that we see a wide variety, both young and seasoned practitioners who provide a robust defense for these individuals. And again, as a judge, the criminal justice system benefits when we have proper representation for persons accused, as well as the state doing their job. And so I again want to thank MAC on their 5th anniversary for a job well done, and I look forward to continually working with you all in the future and just seeing you grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Geis.
Good afternoon. My name is Amrita Jindal, and I am the chair of the advisory board of the Harris County MAC. I am so proud to be in this role. The MAC office here manages to provide not just representation that is required by the Constitution, but zealous representation. Attorneys who are part of this program are trained. They do not carry too many cases. And importantly, as been discussed today, they provide holistic representation. So that means that indigent defendants in Harris County get access to social workers, they get access to investigators, immigration attorneys that can help them and their families really navigate the complexities of a criminal case. 5 years in, I want to take a moment to recognize the incredible hard work of the staff of the MAC. Joining an office in its infancy is a daunting task. Building a program from the ground up is incredibly difficult, particularly given the type of work that the MAC does and the scale that Harris County requires. So I'm incredibly proud of the 5 years of work that they've accomplished.
Thank you, Ms. Jindal.
Good afternoon. My name is Stacy Bigger, and I'm chair of the MAC Committee for the Harris County Criminal Lawyers Association. The fact that we have an entire committee devoted to working with the MAC should underscore its importance to our members and, more importantly, to the thousands of criminal defendants that we represent here in Harris County. Our members and our organization have worked with the MAC over the last 5 years and support its goals and its missions. We appreciate the MAC and this Commissioner's Court for recognizing the importance of our members, providing quality representation to criminal defendants, a right guaranteed them under the Constitution. However, we also recognize that there are financial costs associated with serving the constitutional demand. To be clear, our organization supports moving away from wasteful and disparate spending of our county resources, something that the MAC has worked to address. As we move into the next 5 years under the MAC, we will not abide by cuts and limits to the services that we constitutionally are obligated to provide to all criminal defendants. We are confident with a true public defender like Portia Brown, now in charge of the MAC, that we will have proper balance in providing quality representation to criminal defendants. We are confident that we'll be back here in 5 years celebrating Portia's work, and the MAC is certainly something to celebrate. On behalf of Harris County Criminal Lawyers Association, we thank you, and we thank the court.
Thank you, Ms. Bigger. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioners, for this amazing honor. I'm so proud of our staff, and we just really appreciate the resolution. And we're looking forward to the work that we're going to do in the future and partnering with the Public Defender's Office and Chief Draper.
So I'd just like to add that March 18th will be another anniversary of the famous Gideon versus Wainwright case. And, you know, to me, what's so significant about this MAC more than anything is the independence of it. So moving away from that notion of the judge picking the lawyer for someone accused. You just can't be independent if you have strings on your back. And that's just so important. And I appreciate the members of the judiciary understanding that. It was an uphill climb to pass the law, and it was an uphill climb to get 2/3 of the judges to agree in this county 5 years ago to set up the MAC. And we've certainly had our stumbles along the way. And I do, as I mentioned earlier, know that there ought to be some changes in state law, and I'm going to try to do that. But we ought not wait for that to happen. It should be a new day in Harris County, and we need to move forward in a robust manner with this MAC office. So thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Happy 5th anniversary, and I couldn't agree more, Commissioner Ellis. Thank you.
Commissioner
So
Brinkham,
my-
you have one more?
Yes, my second and final resolution is item 348, which is recognizing the month of Ramadan. So, thank you. All of our guests, please feel free to come down. So, Ramadan Mubarak to everybody who observes. There are approximately 2 billion Muslims around the world who celebrate Ramadan. And there's an estimated 500,000 Muslims here in the greater Houston, Harris County area. My team and I proudly represent a very strong and vibrant Muslim community, and we invite all of you to Precinct 4's 4th annual iftar, Thursday, March 5th at 5 p.m. Here in Harris County, we stand for peace, we stand for respect, we stand for tolerance, understanding, and love, and we stand firmly against all forms of hate, including hate against our Muslim brothers and sisters from any and all faiths. Again, we are stronger together in unity, in respect. And so I appreciate the leadership. We have some key leaders here in the room today. And again, Ramadan Mubarak to you and your families. And I will now turn it over to our speakers and again invite you all to our 4th annual iftar on March 5th.
Hi, everyone. Ramadan Mubarak. My name is Samiha Rizvi, and I'm here on behalf of the Council on American Islamic Relations, Texas, in strong support of this resolution. For Muslims, Ramadan is a holy month. It's not just about abstaining from food. It is meant to soften our hearts, heighten our awareness of those who are struggling, and transform us into more compassionate neighbors. That is why Ramadan becomes one of the most charitable months of the year right here in Harris County. Mosques and Muslim nonprofits across the county mobilize volunteers, expand food pantry services, do a lot of things for families of every faith and background. The impact is local and tangible. At the same time, CARE Texas continues to document rising anti-Muslim rhetoric and discrimination. We should be reminded that the freedom to fast, pray, and gather openly is protected by the First Amendment. As resolutions like this reinforce those rights belong to us fully and equally. Thank you, Commissioner Briones, for bringing this resolution forward and for your continued commitment for supporting Muslim families. And we're grateful for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank CARE and all of your team for everything you do.
Yes, sir. And just say your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Seth Kazim. I am actually a staff member at the Office of Managed Assigned Counsel. I was here for the MAC resolution, and I was not planning to speak, but when I heard this resolution, I was told I could. And I just wanted to say a couple words to express my gratitude for Commissioner's Court for this resolution, for recognizing our community. I'm a Muslim American. I've got 2 little kids, aged 5 and 7, and I do have fear about some of the rhetoric we see in society and unfortunately the rising rhetoric over the last few months and years. And so I'm certainly grateful for Commissioner Briones and all of the commissioners for this resolution, for recognizing our community, and we hope to be continue to play an important part of Harris County. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ramadan Mubarak to all of you. My name is Zahur Gire. I represent Al Noor Mosque in Precinct 4. I'm here in strong support of the resolution, the Ramadan resolution that Commissioner Briones has presented. Ramadan is a sacred month observed by thousands of Muslims families here in Harris County. It is a time of fasting, prayer, charity, and service to neighbors, values that reflect the best of our county. Recognizing Ramadan is not about politics, it is about acknowledging the diverse communities who live, work, vote, pay taxes, and contribute every single day to strength of our region. At a time when some are distracting Texans with fear-based rhetoric about so-called Sharia takeovers in Texas and spreading Islamophobia, this resolution sends a different message, one rooted in truth, inclusion, and mutual respect. Commissioner Briones' leadership affirms that Muslim residents are seen, valued, and fully part of our shared civic life. I applaud Precinct 4 for taking this step, and I also will be happy to assist any other precincts should they decide to similarly honor the residents during this holy month of Ramadan. Every community in Harris County deserves recognition and respect, and I thank you all for bringing this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ramadan Mubarak to you and your families, and we stand in unity with love, respect, and pride, and I'm honored to represent such a vibrant Muslim community in Precinct 4 in Harris County, and my dream is that Harris County is the beacon of inclusion and equality and respect, so we can all show love and love our brothers and sisters of all backgrounds, of all faiths, of all races, of all religions, and beyond, right? And I believe that's the best of Harris County, and I'm honored that we have this resolution. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Jay, did we vote on the resolutions?
Have we completed all the resolutions?
Yes.
No. There's no more than, we can move for.
So I'll make a motion that we approve 343, 345, 346, 347, 348.
Second.
I didn't leave anything out, did I? Staff, did I get all of them? Is that all?
That's all the resolutions, except for 347 was a discussion only. Would that be a no action?
That, okay.
Or do you want to approve it with that group?
What was that resolution?
347 is the MAC, the 5th anniversary.
Well, let's approve it.
Yes, if we can vote on.
Tom, we all right with all of them? Okay.
Got a motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by
Briones.
Commissioner Briones.
Yes, please.
We got all of them. Anything else you want to vote on while we're at it?
The only other item I see besides the executive session is item 74,
What is that?
the legislative relations.
Yeah, that's the IGA item. That's for after we come back.
Later?
After executive.
Okay.
Can
So
you
we'll
want
vote
to
on,
finish the
we'll
vote?
vote on those other items.
Yes.
All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Oh, no for ayes, no nays, all of them pass. You want to do that one item?
Yes.
Okay.
That was the next.
Legislative agenda. Oh, you want to take the pictures first?
Yeah, let's take pictures real quickly. But let me also just very quickly also say that on behalf of my incredible employees, Mir Jamani, Kenza Siddiqui, and others, just want to also say Assalamu alaikum and Eid Mubarak to the entire community. And as Commissioner Briones has touched on, I hate that there is hate in the space, but just know we got your back, and it's shameful that that kind of conversation is just so blatantly out there. But just know that there is love in Harris County, and hopefully we can exemplify that here on this court with support to our brothers and sisters of Muslim faith.
Thank you. Okay, let's take some photos. And they'll call you up in order. I know we're going to start with the young people.
Yeah, let's get the students here.
They're gonna line you up right around
They
here.
got to get to home to do home.
Okay. Hey, Jay. Hey, Jay. You want to read the motion for executive session?
Sure, the time is 5:35, and Commissioners Court will now proceed to executive session on items 283 and 339.
I'll make that motion, make the announcement. Okay, we're going. I'll wait. Okay, I think we're good. It is 5:54. What's that 5:55 up there for? Which one is the time? Okay, it's 5:54. We're back in session. First item was,
74, I guess we didn't pass it.
Yes, I think the first one is item 283, which is the appointment for,
Gerald Womack.
Yeah.
I'll move that we appoint him to additional term for 1 year. Any objection?
Nope.
All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, vote no. 4 ayes and no nays. Item passes. Next one is item 330. Did we skip something?
no, we have 74, which is yeah, we can do that. It's up to you, Commissioner, whatever you want.
Go ahead, 74. I'll second. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, which one is presented?
Oh, yeah. We didn't vote on it before?
No, are you talking about the resolution? We did vote on the resolution. I'm sorry, I'm talking about the IGA item related to the agenda. I apologize if I wasn't clear. Yeah, so 339 is the item that related to the item that Commissioner Ramsey placed.
On this one, due to some concerns, and I want to make sure that we keep things moving forward in this county, but due to some concerns that we found, I want to make the following motion. That is to move to assign any function pertaining to positive pay that currently resides in the county treasurer's office and is not legally required to be performed by the county treasurer's office to the Office of Management and Budget. To amend any agreements necessary to achieve reassignment and bring back to court for any necessary approvals on March the 19th, and transfer any full-time employees from the treasurer's office to OMB with any necessary approvals to be brought back to court March 19th. Did I cover everything?
And a quick question. The auditor was here. Is he on the line? Did he leave?
He's no longer here, I believe.
Okay. But it's my understanding that he does recommend this.
Yes, that is our understanding. This is the
Second.
auditor's recommendation.
Commissioner
I'm back.
Garcia. Yeah.
There you
I'm
go.
back in,
If you heard Commissioner Garcia's motion, I just want to get on the record that
Yes.
you support this.
yes, I'm back in
Recommend
my
it.
office and I concur.
Okay, thank you. Motion's been made by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ramsey. All those in favor, vote aye.
All right.
Aye.
4 ayes and no nays. Item passes.
Commissioner, last item is item 74, which is the request for discussion and possible action regarding the Harris County legislative agenda.
Yes. Commissioner Garcia.
On this one, over the years, this office has been stripped to its bare bones. And I want to, again, as I acknowledged earlier, I don't know how you guys have been doing it, but you have the fewest of employees, yet you have one of the most broadest portfolios, Director. And so I want to make sure that we provide you the support necessary. I'm speaking to you. But this is to make sure that we move that the elimination of the Harris County Treasurer's Office be placed as a legislative priority for the 2027 Texas legislative session.
Second.
Any discussion? Motion's been made and properly second, made by Garcia, second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed, vote no. 4 ayes, no nays. Item passes. All right, thank you. It is now.
And I have one more. Just for the record, the county attorney is advising item 280 be no action.
Yes.
Well, we
Yes.
always
No
listen
action
to the
on item
county
2.
attorney. 280.
It's a public securities matter.
Yeah, no action, no action. Anything else? Since obviously I can't go bike riding this late. This meeting's adjourned, 5:58.
Thank you. Thank you, Team.